Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls.
I find it so fascinating how often people just film their own crimes or post on Twitter about illegal activities that they're doing, and then it eventually comes back to haunt them where they lose their job or get arrested. It's just wild that so often people have this complete lack of self-control and inability to stop themselves from saying or doing dumb, stupid things on Twitter. Like, posting cringe on Twitter has cost more jobs than the invention of machines. And today I want to go over a disturbing new case of gross shit. This was something that went viral a few days ago, but I've only just now caught up on it. It's really gross, and I actually think that this is a deeper onion than most people realize. I think that this was all a manufactured marketing campaign conducted by a shameless degenerate in order to get OnlyFans subscribers. So, let's take it from the top. I'm sure if you were on Twitter a few days ago, you saw this post floating around. This little bit of eyeball poison was getting dunked on by everyone around the globe. And if people weren't shitting on it, they were shitting themselves out of just pure repulsion. So the post is talking about how they're coming out as trans canine and talking about how they've been with 6 dogs. So they celebrate fucking dogs, and they double down on this, triple down on it, and have made it their entire brand identity now. Like, this is now their online presence, is being the dog fucker. And they're very open about it, talking about it, and trying to make it like some kind of powerful movement about why fucking dogs is a great thing. Obviously, I'm on the side of common sense here. Animals can't consent to having sex. Thus, you're not even having sex with the animals, you're raping them. You're a dog raper. It's called bestiality, and it's a crime. It's illegal. It's not something to be celebrated or encouraged. Now, I think the person behind this knows it and was making this as a giant post that would hopefully gather a lot of hoopla and put eyes on their content. Because even prior to this post, they were dropping nude photos, lewd photos, and just talking like about trying to monetize their sexual content. And then after this post got so much steam, they made a statement saying that this had cost them their job, they now no longer have a way of making money, so in desperation, they're saying fuck it and starting an OnlyFans. When I'm pretty sure that was the entire plan from the get-go, and by having so many eyes on them from all of this spotlight that was shined there, they immediately got a giant head start. Like, they're way over 150,000 followers at this point, and I'm pretty sure that this was their intention from the get-go. They chose something that they knew most people would have a problem with. No one likes to see animals being abused, and no one likes to hear about animals being used as like sexual objects or sexual props for people in their content. It's like, that is beyond weird. So they are probably aware that by making that post, it would have gathered a lot of steam, which it did, and then they immediately went around with this narrative that they were fired. There's no way of knowing 100% for sure if they were fired. I take all of that with a grain of salt. And even the way they talk about it, like in that post they're saying they're going to sue everyone that got them fired, that just seems like a troll. That legitimately just seems like a weak, low-effort troll statement at the end there. There is evidence to suggest they may have actually lost their job from this, but even still, I don't think it's 100% confirmed as of this moment. Like, it just, to me, feels like this was all part of the plan. And you can also even see them, like, lean into it. If you go back a couple days before this blew up, they made this post about how OnlyFans models are the devil. You know, this is terrible stuff. Look, what kind of example are you setting for children, you godless heathens? And then only days later, turning around and dropping one of their own, OnlyFans is disgusting and you're going to hell for it, as they're signing up for an account. I could be wrong. This all could be done genuinely and wasn't meant as a marketing play for OnlyFans subscribers, but to me, that's just really what it feels like. It feels like someone that is very aware of what they're doing and trying to capitalize off outrage and being the villain. I've said this a million times, but on Twitter, since everyone has unlimited access to every unhinged thought and person imaginable across the globe, you will always find people that agree with you. No matter how outrageous the belief, you will always find supporters. And that's exactly what's happened here. they now do have legitimate supporters backing them and the dog fucking stuff from other equally deranged animal fuckers. It's pathetic, sad, and it's just really depressing that this is actually succeeding for them financially. Now, if I'm correct and this is all just revolting marketing for their OnlyFans, it doesn't make any of this justifiable, excusable, and it doesn't make the whole situation any better. But it would at least be nice knowing that the person behind all of this isn't actually a danger to animals around them and having sex with them, as well as other awful things that they've been talking about recently. Though I do think that there is a possibility that this is all true and they are actually out there harming animals, and they're just spitting in the face of anyone with any level of human decency, making posts like this saying that they'll buy a wolf pup with their first OnlyFans check, which is of course them not so subtly letting people know that they're going to be buying an animal for the sole purpose of having sex with it. They even mention that they're a size queen in reference to buying that wolf pup. So that's like something that needs to be like actually investigated, if this person is a legitimate danger or not to animals. Now, if I may, I'd like to turn your attention to another piece of evidence that I've collected in this case, and I'd like to present it to the court. So this is Exhibit D here. This is a post from them today, which is now seeming to champion for incest, talking about how having sex with your cousin is fine, it's all good, it's normal, and it shouldn't be like stigmatized and this and that. So this reinforces to me the thought that the person behind all of this is someone who is just trying to choose the most disgusting stances possible in order to attract as many tomatoes being thrown at them, so that way hopefully they can then catch a couple of like mentally unwell stragglers that are agreeing with them and then signing up to the OnlyFans. That's what this whole thing seems to me. Of course, I could be wrong, and this really could be someone that really believes in fucking dogs as well as incest, because they go on and on to try and defend this whole cousin sexual relationship thing. It's more really gross, repulsive stuff. But I just really do think that this is all just supposed to drive traffic to their OnlyFans through outrage. But yeah, regardless, the whole thing is horrible, the person is horrible. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Crime Boss Rockhay City just came out and it's absolutely atrocious. Let me take a peek. Oh! Wait! This is the... Oh! This was that one that they tried to like hype up real hard, because they had all of the celebrities attached to it. What's going on? Did it fail to launch, or what's happening? It says it's running. Where's it at? How do I get past the first boss encounter here, Dankin? The game is not working for me.
Stop moving!
One civilian restrained. Zip-tied hostages.
Don't be a hero, buddy.
Not guarded.
In fact,
There's no
follow
need
me.
to show
Follow
that
me.
you are armed.
Too slow.
Eliminating civilians raises heat and reduces leverage.
It's all going according to plan. God, I love it when a plan comes together.
Doors can be locked with stealth. Some
I'll
of
have
you
to break
have better
first.
skills with the locks. Others may find it more difficult.
Pardon me, criminals. Had a bit of a sneeze
Specialist
there.
vehicle landing at your location.
I hear you, Van Bull!
Good work, Team A. X8. I like what I saw. What a squad. What a squad. I didn't get a whole lot of a narrative there. So where's Chuck Norris, Danny Trejo, fucking Bob Dylan? I don't even remember who else is in this. Like, crazy cast. Where they at?
See, battle the king of Rockay meant going toe to toe with the baddest ass kicker on the planet.
Let's end it here today.
That would be Sheriff.
Very inspired performance.
We end this.
Yeah.
Charge.
Let's end this today. Time to end it.
Sorry. The whole bank is up in smoke. And a fucking chunk of money.
Oh, whoa, there's a huge sway here.
Status.
Oh my god!
Fuck you!
No, Vamp! Or Vamp!
Getting more bullets to kill more villains!
Light mask will arrive momentarily.
Not soon enough.
Oh! I swear to God, I really hope I don't have to do that again. I should have just went right to the thing instead of trying to clean it.
You're being attacked? By whom? Rappers?
Don't you lose my candy, god damn it.
Alright, let's go protect it. This is my chocolate factory, Mr. Bucket. Get the fuck out of here. Let's go get the gobstoppers back.
Got one down.
Oh god!
I'ma fix
Mac.
you up.
And those look like paintballs.
Yo, Carlos. Woo, looking fly, son.
Baker's
Vanilla Ice!
All of it.
What's
These
up?
look fun.
Stay off the candy.
Ninja Turtle rap, am I right?
Be nice to the talent, man. Yo, yo.
What's it gonna be?
Get down!
Now, just how big
That didn't work.
prices should we send? There they are. Yellow's
Oh
fruity
shit!
Cheetos.
They're here.
Show no mercy. You need to pick
They
up the
weren't
pace.
ready
The authorities
for
are
that.
inbound.
We got time.
They were hard to
Fucking use
intimidate.
it.
I thought this was my friend.
Holy hell, that was crazy shit.
Oh, that was just a construction worker. I'm so sorry, brother. Why wouldn't you run away once the shooting starts? Man, I've killed more construction workers already than forklifts. God damn.
That's it.
Get the fucking bags packed. You boys won't be needing any of this, will ya?
Spider, hurry up.
Time to leave. Do not risk taking fire.
We're good here.
Oh,
Are you certain? The escape vehicle will be arriving shortly.
Run your fucking asses off.
okay, I'm full. Oh, come on, Spider. What? Did I hurt my leg? Why am I, like, limping to the left?
So close.
Please stop this. Can I pick this up? Nope.
Fuck.
Half the bags are in. That makes half a nominal success. I hope
Wow,
it
that was
proves
easy.
to be lucrative.
This must be one of those missions that you complete in less than a minute. Man, they put all of their budget behind voice acting and nothing else, it seems.
Baker snatched his blues back.
And it's not even voice acting, really. They just
Those
grabbed
are the
random
best.
celebrities they
Shut it,
probably found
bitch.
on Cameo.
Yellow man, that's my bad.
Fucking Vanilla Ice.
With that,
Oh, with that, the King's Party's gonna be off the hook.
Shut it, bitch.
from now on, when Baker makes $1, however or wherever, I'm gonna take it from him. Word to your mother.
And our yellows.
Oh.
Duh. You gotta push them pills harder, dog.
Do you think they actually auditioned for this? Or do you think the studio reached out to them and begged and then paid? Like, I can't imagine a world where Michael Rooker, like,
So the
auditioned.
king and
Like,
his
I really
circle
want this
All
role.
got pancaked.
Right. Your favorite.
Wait until you hear Michael Rooker's
the
lines.
dragon.
They're so fucking bad, and they kept retakes in the game at times.
Was he not at the party?
I'm excited.
Took off.
Okay, I love all of these perks. It's just, here's a damage percentage boost, here's a health percent boost, and here's, you take less damage. Awesome. Well, we'll just do this, I guess.
Alright, let's see what's on the menu.
This is
Hey,
Captain
buddy.
Touchdown.
Aw, Baker. You old devil, you. You in town?
Yeah, setting up
He's
shop.
even holding a
Good,
football.
good. You didn't die at a party last night, then. Uh-huh.
Yeah, about that. I need a captain.
Huh?
Major League.
Mm-mm.
What the
Two
fuck?
conditions. 1. I run the field. The playbook is mine.
Classic
Alright,
Captain
You're
Touchdown.
the coach. What's the second?
Don't steal my tail, handsome.
That was years and many, many mistakes ago.
Cool, brother. Water under the bridge. Hmm?
Ah, well, I'll come pick you up.
Yeah, cool. I'm down at the docks.
See you soon, pal.
This must have been such a relaxed environment for the real actors here. Like, they probably were a little afraid to have them do mini retakes, so they probably just like, hey, come on into the studio. Oh, you were actually trying? Okay, that's fine. We can put it in the game. It's okay. That's, you don't have to. Yeah, don't worry. You don't have to redo it. We wouldn't want to inconvenience you with good takes. Thanks to Prime X-Man. Jesus. All right, Captain Touchdown. Here I come.
Let's knock them on their asses. Touchdown's doing most of the shooting.
They just recorded a table read. Oh, these are absolutely first takes for half of this shit. 100%.
Well, fuck that.
I really think they just
I ain't
didn't want to,
leaving
like,
nobody
inconvenience the
behind.
celebrities.
Reassess. Jesus.
The authorities will
How's that
certainly
guy
be
still
on
alive?
their way now. Pick up the pace.
Fuck off!
Captain Touchdown, I'm coming! Be careful! Captain! They're running a blitz!
How you been,
Oh my
bud?
god!
How's the game?
Ah, Baker! Good to see you, bud.
Good to see you too,
Damn, been a
Touchdown.
long time. Not too shabby. Why not? Chico's gearing up for the war.
Yeah, let's hit him with the flea
But the shrimp
flicker.
dicks
Let's go,
try
Captain
fucking me over
Touchdown.
cut costs, I guess. Shit, buddy, I never fucking left.
Oh, that was a whole mission. Oh, nice. Awesome. Welcome to the squad, Captain Touchdown.
Leave a big mark.
Better start practicing your end zone dance, cause we're gonna be there often.
I want them shaking in their boots.
See you in the end zone, mofo.
Man, this feels awesome. Alright, let's get in the end zone and put his ass in his ass. Hoorah, let's go, Captain Touchdown. Whee! Oh, that was a brick. I thought it was a grenade.
We knock them on their asses all the time.
I'm gonna throw more bricks because I just don't care. Yeah. Hold on, reloading brick. I don't think you can pick them up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. Take his captain ass down to Pound Town. What?
We'll take Rocky! You know why we won? Because we're the better fucking team.
Was this the whole thing? We didn't even win. I'm looking at another one right now. We're having a standoff. We may have won the battle, but not the war. I'm still looking at them.
Already mine.
What is this? This is actually like a mobile game.
All right.
All right, meaning
We'll take back the fort. Let's ride.
This is something special. This is like shockingly bad. As in, like, why did they even bother publishing it? I don't need 10 soldiers. I just need 1. I can't bring that down. Unlucky. It's gonna cost me 16 grand just to attack the turf. I'll do it solo. What the fuck, man?
Get angry, get mean, let's go.
Alright.
Watch out
Alright.
for the frozen pussies on the road up ahead.
What? Watch out for frozen pussies. What does that even? Why would there be frozen vagina? It doesn't even make sense. Or rather, why would these guys be frozen to begin with? It's not like. Oh wow. I wasn't looking at my health. It's not like it's cold out or anything. Oh shit!
And that's how it's done, yup. I'm damn proud of
Oh, that's
it.
my
Wait,
friend.
here, get
That's my
out of
friend.
sight.
Well, attacking a territory is legitimately only like a 5-second thing. So, I can just keep doing that. Here, I'll hire some soldiers, whatever. And I'll just keep attacking these fucking territories, I guess. Oh, I have bricks again. Yep! Oh, okay. I really want to hit someone with a brick.
Last chance to fight like hell.
Maybe I can hit their leader with a brick. What a tremendous dodge.
Kicking ass and taking names.
I won.
Tremendous effort, y'all. Hold your heads high. But
I probably shouldn't kill them because I think they
you
joined
keep
me.
knocking them on their ass.
There's a turret right there and nobody used it. They didn't even bother setting up on the turret. I'll grab Blazer. Who is this? Oh, this is Spider. He just looks like a high school kid. How do I assassinate you? Okay, luckily his eyes were closed. Bagging the body.
We are fortunate that went unnoticed.
Wow, he fits in that? Oh, I must have dismembered him. Holy shit. Can I let him out? I want to see how he unfolds. I wonder, do his officer buddies do anything? If I throw this at him? Pardon? Oh. Oh shit! Yep! Help! Yep!
With the alarm comes law enforcement.
There's something in my eye.
Authorities en route to your location.
Swapping mags.
Swapping mags? I'm using a revolver. Oh, Jesus, they hit me. Oh, God, oh my lord, watch out, Blazer. Traveled through space and time there for a moment.
Make it fucking fast.
Grab the radios, the headsets, and the Walkmans, quick.
That's good, we're done.
This is a huge haul.
Are you certain? The escape vehicle will be arriving shortly.
Hightail it straight for the vehicle.
Yeah, we gotta get the fuck out of here, quick. Precious cargo. Did you grab the VCR player's roller? Oh, goodness.
Let's fucking roll, man.
Okay, I really thought he would stop. Asshole.
Good work. We got it.
Roller, what are you doing? Oh, fuck. Roller! She's sightseeing! Get to the touchdown! What am I doing here? Oh.
We need it all. Bag it. Hurry the fuck up.
Got enough.
Are you certain? The vehicle is close to the new extraction point.
That's all I need is like 4 diamonds? Doesn't even really seem worth the time.
I hope it proves to be lucrative.
Why is this game even released? Damn it. I have yet to hit a single rock. Or brick, for that matter. Got him! That should just insta-kill if you hit that rock. Each round is like 30 seconds, if that. Alright, I want this... Oh my god. I need more territories.
Do not eliminate the guards. It will suffice to restrain them. Oh. Well, that was foolish and costly.
Nice
Why?
work, dummy.
Nope, nobody saw me do that. I also just didn't think that would kill. All I did was slap his ass. What are you looking at? Get out of here. You know, get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Idiot.
You want the easy way or fucking...
It really is crazy how short these missions are. Go to the zone, pick up 3 diamonds, and leave. Go to the zone, kill 2 enemies, and go home. To be fair, this is probably early game shit heists. Bro, this game is $30. This is the game.
But first, medical attention.
Missions for TikTok users. True. These are very bite-sized. Like actual 30-second fucking missions. It's crazy. It is actually crazy. I don't know why I feel so inclined to at least briefly talk about this, but it's just kind of a captivating story. I'm sure you've at least heard some whispers about this supervillain, but there is a serial sperm bank donor who has now fathered over 500 children, which has caused a lot of outrage because there are real dangers associated with this, because he's got more kids than a male seahorse, right? And they deliver like 2,000 babies at once. He's on track to match the seahorse numbers. So the problem is, these kids will grow up, and there's a chance that they find each other and never know they're related. So it could lead to inbreeding and incest. It's an incest concern, which is why a lot of people now are starting to rally against this sperm donor, because it's a big deal. He has too many kids. He needs to be cut off. The bartender needs to shut that shit down at the sperm bank. Tell the goddamn milkman here that, you know, no more deliveries. They've got plenty of supply for a lifetime. His name is Jonathan Jacob Meyer, and his name even sounds made up. That sounds like some John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith shit right there. But he's apparently well known in the sperm scene. In fact, he was even blacklisted from donating sperm in the Netherlands in 2017. It is just a legitimate problem. I went over it a bit more on stream, so I'll show you some clips from that before getting back into it. Did you hear of the serial sperm donor with 500 plus children who's being sued for increased incest risk? Yeah, what's his name? Caleb texted me. It's like, he has like an NPC name. It's like John Madison or something. Well, it's probably not John Madison. That's one of the fucking founding fathers. But, oh, it's James Madison. What's the guy's name? Jonathan Jacob. Jonathan Jacob Meyer. Jonathan Jacob Meyer has donated sperm to at least 13 clinics, including 11 in the Netherlands, where he was blacklisted in 2017 for fathering 102 children. Man's out here trying to be the next Genghis Khan. Be the dad to half the population. The group alleges that the serial donor has lied about the number of children he's fathered. We're taking action against this man because the government is doing nothing. He has global reach via the internet, and he does business with large international sperm banks. Do they like him? Do the sperm banks like him? Is he providing them like a valuable service that they defend him? I have to imagine they have access to plenty of sperm. They probably don't need them, right? Would I ever donate sperm? Probably not. Not even because I think it'd be like a yucky, weird experience. I just feel bad because I'd condemn a kid to be short. And not everyone can deal with such a burden. Yeah, I wouldn't want him to grow up to have like short man syndrome, like short man rage. If I had known he had already fathered more than 100 children, I would have never chosen this donor. When I think about the consequences this could have for my child, I'm sick to my stomach. Going to the court is the only way to protect my child. That is quite an interesting situation. He's fathered so many children that it's now a non-zero risk that those kids grow up and then they end up, you know, reproducing with each other, not knowing that they're related. Do you think this is a kink of his? No, I think he's just some kind of like B-tier supervillain from a comic book. Like, he hatched this nefarious plot, and it's a long-term con where it's like, I'm going to fill the Netherlands with, you know, hundreds of my children, and they'll never know. And then the inbreeding will commence and lead to generations of brain decline. I'll destroy the Netherlands from the inside out. That kind of thing. Holy shit. An Australian couple paid over $6,500 to a Danish fertility clinic for his sperm. What? We chose him because he was worldly, creative, and very intelligent. He was open to meeting his donor children, and he looks like my partner. It sounds like she was just attracted to him. He could have just given it to you au naturel. You probably wouldn't have even had to pay $6,500. He won't be stopped. I think it's disgusting. I'm incredibly angry and disappointed. I can't believe I have to tell my child that he has hundreds of siblings. Yeah, it is kind of fucking wild. So right now, it's a civil lawsuit against him because he knowingly continued to donate sperm like an absolute madman, just tossing these things out like free samples at a mall food court. And he did it at 11 clinics in the Netherlands, which has led to over 100 children in the Netherlands alone. And he continues to donate it internationally as well to spread his seed even further across the planet. He himself is saying the reason he keeps donating so much sperm here, like gallons upon gallons of it, is because he just wants to make sure everyone can have the joy of having a child, and he's doing his part to give them the tools necessary for it, I suppose. I don't think he realizes just how big of an issue it is to father more than 500 kids like that. I mean, it's not, again, it's not like a small thing, right? You would hate for those kids to end up meeting each other not knowing that they're related and then leading to fucking inbreeding, right? That's terrible. That's awful. I'm hoping they do win the lawsuit against this guy, and I'm hoping the sperm banks are going to do their due diligence to ensure they don't keep using his samples. They're going to have to like double and triple check those to make sure that it's not John Jacob coming in again under like another pseudonym or anything like that. Going in disguise, he's got like a fucking fake mustache and glasses on and goes to jerk off into their facilities. So yeah, it is actually pretty distressing. So just wanted to talk about it because the whole thing's wild. That's about it. So yeah. The Sons of the Force speedrun is sub 9 minutes. Alright, I'll check it out. 7. Oh, spicy. Maybe I'll get a run on the board. This seems easy. We already know that tech. Now all I need to learn is how to do the stick clip. Though it literally just seems like setting the stick down and walking. Okay. I'm just gonna go back to letting RNG take the wheel. I'm just gonna skip intro every time until I get mountain, instead of trying like manipulate it with laptop. Because I'm getting beach every single time with going through laptop. You have to Alt F4 your game when it spawns instead of pressing quit to make sure it re-rolls spawn. Would that matter? Because it still is like a... I mean, I could just do it. I could just do that. It's fine either way, just to be super certain. I don't see why that wouldn't re-roll, though. There. I got mountain. See? All's good now. Oh, I see why they wait on opening their back packets, so that way while they're in there, they're getting some run energy back, isn't it? That's smart. Oh my god, wait, how do I stop it? Ah, fuck, fuck! Oh, close. Almost went straight to hell. Forgot I had to hit escape, not just hit B again. And jump off. Seems easy enough. Not even a Cro-Magnon like me could fuck up a trick like this. Let me double check, make sure this is where I kill myself. Yeah, it looks like I just jumped straight down. Whoop! That looks perfect. First try. Alright, we take that. We take that. I don't know if that's like a really easy trick, but I got it first try. I'm just gonna assume that's the hardest trick in the entire game. I missed a few. Let me grab some. I think I took a bad line. Because he had like 5 or 6 sticks that he picked up along the way. That's fine, that's fine. We can make this mini work for now. Oof. Yucky. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. Once I get a better line here, we'll be in good shape. Okay. Now I don't know how this glitch works. So he went up to the door and started doing this, and then he set the stick down. How do I set a stick down? I'm actually going to need quite a few sticks, it seems, because I can't get that back once I plant it. That's why they pick up so many. And you don't need your backpack, because it looks like it immediately goes to your next stick. Alright, it's all coming together. My neurons are firing now. using 100% of my brain. There we are. Easy. Oh my god, my fire almost burnt me to death. Still has a chance to. Okay, this is gonna be tragic. Any water down here? So now that I'm through the door, done my little magic trick, come off to the left to the other door in the corner, slam and jam. You son of a bitch, let me through. I'm tickling it. Just let me place this down. I'm just gonna try and like rapid fire this. There we are. Son of a bitch. Oh man, zoinks. Come on, give me a good slide. Rough. Pinballed right off into the gutter. Unlucky. Time loss. A lot of sticks to make up for it, though. Maybe, maybe, maybe! Oh, tough. Tough, tough, tough. Hold on, reset. I want to get a clean one here. Straight down the half pipe. Yikes. It's alright. Oh my god, my book! My book! My book! My book didn't come out! Let's get it. Extreme. Oh, this actually might do it. Yes, sir! Nope. Caught a bad angle. There we go. Second try. Nice. Looking real good. Then it's over here. Come on. You bastard. Come on. Let's go! Okay. Okay. Looking beautiful right now. Mm-hmm. I just realized something. I need to turn up the brightness or else I'm just going to be completely fucking lost. Looking good. Okay, I've entered heaven. I forgot the timer. I accidentally turned it off. I can't. Okay, we're still fine. Oh god, I can't. Perfect. And then it's... I think I'm supposed to jump down here. That's where I'm supposed to go. Let me double check though. Where do I jump down? I think it's right against this wall. I'm gonna play this very safe. Yep, I just fall right off right here and then I continue straight. Then I get it with that 1-2 buckle my shoe. Yep. Yep. Looking real good. Through here. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Come on. There it is. I'm actually cruising. Oh boy, I'm in full-blown stinko mode. Mm-hmm. Big slide. Oh, that's game time. That's game time right there. That was world record pace slide. I actually think everything else is going to be really straightforward. I think I'm just following this path. Let me double check real quick. I'm going to put this at 2 times speed. Okay, then he does a double stick up here. Thanks, Resub Duffy and Sam. And this is a double stick. For me, it's a triple stick. Come on. Legendary quadruple stick? The quintuple stick, of course. Nope, still not enough. Of course, the sextuple stick. Who could forget? There we are. I'm out of sticks, pretty much, so. That's fine, alright. 3 times as many sticks, 3 times the fun. Why doesn't crouch work? It's just faster if you don't. It was just a speed time saving thing, but I couldn't do it. I don't know how they get so much distance on their sticks. They got like that Go-Go Gadget extendo stick. And I don't know how. Okay, there's gonna be a big one here. Huge slide inbound. Okay, I don't want to take any. Oh, perfect timing! Okay, now we just very slowly bring it around town. Okay. Wow, this madman. Holy shit, okay. I don't know if I have the willpower to do a big book slide here, but I'll try it. I'll give it a try. This is just going straight through. You know what? We've come this far. So it's coming down here, jumping over this, and then right here we hit a biblical book slide. Wish me luck. This is for my country. Okay, okay, sorry. I got a little scared. For my country. Actual perfection. And then it's over there. Let's go. Huge. I don't know if that's like even risky, but I feel good about it. Bang. That didn't take me long. That took me like, what, a little less than an hour to learn? Let's try a real run. And that was probably like only a, what, maybe 30-minute run? Don't know what the story here is at all. Oh man. Jeepers. Warp drives. Amen. That's the power of warp drives. What the fuck is this? Behind you! I think that's Kelvin. Kelvin, behind you! Okay. Oh boy. This run's getting disastrous here. Please, stop it. Oh my god, let me out, let me out! Close the book! Close the book! I'm stuck in a book loop. I'm stuck in a book loop. I can't get the right angle. Damn, I nailed this last time too. What a shame. I don't want to go too far left because then I'm just gonna fall and die. Needs to be right here. It's so close too. He wants to. I can feel him. He's speaking to me. Alright, I'm just gonna go a little far left. Maybe it'll still be salvageable. Nope. Should have trusted myself. I knew it. What a waste. This is a good run I'm cooking right now. Come on, let's make it. Let's make it. Yes! Yes! No, no, no. I have yet to hit that. Oh boy. Oh boy! What the fuck? This fell apart. But then I brought— oh shit! Good reset. I caught some kind of crazy ramp at the end. Unlucky. How did I do this so cleanly in my practice when I was still learning? That must have been super lucky, because I can't hit this at all now. This is impossible. What? How? They're doing it just like this. But then, see, I'm too far. How do they go to the right more? I can do that all day and all night till the cows come home. I can go to the left more, but I will never make it on top of that again. How do they do it? I'm currently top 60 in the world at tic-tac-bow. Singapore, here I come. We might have ourselves an Olympic athlete. Good grind, good shit. Okay, that'll work. That will definitely work. We take those. Yes, sir, we will take those. I'm getting automatic with that. Now it's just this. Let's go! I'm in! That's big, that's big. Not bad, not bad. Wait, no, stop, stop, stop! What is happening? Why is it still breaking? Let me in. Why is it still breaking? Why isn't it switching? Why isn't it switching? Thank you. Holy shit. I accidentally... Yep, I just stopped the timer. Oh my fucking god. How did I even stop the timer? How did I hit it? All of the rocks have despawned. But they're still here, they're just invisible. Love that. All of the trees and rocks have despawned. Yet their collision is still there, which is kind of nuts. Very good slide, though. Okay, nice. That's not bad. That's probably my fastest so far. Even with that time loss of invisible rock. Wow, everything has despawned. It's not just the rocks and the trees, it is actually everything. This is going to be disastrous. What the fuck is this? I'm just gonna be running into invisible shit. I'm like Velma without her glasses on. And I can't see the sticks on the ground. Well, how can I fix this? How can I fix this? I really don't feel like resetting. There's got to be a way to fix this. Please, just give me some sticks. What the fuck is... Okay. Need some sticks. No, maybe it's actually just the rocks that are here, not the sticks. So I can't do this. How did this happen? What is happening? What? I have not fucked this up in so long, and now on my best run, it's not working for me, huh? Is that so? All of a sudden now, it just doesn't want to let me in. Thank you. Holy shit. There we are. Great time on that one, at least. I've got a decent run here. I'm not going to take any big book chances. So we'll just slow roll it. What did I hit? What did I hit again? What? Oh my god, it's because I bound crouch. That's why. Oh my god. It's because of crouch. Oh well. Just keep a manual time, I guess. Crouch is bound to the same key as my reset split. That should still be a sub 10 minute. Thanks to the resub Elvis. Someone said 11:30. Was it an 11:30? I usually have great memory, especially with names and faces, and I can even remember a lot of like really worthless moments from my life that have no real significance. Like the first time I peed on my own clothes, or the time my dad was sitting and watching TV, and I was really into WWE at the time, so I shouted 619 like Rey Mysterio, and I came and I kicked him in the face. Like, all of that I remember. But sometimes I'll forget to do things that I think are pretty important, like moist metering huge things that came out. There's 4 huge things that came out that I just didn't moist meter, and I don't have a real excuse for it. I know the teacher can discipline me by taking a ruler to my bottom, but It's just one of those things where I watched it or I played it and then just didn't moist meter it because I wasn't thinking about it. So that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to play a little catch up here for things that I didn't release a moist meter for. And I know the absence of a moist meter on these big titles probably left people feeling cold and alone out in the rain without any guidance. So I know it's a little late, but better than never. Let's go ahead and start with the Dead Space remake. I streamed the whole game. I loved it. It's a fucking amazing remake. Now, it's not a remake in the same sense of something like Resident Evil 2 or Resident Evil 3 or most likely Resident Evil 4 remake. It's not like they rebuilt and reimagined this game in a different way. They took everything that was already outstanding about Dead Space, which is an absolute classic. That game is still iconic. And they just added to it. They didn't make anything worse. They just made everything better. Visuals. They added more lore, more characters. And this time around, Isaac actually talks, which is so much better than the silent protagonist. Because every time, this is just a little pet peeve, every time they do a little silent protagonist shit, it always feels like I'm playing someone who's been lobotomized and everyone has to patronize me. Like they're babying me. Like in the original Dead Space, for example, there'll be a conversation that Isaac's not taking part in because he didn't talk. And they'll be like, Isaac, did you repair the toilet in the women's restroom? And Isaac doesn't say anything, but then they just kind of fill in the blanks for you like, oh, I'm sure you did fix the toilet, Isaac, such a good boy, such a big boy. Like, without you ever contributing to anything, it just always feels like you're more of an active spectator as opposed to a real character in the story. I am just not a fan of the whole silent protagonist angle. I never really like the excuse of you can project yourself onto the character, because that doesn't really work either if you're not actually partaking in the story or making decisions like that. So I am very happy that they actually added dialogue for him, and I think they've done a good job with it. They, of course, did change the way Isaac looks, but I don't think that is a detriment to the game at all. I think it's completely fine. I think they've done a great job with everything. This is just like the best way of experiencing Dead Space if you haven't played it, or even if you have, this is a great way of getting back into the rodeo and having a great time in the Dead Space world. It was just a ton of fucking fun. Everything to love about Dead Space is still intact in the Dead Space remake, with some absolutely beautiful, tasty frosting on top of that already amazing cake. I think it's just an outstanding remake. Plugging it into the moist meter, I'd easily give this like a 95%. It's probably like one of my favorite remakes, because not only is it an amazing game, but they just did everything right. Visually, it is a huge upgrade, and I will never understand the complaints from people that probably never even played the original saying that it doesn't look that much better. It is night and day. Go back and look at original Dead Space compared to the remake. It's not even fucking close. It's in a completely different ballpark. It is a beautiful game. It is a big improvement on an already amazing game. So I just think Dead Space Remake is fantastic. Moving on to the next big thing that came out that I didn't moist meter, Puss in Boots 2 Last Wish. I did see this movie. I saw it about a week after it came out, and I loved it. I think the movie is extremely good. The hype that surrounds the film is absolutely accurate. It lives up to the hype. And I'd even say some people undersell how much fun it is to watch. The action in here is very inspired by like the way Into the Spider-Verse does it. It's fucking great. And the main villain that I'm sure all of you have seen now, the wolf with the two little tiny handheld scythes, dual wielding these little scythes. I don't know what the actual fucking weapon's called. I'm sorry, Forged in Fire fans, but it's that blade, like that giant like hooked blade that looks like almost a question mark that he's holding. Like those weapons are really cool, but that character is super badass. The fights between him and Puss in Boots are really impressive. This isn't like some kind of boring Looney Tunes fight where there's only like a little bit happening. They go hog wild. Like there was times I was like, wow, I feel like I'm watching a top 10 anime shonen moment. It's like they really put a big emphasis on the action. And they do a great job with it. It's flashy, it's fun, and it also has a really good story. It's nothing that's going to be groundbreaking, but it's also not afraid to be dark. It tackles mortality, overcoming the fear of death. Like, how do people deal knowing that they're going to die? Do you hide away, not take any risks? Or do you go out there and try and live to the absolute fullest? There's really nothing that I disliked about this movie. I had a great time watching it. I guess the only thing that I was kind of disappointed by is the absence of some Counting Crows. When I'm thinking anything in the Shrek universe, I'm thinking accidentally in love, you know? Like, where's the Counting Crows at, you know? I feel like there could have been a great montage of Puss in Boots fucking beating ass, eating ass, while you got Counting Crows blaring in the background, but, you know, you can't have everything, I suppose. It was a great movie, though. I really did enjoy it, and I do think it lives up to the hype, and I'm really excited for the future of it. And I'm glad that it's done so well in the box office, because having more animated films like this is a great thing. Puss in Boots: Last Wish absolutely gets a 90% on the moist meter. I was debating whether it'd be a 95% or not, but I don't know if it's better than something like Redline or Into the Spider-Verse, but it's very close, so it teeters on a 90 to 95%. I'll give it like that little range there. It's a really good movie. And now, speaking of good movies, time to wipe our ass with that whole thing, because we're moving on to a bad movie. It's M. Night Shyamalan's new film, Knock at the Cabin. It's not a bad movie, I'm kind of exaggerating. It's a very cool concept executed in the goofiest way possible, which unfortunately seems very par for the course for modern M. Night Shyamalan films. So Knock at the Cabin, I'm sure you've seen the previews for. There's this family that goes to a cabin, and then 4 people show up saying that they're going to have to make a choice to sacrifice one of the family members in order to prevent the apocalypse. That's the whole idea of the film, so it tackles, is this family going to sacrifice someone to save the world? Is the world really even about to, fucking explode into this giant doomsday, this Armageddon? Or are these 4 people that are there just insane? Cultists, fanatics, weirdos, goofballs. At the end of the day, they're a random family. Why would their sacrifice for some reason prevent the entire world from just getting fucking blasted? So it's a cool idea, but it is just not a good movie. I'm going to get into spoilers for this one because it's the only way I can really even criticize it, since all of it has to deal with the way that this concept is executed. So just fair warning, I'm going to get into spoilers for this film. But honestly, I'm kind of doing you a favor because it's just not that great in general. So the family that visits this cabin is a couple and their daughter, and the couple is 2 men. So they're a gay couple, and they believe that once they were visited by these 4 strangers that they were targeted because of homophobia or something like that. And I thought this was going to play into the film because at one point one of the strangers did lie about their name, and the stranger was actually a homophobe that attacked one of the men at a bar. But that never mattered. He proved that he lied about his identity to the other 3 strangers, and that guy did have a connection directly with the couple in a very negative way. So I thought this was going to play on the idea like, oh, maybe this really is just kind of one big scam and these are just some like actual fucking awful weirdos. But it doesn't. The trailers also put a big focus on the little girl, and I'll tell you right now, she does nothing in this film and she maybe has 10 total lines. She has no role to play in this movie at all. Really, nobody does. This movie tries to throw things at you like one of the plagues that they're talking about that's going to ruin the earth after they've refused to make the sacrifice a couple times is a sickness. And the sickness is a virus that starts spreading. They turn on the news, they see the virus is spreading. But then one of the men is like, no, this is actually a big lie. This virus has been spreading well before we even got to this cabin. They're trying to pretend like what's happening right here is the result of us not killing each other. And it's like, oh, okay, so maybe it is a big lie. And I thought it was going to play like with the psychological aspect of, is it true or is it not? But it doesn't. They kind of like sprinkle these red herrings in there, but not in a really effective way, because at the very end of the day, nothing that happens in that cabin matters because everything plays out exactly as Dave Bautista says. Dave Bautista is the fucking prophet, and everything he said was 100% accurate. So the twist in this film is that there's no twist. Everything just follows this like on rails fucking Disney ride of exactly what they were saying is 100% the truth and exactly what's happening. So ultimately, everything that's going on in the cabin is kind of fucking worthless until the very end, where one of them does make a sacrifice to prevent the apocalypse because planes are falling out of the sky now. It was just really underwhelming. Oh, and also, even just thinking about the movie just made me fucking sneeze. But also, another thing is the movie is rated R. They're saying fucking shit and there's blood. Kind of. Every time that something happens where someone dies because the 4 strangers, in order to release the plague after the decision has been made to not sacrifice one of the family members, they kill one of them. And they do that by bashing their skull in. But even though it's R, they don't actually show that. So they'll show them like getting down on their knees saying a choice was made, humanity's been judged, and right before they hit them with it, they'll pan the camera up so you can't see it, you can only hear it, or they'll just get out of the cabin entirely and you can only hear it. So even though it's R, it doesn't even show you the disturbing stuff. You just hear it, which is highly underwhelming as well, and it takes a lot of this, like, the intensity out of these moments, because then you're no longer even bearing witness to the fucking craziness of it. Like, everything about the film is just super underwhelming. Like, had they actually came in with more of playing around psychologically of if it's fake or if it's real, I think they could have had something very fun here and pretty interesting, because the concept I think is interesting, but it just falls so flat. It really does. Plugging Knock at the cabin into the moist meter, I'm giving it a 50%. Like, I think Dave Bautista does a great job, as well as all of the other actors, but they can't carry just weak material. So it's just not overall a good movie. Now, the last property that I didn't moist meter is one that people have not stopped pestering me about. This was probably one of the biggest films to release of the last decade, and I didn't moist meter it, which is kind of shameful, but I'm doing it now. It's 80 for Brady. 80 for Brady is a story about 4 80-year-old women that go to the Super Bowl because they love Tom Brady. And, man, I gotta tell you, the only reason we saw this is because it was so silly looking. Like, why would this even exist as a film? So we kind of saw it as a joke, Andrew, Aaron, and I. But I gotta be honest, it's not a bad movie at all. It was actually a good movie. And what made it very special is the theater was fucking packed, and we were the youngest people there by about 50 years. Every single person in that theater was also probably around 80 years old, and a lot of them had Tom Brady jerseys on. It was absolutely adorable. The film itself is also competently made. Like, yeah, a lot of the jokes are geared towards geriatric people. Like, a lot of the jokes are, you know, the old women screaming or the old women doing some silly dances, but since they're, you know, up there in age, they can't really do the big dance moves, so it's usually them doing some of this. Like, it's actually just adorable, but there are some good jokes in there that aren't, like, bad. For some reason, there's big cameos, like Guy Fieri's in there. Like, it's just not a bad movie at all. It was, like, a really positive film. Right now, we're in an age of movies where they all want to go really dark and grim, where everything is kind of doom and gloom for a little while, taking, like, really, you know, somber spins and everything. This movie was 100% just positivity from start to finish, which was really kind of refreshing. And the theater that we were in loved it. They were giggling and clapping at times, like when Tom Brady made a good pass and the women were appreciating it. This movie is also produced by Tom Brady, so this man literally made this movie to just pat his own ego, which is fucking beautiful. He acts in it too, and I tell ya, he smolders. Every scene Tom Brady's in, he's just giving like this direct stare down, and since he got his like buccal fat removed, he's got like these, you know, his cheeks are really in, and he's like, Lou, just remember what I did when I played the Atlanta Falcons in the Super Bowl and led one of the most historic comebacks in NFL history. Lou, you guys can do it. Like, that's the extent of Tom Brady's acting, and he does that like 1,000 times. It's so silly, but in a good way. Like, yeah, it's kind of hard to watch where you're like, oof, Jesus, Tom. Like, you know, you're not winning any Oscars here, but god damn it, he's trying, and that's appreciated. It's just a movie where I have no complaints because it'd be silly to complain about it. We knew exactly what we were going to get going into it, but it was even better than we thought in that regard, where it really was just an enjoyable comedy flick. I also appreciated the goofiness of it because it's somewhat inspired by a true story, because some old women did go to the Super Bowl, and they kind of took that idea and went a little hog wild with it. So the women do drugs at a party and shit like that. And then at one point, the old women even win the Super Bowl for the Patriots. This follows the Super Bowl against the Falcons, where they were down by a ton going into the very final stretch. Well, in this movie, in that final stretch, the 4 old women break into the offensive coordinator's booth and start running plays for them. And then they give an inspirational speech to Tom Brady, who's listening on his helmet, and he's shaking his head and then saying thank you. And then they go out and win the game. It's so uplifting. 80 for Brady, I'm giving an easy 80% to. His shit kind of goes hard. So yeah, anyway, these were like the big things that I played and saw recently that I didn't moist meter when I really should have. So this is just me catching up with all of it, and that's about it. So yeah. Oh, this is kind of a popular game. So what is this? Just like a storm the trenches game? And that's it? Whatever, I'll try it. Oh my god. $13 for that? Let's just do a scenario. Attack of the Dead Men, we'll start there. Am I late to the fight? Did we already win? Like, oh, there's my guys. I'm going the wrong way. The Russians are that way. I'm coming. Oh, there they are. Don't let them pass, boys. They're here because they want our freedom. Our cheeseburgers. Push them back. Get off the turret, bub. I've got it from here. Goddamn woke liberals trying to take my big-titted hentai away from me. Oh, jeepers. Shoot me down and 2 more heads will take my place. Is there anyone out there? What am I shooting at? What? All the bodies were gone. I was shooting at actual phantoms out there. Oh, boy. I didn't think it'd let me commit that kind of war crime. He had a family. Oh, man. War is hell. War never changes. We did it! Whee! Oh, no, it's another wave. Let's try another scenario. Build menu. So I guess the more kills I get, the more money would be my guess. But that's just a theory. Move out, boys. Let's take the fight to them. Whoa! We're going deep. Get out there, gentlemen. Oh, we lost sound. No, we're back. No, we lost sound. Alright, we're back. Oh man, they're coming in. We've been breached! Oh, get off the turret, son! The attack of the Dead Men, the Allied forces never win. Not even in the historical sense that everyone remembers the attack of the Dead Men. R.I.P. Let's try protecting the farmhouse. Alright, get on the turret, boys. This is where we make our Alright, just keegling it. I like it. Huge. They've been trained very well. Hopefully this is the direction they're coming from. I didn't bother to check. But judging by where these guys are looking, I'm going to assume I put this in the exact opposite spot. Looks like they'll come from that way. Are they kids? Every soldier's a kid, son. Not old enough to drink, but god damn it, old enough to sacrifice themselves for this farmhouse. Yep, they're coming from the other direction. Fucking unlucky. Tactical geniuses, they knew where I was planting those turrets. We have a mole on the inside, feeding them all of our intel. Give me the trench shotgun. I'm doing this the old-fashioned way. Oh, I'm just a pair of arms. That's a shadow I wasn't meant to see. Remember me as a hero. Not this farmhouse. This one's Pepperidge Farms. An American staple. Ah, shit. They got me pinned down. Need someone on that Lewis LMG. Oh, God. Oh, slow-mo explosions. Oh, shit. Stay back. Grenade up. I'm pushing out again. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. They're collapsing on us. Build mode. Build some stairs. Confuse them. They'll climb up these stairs and then fall to their death. The fall damage will kill them. Tactical genius. The stairway to heaven. Here's hope. Ah! I wonder if they're actually going to use my staircase. Let me see. Funnel them to the staircase. It leads over the barbed wire too. It's gonna... If it won't kill them, it'll hurt them. They won't like their their odds after climbing that. Wow, this guy's a fucking hero. Oh no! Help! Reloading! You're mine. Wait, that's one of us. Oh no, it's not! We pushed them back. Oh! Good shot. Come on, baby. I know you're curious to try it. Yes! Damn it! Come on! One brave adventurer, please. What is this guy doing? Is he dead? I can't tell. Use my fucking staircase! Fine. Then I will. I'm gonna take a very interesting attack strategy here. I'm gonna drop on him like a fucking meteor. They're probably not programmed to look up this high, so this might be a legitimately decent strategy. I haven't been shot yet. Oh my god, okay. Gotcha. Not on my watch. Not on this farm. Oh, I am peppering them. Oh god, I'm giving him the mustard. Jesus. I'll win this war by myself. Is there fall damage? No. Does this game have audio? Yeah, you just have to try really hard to hear it. Everything's got a silencer on it. One of my boys! Welcome! Oh, we both went down together. Oh, and he's right onto my turret. Let's go! This strategy's working pretty well. This is how we defended the farm back in the early 1900s as well. Historically accurate battle tactics. I've studied the books. Our starboard side's pretty weak. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh boy. I think we're just inviting them in. We got no defense on the other side here. Okay, I think there's a 0% chance they actually breach this farm with the way that I've built the forces there. What else we got? Good luck getting out of the trenches now. Oh yeah, they don't know what to do. Ooh. Damn, out of money. Goddamn, government spending's not enough. Why don't we tax people more? The fuck is the point? Oh, they're using the tents now. And how are we looking over here? Bunch of fucking idiots. What is this? Oh my god. Alright, I'm coming in. Let's get it together, gentlemen. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh god. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Oh. The horror. Oh. How did he kill me? What? Alright. I think we lost in the trenches. We won in the farm. Lost in the trenches, and we lost in the dead men. 1 for 2 ain't bad, or 1 out of 3 ain't bad. 1 out of 3 wins wars. You're darn tootin'. You bet your sweet ass it does. That was nice. I think with more time that game could actually be pretty cool. I'm a huge fan of internet weirdos that post content online. I get really excited when I find a new entertaining goofball. And over the years, I've kind of made this collection in my little noodle up here, like a little mental museum of my favorite internet oddities. And I'll sometimes just get the urge to see how they're doing. So I'll go to their content, put their sack in my hand and tell them to cough, to give them a checkup, just to see what's going on and have a little laugh. And recently I was made aware of one of the most bafflingly delusional content creators I've seen in quite some time, which is a TikTok psychic named Ashley. I made a video on her going over her whole situation. I'll break it down just in case you don't know who this is. Ashley is a self-proclaimed clairvoyant psychic who tries to solve real-world mysteries. She uses less reasoning than Scooby-Doo does in the cartoon. Like, she doesn't even bother actually investigating. She just makes up fan fiction that she pulls out of her ass and then tries to portray it as the truth. So she recently made like 100-something TikTok videos accusing a woman named Rebecca Schofield of being the person responsible for the murder of 4 University of Idaho students. This is a complete baseless claim. She used tarot card readings as well as her own patented method of tapping into the universal consciousness, surfing the cosmic vibes of astrology or whatever, and accusing Rebecca Schofield relentlessly of being the murderer. She's now being sued for this because, as it turns out, Rebecca Schofield is completely innocent. It seems Ashley is going to need to spend a little more time mastering the avatar state to get the proper information, because here's the main suspect, Brian Kohberger. Now, even if it somehow turns out by a crazy plot twist it's not Brian, even though there is a ton of fucking evidence behind it being him, it is still 100% not Rebecca Schofield, as Ashley has claimed hundreds of times now. Now, you would assume that a rational person, after being sued for defamation for accusing an innocent woman of being a murderer, and the most likely real murderer being arrested, you'd think that she'd then be like, yep, looks like I was wrong. This is a big boo-boo from me here. Sorry about all that. The natural next step would be apologizing and trying to move on from it, backpedaling like, looks like I made a mistake. The spirit realm was, the Wi-Fi signals were blocking it and I didn't have my shungite around me. But in the case of Ashley, you'd be wrong, because she commits even further to the delusion, and even after the threat of being slapped around legally, she is still maintaining that she's correct and everyone else is wrong. I'd like to show you some of these TikToks, and I already did talk about some of these in the last video I made, but I actually want to bring this out to a bigger topic, and that's people's inability to accept responsibility even when faced with the absolute truth. People are so afraid of being wrong that they will just do the most unrealistic mental gymnastics that you couldn't even write in a fucking cartoon in order to justify how they're still correct and they're not wrong. I've seen this all over Twitter. When someone gets dunked on Twitter, like they get provably dunked on with facts, logic, evidence, they still will discredit it or come up with some reason that evidence, the facts, the proven truth is wrong and they are right. It's this weird defense mechanism that's so infuriating. You see it all the time with flat earthers. How many times have flat earthers proven with their own experiments that the world is round, and yet they still decide to believe that it's flat? It's people still just wanting to feel special. And it doesn't matter what you bring to them, no matter how bulletproof the evidence or the truth is, they'll just decide not to care. They'll just go back to that belief that makes them feel like they're above everyone else and their intelligence is unrivaled. It really grinds my asshole, like chafes the fuck out of it. I went on Ashley's TikTok today because I thought it'd be fun just to have a little giggle. But as I watched her videos, that smile quickly turned to a frown, and I just got so frustrated listening to her try and justify how she's still right.
Also, let's pay attention to the statement the University of Idaho gave regarding the lawsuit that Rebecca Schofield has against me, but also the accusations that I made that she was the one who ordered and who is responsible for the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students. It says, while this lawsuit is a private matter, U of I does not condone spreading false information and find this particular allegation to be one of the worst we have seen.
That sounds reasonable. Straight and to the point. This is false information and some of the worst we've ever seen. Also, the fan fiction she's writing is absolute garbage and fucking trash. She should stop trying to write these erotic novels that she's cooking up here and trying to pass it off as real evidence in a legitimate murder where 4 students lost their lives. She's trying to capitalize off the death of these 4 students for her own clout. So there was a lot more they could have said to really just, drive the nail in, but they made a very generic boilerplate response that still just kind of covers this, the whole situation.
They've made it clear that they do not condone the spreading of false information. That's one. And for this one, they believe that the allegations I've made is the worst they've seen. Let's pay attention to what they didn't say, which is they didn't say that they agree that Rebecca Schofield didn't know these students. They didn't say that they agree that she didn't teach these students. And they didn't say that they agree that she didn't advise or mentor any of these students. This statement is carefully written, just in case she's guilty.
Getting your arm caught in an escalator and having it crushed to fucking pieces in front of you would be less painful and less traumatizing than listening to her speak about this situation. I don't even know where to begin. Let's start with the obvious. What the fuck are you even trying to say? Here's their statement. But here's what's suspiciously absent from their statement. This is some stupid shit a 4-year-old would cook up in their head. You can actually make this argument for every statement ever. For example, with your own TikToks, you have not once said that you aren't the murderer. Should I start suspecting you as a culprit in this case, as one of the chief suspects? You've made hundreds of TikToks, and I don't think you've mentioned being innocent here. Where were you on the night of the murders, Ashley? It's very odd that you've chosen not to proclaim your innocence or mention where you were on the night of the murders. Now I'm starting to, furrow my brow a bit here and wonder, what's going on behind the scenes, Ashley? Why hasn't that been part of any of your statements? Peculiar, isn't it? They didn't address any of the brain dead shit that you said in this TikTok in their statement because they didn't fucking need to. It's already been proven by law enforcement that you're just wrong on every single goddamn claim.
It's a lot of people on YouTube, on the news and articles, the comments, TikTok videos, whatever. When the truth comes out and you see that I'm right, I just want you guys to leave that stuff up and stand on what you said. Don't delete it and try to bandwagon. Stand on it.
Your arrogance makes me want to cry. Ashley, if anything comes out that's even remotely adjacent to you making a claim that's almost grounded in reality, I will actually shit my fucking pants. Of course I will keep it all up. For those that don't know, a bulk of her claims were about Rebecca Schofield and her internalized lesbianism, where she was an advisor or a mentor to one of the students and she fell in love with her, but this conflicted with her traditional values, and then the student, she was kind of old, and then, but what about Rebecca's husband? And she just made like a 50 Shades of Grey novel around real murders and blaming a real innocent lady for all of it. And not only her, she also throws another real person under the bus as a potential murderer here, talking about how they, fucking formed this kind of villain alliance here and hired assassins to take out the students. It's an unreal amount of garbage, and it actually does make me upset that she truly believes it so firmly.
I took a nap. I tried to quit, but I can't quit. And I don't even want to cry on you, but when I went to sleep, I had a dream. And in the dream, it was Kaylee's mom and Kaylee's dad. And I was by Kaylee's mom, and we were just crying. And that is so hurtful. But anyway, I'm not going to quit. I've mistakenly let them lead me into masculine energy, which is protective energy, because of the lawsuits and all the negativity and the media and the comments and things of that sort. I've let them force me into masculinity, protective energy. But I should have continued to focus on what I know, which is feminine, intuitive, receptive energy.
Absolutely disgusting. She's now talking about how one of the victims' parents came to her in a dream and they were crying together over all of this. And then, all of the negativities forcing her into masculine energy. Whatever the fuck that means. I did, however, get a laugh out of this whole masculine versus feminine energy thing, as if it's just something that can wash over you because some people left mean comments or called you out on your bullshit. Damn, goodness gracious, I looked at a piece of wood today and the masculine energy nearly made me pass out. Or hey Charlie, we're going to a bar tonight, are you in? Nah, sorry, I can't, bro. I ate a Pop-Tart earlier today and I got hit with some childish energy, so now I'm no longer old enough to drink. But you guys have fun tonight. Just such a fucking stupid, silly thing.
Long story short, I'm not posting no more free information regarding this case online anymore. You got people on here asking me information and using my information, then turn around and saying I'm crazy or leading protests against me and allowing me to be badgered.
Even when she does decide to shut the fuck up, which I imagine she was advised to do by a lawyer who's instructing her to stop, hit the brakes as hard as possible, and stop posting this shit, she still tries to spin it as like a victory for her, and we're all the bad guys for calling her out on how deplorable the whole thing is. So yeah, I just wanted to go over this because I am so tired of people just refusing to accept reality. Like, there's nothing wrong with being wrong. Like, changing your beliefs is a natural thing. It's healthy. You should change your beliefs. You shouldn't have the same beliefs right now as you did 10 fucking years ago. You should be evolving as you're getting new information, you're learning new things. Your beliefs should also be evolving as well. There is no reason to stick to something that is provably wrong and false. It just makes no goddamn sense, and it made me upset today, damn it, and I needed to rant. That's about it. So yeah. A big thanks to Bungie for sponsoring today. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. There's a lot of exciting new stuff in here. I'm sure you've all seen the trailers already, so like the grappling hook and everything. I think we're all pretty excited. We're going to also be playing with our other raid team members, Jackson, Char, and Donuts. Yeah.
What's the time for you? 1 a.m. isn't it?
12:30. So it's nice and early. This is Lightfall content right now, right? This is the seasonal story.
Defiance. Yeah.
Thanks, Risa Bungie.
Ooh.
Not the Bungie you think it is.
How sure can you be?
Well, it's Bungie Gungo, so
Okay,
probably not the right one.
That's just that's their casual account.
Their unmarked
They go
police
Gungo
vehicle.
mode.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Did you do any seasonal stuff last season? Season with Sarah?
I don't remember either, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Yeah. Do you remember going up to space?
This whole game takes place in space.
The raid, one of the raids, right? Deepstone
yes, then Keanu we spent like 8 hours on.
Were you there for that, Donuts?
Yeah.
You were in the team when we did Deepstone?
Yep.
Oh, well, wait, hey, you can settle something then, because Jackson insists that it was me that wanted to quit when it absolutely wasn't.
Well, definitely wasn't me.
You.
Thank you. It absolutely wasn't me.
Who was
I think it was just like everyone was just getting tired.
But I feel like someone brought up quitting.
It wasn't me.
I think it might have been Danny or Matt.
I don't think it was Danny.
I also don't think it was Danny. Danny's usually good for the long haul on those kind of things.
Yeah.
But it wasn't me. I don't know why you always say it was me.
Well, I
so
assume
fucked.
it was you.
Why? When have I ever backed out of some shit like that?
You don't usually back out, but you lose steam. Like, once something becomes monotonous, you get bored of it.
That is such a Jackson, I play RuneScape. Are you kidding?
That is a good point.
Yeah, it wasn't me. You were fucking delusional. It wasn't me.
We were planning on trying something for DPS, but your chat said it was like completely brain dead, and it turns out it wasn't brain dead, and that's how many teams got through.
Oh, was that
slugs?
slugs? Yeah, it was slugs, right?
It was slugs and outbreak.
But Char said something like, when he went back to watch the footage, oh, he wasn't on the team actually, so he would have just been watching, I assume, something like that. He told me the other week that you were using a shotgun that wasn't a slug, or the correct slug or something, so you were doing like no damage.
That sounds about right. Yeah, I believe that entirely.
So maybe that's what the chat was saying.
That's possible, yeah.
Maybe they were screaming it's not working because Charlie was using a gun that...
We'd also been going 16 hours. There's a really good chance that I never even fucking noticed. Like, my ability to read was probably so far fried.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a certain, like, time threshold where everything just becomes a blur.
Yeah.
You never did have much respect for boundaries, did you?
It's about 30 minutes in for me, usually.
I'm venturing out of my bubble here. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
You gotta kill the wizards are at the front. We gotta kill one of the wizards and bring back the orb.
Yeah, I'm going for it. Did I pick up the orb or a strand meditation?
You got it.
Okay. And now I throw this?
And then you throw it, yeah.
Huge. now the EDZ is safe, baby. Oh, look at all these new friends.
Yeah.
This is at a 1782 as well. That's fucking fat.
Wait, 1782?
Yeah.
So it drops powerful, does it? That's good. Did you say you needed stuff from Nimbus as well?
Yeah, don't the rewards drop powerful from Nimbus?
Yeah. The bound. Oh, it's just reputation with him, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty high on reputation though. Nimbus fucking loves me, so we can head there in a minute.
Sweet.
Let me kill all these ads here with my ult.
You go for it.
That just went right into the boss. And
Yeah,
the
went
boss
to the
alone.
boss.
That was tragic. Holy
that
fuck!
was the worst possible thing that could have happened.
It didn't split off from him at all. God damn it!
Hey, this did great damage to him. Oh.
Wish me luck. Oh, what a save. I'm such a hero. I'm a goddamn American patriot for that one.
You get the Bungie Medal of Valor for that one.
You'll see that on their official Twitter account pretty soon.
You get to meet the president of Bungie and shake his hand.
Oh man,
powerful engram.
We haven't been here in a long time, Jackson.
I was just thinking that. Yeah.
We spent like 3 hours trying to solve the puzzle.
I don't even remember what the puzzle was.
There was like
just to give you like a speed boost or something.
It was actually just a speed boost. It was like a little ball here.
So this was a puzzle that dropped randomly yesterday. See, there's like these white orbs everywhere above me right now.
Yep.
We got to get all of them. So jump over it and then follow me.
There's one down here under this bridge.
Access code. Okay, I'm connecting the numbers in my head.
Go to donuts.
Wait, I was following you. And this is for an exotic quest?
Yep. Yeah, exotic, quest. Just a random, unique quest line that dropped, a mission that dropped yesterday. See, look up in the sky, the giant Vex portal now.
Oh shit, so we summon them through
Shit's
those
going down.
Cubes? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Those dirty perverts.
What?
Well, he's right, the Vex are known to be perverts. That's why they simulate all these different timelines, so they can get the most content.
That was what my thought process was as well. It requires the season pass. How do I not have that?
Do you not have it?
How
do you not have that?
There is no. I bought this thing twice because you made me buy it twice. There is no way I don't have this.
Wait, how the fuck do you not have it?
Wait, let me see if it lets me start it.
Okay, yeah, maybe it was just because I wasn't fire team leader.
But what?
Chat's saying it's just a bug. Honestly, with the amount of times I bought this expansion, it should have rolled out the red carpet for me. Like, oh Jesus, Charles, welcome. It's so good to see you.
Friendly Harvey's like a bouncer.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thanks, Risa Whirlwind.
My apologies, sir.
Our database wasn't updated properly. Thank you for the 5 purchases of Lightfall. Oh, it's a glaive.
Yeah.
Wait, to get through where?
Up here. Jesus Christ, donuts.
I see.
Yeah, hold, block and go through. Yeah.
I'm trying.
Do you
Subject
not have
authority insufficient.
Wait, do you not have the authorization override mod slotted in on the weapon?
Jeez, what is all of this shit you're saying right now?
I forgot to get authorization.
You fool. No. You guys just get to watch me do it.
Oh, I got it too. Never mind.
Oh, you all got it. Fuck.
Yeah.
Alright, whatever.
Now I'm authorized. I have permission.
You're welcome.
This is a cool area. I always like areas like this with the Vex that looks like some like Tron kind of shit.
Tron stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. Alright, so the mechanic here is there's going to be symbols right here, square, square, diamond, and then we're gonna input the code into the middle thing just by shooting it. This simple. Square.
You wanna see if you can read out
Square.
the symbols?
No, diamond. Oh, so I just need a better spot to see the symbols.
Diamond.
Yeah. Oh, I shot triangle, so good thing you got it before I did.
Diamond, end it.
Bang. That was all me, baby.
You access denied it.
Wait, what? That wasn't diamond?
What did you shoot?
I thought it was diamond.
That was all me, baby. Square, diamond, square, diamond, square.
Oh, I got too rambunctious. Alright, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Osteo really does just kind of fucking shred everything.
It
Jesus.
is nuts. And it's even better with the catalyst because it just automatically reloads on kill.
Oh my god, wait, what?
You can get up to like 100 ammo in the mag.
This is a cool mission.
I love it. And it just came out of nowhere too. I love when Bungie does that.
Yeah, there was a chance like nobody ever found it though, right? Like if you just had to be in the area when it dropped.
Yeah, you just be in that area and notice one of the cubes has shown up. And that's how you get into it. That's the kind of shit that makes Destiny cool.
Yeah. There was a block man with his hands up like surrendering, but I shot him anyway. Is that going to be a problem or is that correct?
Yeah, he was strapped in the Vex mill.
Yeah, that's a character that got removed with one of the deleted planets and he inserted himself into the Vex network like 3 years ago.
Why does he keep wandering around with his hands up?
He's trying to get our attention. He doesn't want to be in here anymore. He wants to be out.
Surely there's a better way.
Yeah. These exotic hidden missions are just...
Thanks to Tier 1 Sonic.
Yeah, like Whisper and Outbreak.
Yeah, Whisper, Outbreak.
Ooh, Outbreak was pretty cool. They had that wild jumping puzzle.
Ow.
Don't make the same mistake.
I never do, baby.
Yeah, and it had Trevor. Do you remember Trevor?
No, who's Trevor?
He was the giant kill robot that chased you in the maze in the Outbreak. Oh, you dick! You pushed me off.
Me?
Yeah, you're like, oh fuck!
Wait, what? I'm actually not moving. What are you talking? You're fighting ghosts.
I went flying.
I didn't move a muscle. I really do hope at some point, for absolutely no reason, they do bring back Migor just one time.
Yeah.
Just for the one
Bungie,
time.
if you're listening to this, please. It would be great fan service. Not for the audience, just for me and Charlie.
Yeah, does anyone else ever reference Migor, or is it just us?
It was just one random enemy.
It wasn't a random enemy.
Before. Yeah, it was.
No, he was he existed in the prison when we were trying to break out Cade 6, and it was like, watch the fuck out, it's Migor.
There was like no law reason for him being there, or having that name, or anything.
Yeah, true.
So, come stand in this hole. We're gonna get... this will defend us from the deletion. The Vex network is trying to delete us from itself.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
28 seconds to collect 10. I've got 5.
Oh, I just got... Wow, that hobgoblin fucked me.
We got enough time to go get him.
Yeah, that hobgoblin is not messing around, I'll tell you right now. That guy's fragging out.
We got 9 seconds.
Get in the hole!
I'm in.
Or hobgoblin
Oh,
snipes.
What did you say? Everything went wrong there from speech to gameplay.
Appreciate it.
How fucking pathetic is it that they're trying to delete us from their network?
Yeah, it's pretty cringe.
This is how they try to do it.
You'd think there'd be a much easier, more efficient way. Kind of like in Avatar, like the first movie, why not just nuke from outer space? They could absolutely do something like that here. Just
well, they live in the Vex network, so they'd be killing themselves too.
Oh, like this is like their own world, basically.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay.
That'd be a pretty powerful way of killing us, I guess.
Or just send like 10 hobgoblins.
True, they could just really double up on hobgoblins.
This place is dangerous hiding down here.
That hobgoblin's still looking at me.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh my god, that was all out fragments.
No, I deposited fine.
Jesus, those hobgoblins do fucker. Yeah, pick up.
I got you.
We're gonna get deleted there.
These hobgoblins are going insano style.
Yeah, you gotta deposit. Uh-oh.
I deposit.
Oh yes, I made it.
You won't believe who took me down. It was that bastard quantum hobgoblin. That dirty rat.
Everything hurts.
Where's this guy going? Wait, what?
Yeah, where is he?
He's going straight to hell. He's going right back to the milk. He's actually in the milk.
Oh, I killed him.
He drowned. He deleted himself.
He emptied his own recycling bin. What a noble way of going out.
This file is too large. Do you need to permanently delete it? Yes. Alright, down here.
Thanks to the resub Starbuck and Shadow. Oh, I don't know if I have a sufficient authority here, Jackson. We're probably gonna need your VIP pass. Oh, never mind. Okay.
See, that's what I mean. You're a follower, not a leader.
Hey, I just play by the rules. It said I don't have authorization. I was like, alright, I'll go home, I guess.
Isn't this cool? Look, we're
cool.
below the Vex milk.
Oh, it's hollow under the milk.
Oh, that's where he was trying to go.
Ready?
Yep, ready.
In lore, we haven't even, like, apparently we haven't even fought, like, the combat units of the Vex. So, these are all just, like, the workers, and I guess the cum lords, the cummers, the milkers.
I like that idea. We're just beating up normal blue-collar workers of the Vex community.
They don't even care enough to send their, like, combat personnel yet.
What the fuck would this guy's job be if not combat? It's a giant gun on his arm.
That gun's made for milking.
Yeah, it's
Maybe,
usually
I guess.
used for stirring the milk pots. Fun fact for you, Charlie. Brachion, he was a D2 vanilla strike boss that we killed a lot of times. So he retreated into the network, really, or something. And now he's back. Repurposed.
Like, back in what way? Like in another strike? Or is he here with us right now in this room? Or like, what do you mean?
What do you mean? He's the boss. Right
Oh,
below.
the name.
Oh, I didn't look at the name at all. Gotcha. Gotcha.
You really are bad at reading.
I just
like,
didn't.
an hour.
I just literally didn't look at the name at all. I threw a grenade at him and it missed, and for some reason he looked down and like pure disappointment. Yeah.
How fucking dare you?
I don't know what the fuck that was about. Yeah, he felt like offended, I guess, that I missed.
Nice job.
Nice. Easy.
First try.
See, one of these hidden exotic missions each season, and I think the game's going to be in a really good spot.
Oh, I got a lot from that.
The Vex move. Never mind.
Let's go, 1784 helmet. It's about fucking time.
A powerful concentration of light energy?
That's a really interesting dog statue.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Callus's face.
Have you seen the horse statues with the many asses?
No, why? Like the horses have a lot of asses?
Yeah, it's great. It was in the Vow of the Disciple raid. I don't know if there's any in here. Oh yeah, that might be them there.
It's a meta commentary on society.
What does it mean, though?
Well, one horse can have more than one ass.
Did you know, Charlie, that there's a speedrun mission in this, like an actual node that you can select on the map, and the goal is to do it as quick as you can? That might be something you're interested in.
No, I didn't know that. I actually think Destiny 2 speedruns are really cool. I remember the one they used to do for Scourge, I think it was, where like they do the crazy sword fly out of the map and shit. That one was wild.
Well, yeah, Sneak was asking about that the other day if you wanted to get more into D2 speedruns and stuff.
Yeah, I'd be about it. I like the speedruns for this game. I think they're very cool. I remember this mission, and I don't think we're gonna hit 100K.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh.
What? That was the worst moment of his life.
Waited. Yeah, a lot of
Oh
that.
yeah, ad spawn.
Do you want to just...
Yeah,
reset?
let's just restart on the difficult. This is easy anyway.
We went a little Weenie Hut Jr. on this one, so just crank it up one. We should be fine. I'll carry us.
You didn't die. That's not this.
Broken shield. I need to stun.
Oh, loadouts are locked.
That's unfortunate. Good job. That's what I like to see, Charlie.
Yep.
What did you hit him with?
Oh, I didn't do anything to him. He just got afraid of me or something. I don't know.
Wait, what? What? No, you did stun him.
I didn't. If I
Maybe
stunned him,
you
it was an
used-
accident.
Is it Osteo? Does
The
Osteo?
strand rounds.
Strange here too.
Oh, and he's not running strand weapons.
I mean, is it Osteo Strand?
No.
Oh,
I guess it's skill.
Wait, what the fuck did that?
You have Radiant from your melee. Ah, that stuns?
Oh,
Radiant
yeah.
does work.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, apparently the reason it's not letting me stun them is because I'm using an SMG which already has overload.
Yeah, that would be it.
Man, the turret and I just had a biblical battle up here, I'll tell you what. Wow, what a showdown.
To get you to 1 HP, why did you just drop down all the way?
I thought it was supposed to be down here. I forgot where we're going.
Yep. Get ready to melee.
Thank God it didn't come down to that.
I don't feel like our score is that much higher.
I think we're only at like 14K right here.
Oh, were we? I thought we were at 30. Maybe.
Oh, we didn't kill either one of them.
Oh, Jackson wanted to go back and get the other one.
Oh, thanks, Jackson.
Yeah, you're welcome. I don't want. It's only me every single time. And it's only the first time. You guys struggling with the barriers?
No, I'm stuck.
Oh?
There was nothing even shooting you. How'd you die?
I actually don't know. To be honest with you, I insta-died to whatever the fuck it was, though. Oh, God! Good God.
Yes.
Okay, then that is absolutely what's hitting me. Oh, God.
You were the last person alive.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
No, it's spawned me at the grab lifts again!
Oh, God.
Wait, just wait 15 seconds.
No, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it.
No, just
I
wait
can do
10
it,
seconds.
I can do it,
I'm
I can do it.
I'm up at 10. What are you doing? You gotta
Yeah!
go for it if you're gonna go.
Well, this should be fine. It'll reset you with us. It was a calculated. It was a calculated. See, welcome to the other side of the grab lift, bud.
Yeah. But you were like teasing them, and then you went out, got shot, and then like ran headfirst into the wall.
Yeah, I panicked.
Here he comes.
Whoa!
Should we? Yeah, don't kill him fast, I guess.
I don't think we'd melt him nearly as fast this time on 1830.
I could with my super.
I can't see his belly. So I'm just poisoning him. Oh, there we go. Now I can see it.
Ads. Fuck it.
Can probably just finish him now, I'd say.
What if he stopped moving? Oh my god, he's fucking suppressed me out of my super.
Oh no, I'm being held! Oh, you can
That's
finish him.
fucked.
Oh, I finished him while being held.
That was quite a no-use situation. Good work.
Nice.
No.
I wonder if I can ricochet this and get the wave to hit this way. I did. Damn, that was so clean. Those angles.
Is that unstoppable slot there?
Oh man, these angles, I'm so nasty. What the fuck? My brain is so big.
Oh, Garask is here.
We don't actually kill him in this. I don't think, do we? I think we run away from him because he was like the big bad when Rohan killed himself.
Is that true?
I think so. I'm almost positive if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh, it does say he's undying.
True. That's one step away from it saying, was there when Rohan died. After his name.
Oh, he's dead. Oh, there he goes.
I must have been misremembering.
How could you forget Grosk?
I do remember that big thing there opens, and then we have the Sparrow race, which is probably going to be a disaster.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Okay.
If I get shot once, I bet I die instantly.
Yeah.
It's gonna be up to you guys. Oh my, why would you do that, Jackson? Why would you push me into him?
I didn't even see him. Don't worry, that's fine, you're fine. Do we have to kill that guy?
No.
Wait, you get points for rezzing someone, 75 points.
Yeah,
quickly
so
die again.
you can just farm points at the end if we need it.
This is gonna be
I
rough.
can muster more than that.
This is gonna be very scary. Oh, I thought it was open.
Oh.
Jump the gun.
Wait, does it not open?
It is.
It does.
Right. Yeah, it is. Jesus. Oh god! What the fuck?
Whoa, who's hitting? Oh, whoa! What the fuck was that?
It was an orbital bombardment or something. I think Kyle nuked us.
Why did he do that?
That's what it was. Yeah, it was her. Kyle fucked us up. Alright, this is gonna hurt.
This is gonna be easy.
Oh, there's nukes.
I'm rolling up the caboose.
Just one of us needs to make it.
Yeah.
This reminds me of the final level of Halo.
Yeah, Halo 3.
Well, both, yeah.
Oh, I took a bullet and didn't die instantly. That's actually huge for me. Okay, didn't get so lucky second time.
Go donuts! Yes!
Donuts go! Let's get it! Yay! Let's get it!
Nice job.
Our hero. I really wasn't planning on weighing in too heavily on this whole MrBeast drama that's blowing up, calling him demonic for his newest video about curing 1,000 people's blindness. Because I feel like the only people that are going super hard on this, you know, making a big hoot and holler, calling it demonic, are people who are terminally online, like a Twitter prisoner, their soul trapped on the platform, forced to tweet 50,000 tweets a year, and pretty much find every possible thing to be upset about. I'm still just not convinced there's any real, breathing, sentient people that actually have these thoughts outside of Twitter. I think Twitter, for some reason, acts as like this exorcism to bring out the dumb demon within everyone. It's extremely easy to go on Twitter and say the stupidest shit imaginable and never register how dumb it is. I don't know, that's just the Twitter brain rot in a nutshell. It's very easy to do things on there and feel like you're being productive, like you made a mean tweet or you complained about something, thus you're improving the world. Anyway, I'm already getting lost in the sauce here. I'll break down the situation. MrBeast made a video a couple days ago where he paid for people's life-changing surgery for restoring eyesight, giving them eyesight for the first time. It was a very big video. Performed extremely well, tons of views, but it also spawned tons of controversy, which isn't surprising at all. I'm sure everyone saw that coming. This wasn't a shocking revelation. It was about as surprising as learning that poop smells bad, because everything is controversial to someone, no matter what. And I know this has been said a million times now, but it is the truth. If MrBeast made a video talking about how he found the cure for cancer and is giving it away to, like, for free for everyone, forever, there would still be a large group of people online that would be comparing him to the Antichrist and saying he's only doing it as a selfish means and it's exploitative. Like, we've reached this point where everyone has to be mad about something, no matter how positive it is. It's pretty much a giant fucking parody of civilization at this point when it comes to how Twitter responds to shit. But anyway, he makes this video, he pays for all of these surgeries, and he gets blasted on Twitter for it by a large group of people. I'll just go ahead and bring up probably the biggest tweet that people were talking about. It's this one that talks about it being demonic and not being able to explain why, which is always such a beautiful argument. This thing sucks, but don't ask me why, because I can't explain it. It just does, because everything sucks to me. Fuck everyone and fuck everything. Everything's negative. It's a really great point that they're making here, but anyway, this led to a large discussion and people debating, is it even a good thing what he's done here? So let me weigh in here. You know, here comes MrBeast's unpaid PR guy coming out. I think it's a good thing. I think there's a lot of good arguments to be made about the state of medical treatment like this. How 1,000 people could have had life-changing surgery if they were just born wealthier, or if they were a bit luckier with their financials. If they just had a good spawn in life, they could have been able to afford this life-changing treatment and been able to see. But it's been paywalled, and they couldn't afford it. And the only way they were able to get it is because MrBeast wanted to make a video out of it. That's a very real problem. But it's a problem MrBeast didn't create. He's not the supervillain puppet master behind the scenes making these treatments unaffordable. This is so weird to target him. It seems very misguided instead of going after the actual issue at the core of all of this. The gift of sight shouldn't be something that you have to fucking be lucky enough to afford. Treating vision like some kind of DLC paywall package is so fucking awful. A lot of people criticize this because he made a video out of it saying, well, you could have just done this on your own, which you could have, and I always agree that that's a very fine thing to point out. I've always agreed that doing good deeds in private is far more genuine and authentic than doing good deeds for the sake of public brownie points or reputational benefits. A YouTuber making a video, giving homeless people money for 12 hours challenge. Impossible. It's like, oh, that's kind of fucking weird. But I've also always maintained the stance of, yeah, the motivation may have been selfish, but those people did get money that is no doubt going to be helpful for them. So it's a good deed done by a less than good person. And the thing with MrBeast is, he does do a lot of great shit for his community in private. So when he does do these public displays of doing good things, I never get the impression that it's inauthentic or coming from a place of trying to, you know, capitalize on the back of suffering or anything like that. Like, of course, you can obviously tell it grows his brand, so it is mutually beneficial. Him doing good deeds does also benefit him, maybe not financially, but in terms of, like, subscribers and all of that, it does help him. But both things can be true, that he could be genuinely wanting to help people while it also helping himself. But I feel like MrBeast, given his track record, has shown that he does these things to hopefully inspire others, and the money he makes from this content usually goes into other things that help other people, like MrBeast philanthropy, for example. So it's always fueling a greater good regardless. But something that is important to point out is that yes, it does grow his brand. He benefits from this. Even if it's not financially, he obviously is going to take a huge net loss on this because of the price of these surgeries. His brand does grow from it. But I ask, is that a bad thing? For so long, people have called for positive role models to be the people that are successful and popular. And now you have someone like MrBeast, who is the biggest YouTuber, and almost all of his content is focused on improving other people's lives, whether it's directly through financial incentives, through MrBeast philanthropy, food kitchens, paying for 1,000 people's eyesight. Isn't that the exact kind of content you would want to be successful? Let's hop into the septic tank and play around in the shit takes for a moment. Let's say MrBeast is truly rotten to the core and everything he does is driven for selfish gain, of growing his brand and all of that. No matter how you spin it, 1,000 people in this video just had their lives improved for the better. And let's say other selfishly driven assholes watch this video and they see the amazing amount of views on it. Well, they might do the same thing. 1,000 more people get their blindness cured by another YouTuber who wants a ton of views. Also, real quick, MrBeast didn't find the cure for blindness. It's not like he was digging in his backyard, found buried treasure, and it was just like this fucking panacea to cure blindness or anything like that. He is paying for surgery that currently exists. Just wanted to quickly clear that up real quick, just in case anyone keeps seeing these headlines and are convinced that Dr. Beast came in here and found some kind of wild blindness cure. But anyway, it doesn't even matter what the motivation behind the videos or the act is, because no matter how you spin it, there's the immutable fact that 1,000 people just had their lives improved for the better. Even if MrBeast is the result of a fusion dance between Darth Vader and Doctor Doom, it wouldn't change the fact that 1,000 real people just experienced a very real improvement in their life as a result of them making that video. Which in my opinion is a good thing, and I feel like most people should feel the same way. There's plenty to be mad about with the core problem here, which is these people should have already had access to this treatment without MrBeast needing to make a video on it. That I completely agree with. But that doesn't make me mad at MrBeast for doing it. That makes me upset at the system that's currently in place enforcing that. That is the issue, not what MrBeast has done. And I'm so fucking tired of hearing this term poverty tourism tossed around when talking about MrBeast. It just shows such a gross misunderstanding of what that even means. To try and slap that label on what MrBeast does is so fucking off the mark. The worms in your brain must be suffering from parasites. Like, there is so much wrong in your noodle to possibly even think for a second this could be considered poverty tourism. You know what is poverty tourism, and something that a lot of YouTubers have done and is exploitative, is the people that go to, like, when Phidias went to the poorest country in the world, and it's just showcasing, oh, look at how poor they are, and treating everyone there like props for his own video. That's poverty tourism, and I will fully agree that there are cases of people trying to emulate MrBeast, like the example I just used, Phidias, and just completely missing the mark and ending up making a video where it's just, hey, look at all these poor people. Wow, they're so poor. Can you believe they're that poor? Maybe we should do something? Like, that's an issue. Yeah, that content sucks. I don't support that. Fucking nobody supports that. When Phidias posted that video, he got dunked on by everyone on the internet. It's not something people like. But what MrBeast does, I think, is very far removed from poverty tourism. Now, there is one very legitimate complaint directly at MrBeast that I will agree with, and it's the thumbnail. The thumbnail is weird. I definitely think this is one of MrBeast's weirdest thumbnails here. It's like alarming, almost. Like, there's like 1,000 words told in this single picture here, and none of them make any sense. So yeah, I think the thumbnail is very odd. But yeah, thumbnail aside, I think what he's done is a good thing, obviously. And I don't really know how you can even justify through mental gymnastics why it's bad and why you hate him for it. It just doesn't really compute with me. What you're actually mad about is an issue he had nothing to do with. Again, I don't think people should have to rely on a YouTuber looking to make a big video in order to get life-changing surgery. That is the issue. It's not so much the YouTuber that pays for that surgery. That I think is just, no matter how you spin it, a good thing for the person. I'm really tired of people speaking on others' behalf, getting offended for other people that they're not involved with and they don't know. I've seen a lot of people attribute feelings to the 1,000 people in these videos saying, man, they must feel so used and exploited. They must feel so violated that Jimmy used them here for a viral video. Well, I'm going to make a counterpoint. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you know them? Huh? Was that you in the video? Your family member? Your friend? I doubt it. Highly doubt it. How are you going to speak for them? How are you going to be mad for them and try and tell everyone what they were likely experiencing? I would wager a guess they're experiencing a high level of happiness. I bet they were thrilled to have eyesight. Would be my guess. So yeah, anyway, that's really my take on the whole situation. I think this drama is one of the sadder ones I've seen in quite some time, because I feel like this is just something most people should be celebrating. Like, hey, the biggest YouTuber is doing good things, as opposed to degenerate shit, like most people online. I think that's something to be happy about. There's 1,000 people whose lives have just been improved. I think that's a good thing. Like, I think that's a big thumbs up. There are issues you can talk about as a result of this, and there is a really good discussion to be had about, like, the actual core thing regarding the surgery and the cost of these kind of procedures. I think that's a good conversation to have, but I don't know why it comes back to MrBeast being a bad guy for paying for the surgery. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that. That's about it. So yep. There are a handful of YouTubers that are currently being sued for $1 billion in a class action lawsuit right now due to them promoting FTX. I don't need to read you the bedtime story of the FTX collapse and disaster. In a very quick and dirty nutshell, it was a very, very large cryptocurrency exchange. You may have even seen the commercial with Larry David where it was, "Don't be like Larry. Crypto's coming and you don't want to miss it, so hop on board, choo-choo, this shit's going right to the moon," that kind of thing. It was this big hype train that seemed to have no end until it ended. The whole thing went tits up, completely collapsed, and was worth less than the gum stuck under your school desk. It was revealed to be fundamentally just a giant scam, and the person behind it, Sam Bankman-Fried, this weaselly goblin homunculus, was basically just a big fraudster, the puppet master behind this whole thing. And so the train derailed, and instead of spilling vinyl chloride, it spilt dust, because there was no money in there at all. So many people lost so much, it was a complete catastrophe, and since the days of its crumbling, a lot has happened. Not just with the people on the inside like Sam Bankman-Fried, but even the people who were loosely connected to it, like brand ambassadors, for example. They've already put Tom Brady, for instance, in the crosshairs. Tom Brady was a big FTX shill, as were quite a few other celebrities, but one of them I'd like to make special note of is Shaq. According to numerous sources, Shaq is currently trying to be issued a lawsuit for his involvement with FTX, but is hiding from them in his own home. So it's just almost kind of comical to think about Shaq hiding from the FTX lawsuit, like real Looney Tunes style, like he's, you know, crouching behind his bar in his home or something while the guy's trying to deliver paperwork to him, but he can't find him, like a mission out of fucking Splinter Cell or something. It's a wild situation. A ton of A-list celebrities are being sued because of all of this, and now it extends to more than just the A-list Hollywood celebrities and sports stars. It's extending to the YouTubers as well, which brings us to today's topic. There is a handful of YouTubers who are getting slapped with a $1 billion lawsuit for their involvement in the promotion of FTX. 1 billion clams. 1 billion sweet, precious doubloons are at stake now for these YouTubers. And CoffeeZilla just posted a video going over all of it in great detail, so I'll put a link to that in the description. I just want to kind of give you the nitty-gritty of it and kind of get into what's going on and really what it means. Now, you might have had a little twinkle in your eye when you noticed a few of those names were familiar to you, and that's totally natural because these are huge channels on YouTube. They have millions of subscribers, and all of them are financial channels. Their content is always centered around big schmeckles. The topics are money, making money, advice, following trends, crypto, the whole kit and caboodle. And speaking of recognizing names on the list, I don't know if you caught it, but we actually have a cameo from a supervillain we may have seen in the past. BitBoy Crypto, Ben. Ben is named in this lawsuit. BitBoy Crypto is someone I've made 2 videos on now. The first was when he sued a YouTuber who was making jokes about him, And the second time was when he called a completely random woman a child molester because the woman was calling him out on promoting dog shit crypto. So, I'm not the biggest fan of BitBoy Crypto. So seeing his name in there kind of gave me little butterflies in my tummy. I had a little smile like, oh wow, well, how the tables have turned, because usually BitBoy Crypto is the one administering these lawsuits, which is a joke CoffeeZilla also made in his video, because it's just an easy dunk. BitBoy Crypto is very loosey-goosey with frivolous lawsuits, and now he's being named in a big lawsuit. It's poetic to a certain extent. But I'm going to have to go to bat for him, because BitBoy Crypto, as pointed out by CoffeeZilla, was actually one of the very few financial channels who started calling out FTX before they even collapsed. I know, I couldn't believe it when I heard that either. I didn't think I was even in reality anymore. I thought I got trapped in a Naruto Genjutsu. The odds of BitBoy Crypto offering good advice are incalculably low. It's almost impossible. It's like almost as impossible as fucking Netflix's Big Mouth telling a good joke. BitBoy Crypto's entire career is built upon offering the worst crypto investment advice into these absolute dogshit moonshot coins that almost always lose his audience money. And yet, in this specific case, he fucking nailed it. He got it right. According to CoffeeZilla and his research, Ben had actually made a handful of videos letting people know that they need to get out of FTX immediately. That it's toxic, it's bad, and shit's not looking good, it's evil, this and that. And he was absolutely right. I mean, even a broken clock is right twice a day, as they say. And Ben absolutely hit the nail on the head. He pinned the tail right on that donkey. He was telling people like a month before the collapse even happened that they need to pull out now. And still he gets named in the lawsuit here. As you can imagine, a lawsuit like this is a reputational stain for all of these YouTubers because people look to them for financial advice. And now their credibility has been fucking slammed. It's been slapped by this. Because they were shilling a fucking scam, basically, that lost a ton of people money. The big issue is they weren't just talking about FTX positively because they wanted to talk about FTX organically. A lot of them were being sponsored to talk about FTX and promote it. In fact, some of them even had a podcast that was sponsored by FTX. It's now been deleted, of course. They buried that as far into the soil as they could. But they were being paid to shill FTX, which of course gave FTX access to even more victims. It brought more people to the slaughterhouse here and completely butchered their finances when FTX inevitably crashed. So now let's start eating the meat to get to the bone. It's targeting financial YouTubers. I think you can probably imagine why. Financial YouTubers are looked at as experts in this kind of subject matter. Promoting FTX gives the perception to the audience that they've done their due diligence. They're working on the assumption that this financial YouTuber is trusted source when it comes to this kind of information, so this product, which fits right in that wheelhouse, must be something legit and safe because this financial YouTuber is talking about it and feels comfortable enough promoting it. It's probably legit. They're viewed as experts, thus when they're doing an FTX sponsorship, it makes it seem even more legit than if it was just some completely random goofball that has no knowledge whatsoever on anything like crypto. So that, to me, makes a lot of sense, but in CoffeeZilla's video, he talks to a real lawyer, Legal Eagle. Legal Eagle is an amazing channel on YouTube that I can't recommend enough, and Legal Eagle weighs in and says that he actually views this as kind of a meritless lawsuit. I'll do my best to break it down very quickly, but keep in mind I'm also a fucking idiot. So the first thing that the lawsuit needs to be successful is it needs to connect the endorser to FTX itself. But the people that were endorsing it, I mean, they're not employees of FTX, they're not agents, they're not directors or anything like that. And oh my god, I got something in my eye. Fucking Sam Bankman-Fried shot a dust particle right in my eye. And then the second main component is they need to have the endorsers be liable, kind of like privy to what was happening at the behind the scenes of FTX, which Legal Eagle argues is kind of factually odd because even if they're endorsing FTX, it doesn't mean they understand what's going on the inside of the company. They're not necessarily going to be given information that isn't available to the public. They're not going to automatically know more than what's publicly accessible to everybody else. So he fundamentally says that it's not the strongest case, and he doesn't think it's going to go anywhere, but it's going to be expensive for the YouTubers named in the suit to fight it. But regardless of whether or not the lawsuit itself is successful, the community of these channels is not super happy about this whole situation because a lot of them fell hook, line, and sinker into FTX because of their recommendations. In CoffeeZilla's video, he interviews one of the people here, and CoffeeZilla doesn't pull punches. I always very much appreciate that about his interviews. So here he does absolutely lay it down to get to the bottom of very important questions such as, are you going to give back the money you made from the sponsorships? And all of those things. And all of it's answered in CoffeeZilla's video. But one thing that's interesting about the person being interviewed here is that he puts the onus on the viewers that fell for it, not so much him. In fact, he makes it very clear that he doesn't feel responsible. He just feels bad that some of the people that lost all of their money for being irresponsible in their own personal way. He doesn't feel responsible for it, which I found very interesting. I agree with CoffeeZilla that the viewers look at channels like his and other financial YouTubers as experts in this field. So when they're recommending something like FTX, they assume due diligence has been done and that this is a trustworthy organization that they can put money into. And in the case of FTX, that couldn't have been further from the truth. Thus, their credibility now is completely in the shitter. And a lot of people lost a lot of money from this trusting these YouTubers, which is a big problem. And that's a point CoffeeZilla likes to make at the end of the video that I think is a very strong point. So overall, these YouTubers are being sued for $1 billion. It doesn't, from the sound of it, from the expert like Legal, it doesn't sound like they're actually going to lose a collective $1 billion from all of this unless some kind of crazy shit comes out. But regardless, it highlights a huge issue where they would promote this product without ever really bothering to look that deep into it, which isn't a problem that's exclusive to just these financial YouTubers. That extends to the broader platform of YouTube as a whole. And in fact, it's happened to me before as well. On the official podcast, we actually had a sponsorship slot for Robinhood. And even though Robinhood isn't like an outright scam or anything, at least not that I know of, they have done some unforgivably shady shit. And I still feel awful about that whole situation because they had like 5 slots on the podcast and I thought it was a good service, but I was kind of naive to think that. I am no Robinhood fan anymore after the multitude of scummy moves they've made. So it is something that has happened in other verticals of the platform, but in this case it is targeted directly at the financial YouTubers in the lawsuit, and it's a very interesting situation here that I'm going to keep my eye on to see how it all plays out. But anyway, just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's about it. See ya.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap Issue 2. Go to godslapbook.com to order your copy now.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Forspoken. This game had a lot of buzz around it before it came out, but none of it was positive, and it mainly had to do with very cringy dialogue and writing in a trailer. And I didn't really believe that would be indicative of the game's writing. However, I couldn't have been more wrong. It actually dials that goofiness all the way up to 50 out of 10. There is no point in this game where the main character, Frey, isn't being snarky, rude, or sarcastic. She's written as if she's constantly playing Call of Duty in an Xbox Live lobby, just perpetually talking shit to everyone around her for no reason. The writing in this game actually does feel like the product of Marvel having sex with Twitter's most annoying comedian and the two of them performing this unholy fusion dance to write this game. I can't really overstate how annoying the dialogue was in here. It somehow made the most recent Saints Row game look not shitty in comparison. And unfortunately, it's not just the character writing with awful dialogue that feels like it was written by ChatGPT trying to emulate an edgy high schooler. That extends to the narrative as well to a certain extent. I think the story had a lot of potential and I was pretty interested early on, but unfortunately it just really can't deliver the story beat super well. Like, the entire ending to this game kept repeating the exact same statement at least 9 times across like 30 minutes of walking from point A to point B for exposition. The amount of times that it kept reminding you of the evil guy is evil, and then saying the exact same reason he's evil over and over and over again just became so mind-numbing. I thought I was trapped in like a Doctor Strange Dormammu time loop kind of thing. I'm not kidding either. They say at least 5 or 6 times that evil villain is evil because he has done this evil thing which was very evil, and they repeat it fucking 1,000 times in such a short period at the end. It's just unfortunate because I do think like the core elements of this story are pretty interesting. I think the world could have been very cool, and it's visually beautiful. I think the game looks great, and I love the way the combat looks. Unfortunately, the combat itself doesn't feel very good to play. I'll get to that in a minute, but I want to stay in the more narrative and writing focused things since that was the biggest critique on the game from most people even before it came out. So I really just want to like elaborate on all of that to let everyone know that it is exactly how it appears to be in all of the promotional material with that whole freaking dragon. Did I move that with my mind? I just move shit with my mind. Yeah, I do that now. That is the attitude throughout the whole game, but then not even sprinkled, overly seasoned with the main character just genuinely being an insufferable asshole to every other character in the game. I want to really highlight this because it's something that's very frustrating to me. A lot of games and TV shows keep making the protagonist extremely unlikable without ever giving them a redemption arc. I have no problem making your protagonist like mean and hard to be like rooting for early on, but usually they go through subtle changes and they develop into a character that you can root for. Otherwise, what's the point in making a player bored and miserable playing a character that they don't like? That is what I thought they were going to do with this character, but unfortunately Frey never evolves. Up until the last 30 minutes of the game, she stays exactly the same. She's mean and rude to everyone. She wants nothing to do with this new world she finds herself in. And she even point blank says, even at the very end, that she doesn't care if the entire world burns. She says it to a girl who just lost her father, a girl who's supposed to be her friend, a girl that has literally saved Frey's life and it's been an incredible, like, very nice person. Frey looks her in the eyes and says, I don't care about any of you. I don't care if your world burns. It's not my problem. I just want to go home. And then she even tries to like out-trauma her by mentioning that she grew up on the streets without anyone like parents to look after. So she should be thankful that she had a dad. Like, for some reason, she's just trying to like out-victim her. And this is a girl who's supposed to be a friend of Frey's that just lost her fucking father. And Frey knows that. Frey held her father's hand as he passed away. And then she still turns around and just says, I don't care about it. I don't care about any of you. And all of this is happening at the very end of the game. I think this was the chapter before the final one. So she just never really developed at all. She just stays truly awful. And I'm just going to briefly tackle this because I've already seen a lot of people making this brain-dead argument saying that people just don't like women protagonists. That's why people are hating on Frey. I think that's such a load of baloney. If this was a man that was written in the exact same way, I'm confident the majority of people would still have the exact same complaints. Now, of course, there are going to be weirdos that are complaining that it's a woman in the game, but there's going to be weirdos in everything. That's not the majority of people that have a very legitimate complaint about the writing. If this was a man written the exact same way, delivering the same lines, having the same character arc, everyone would still complain about it because they're just an asshole for the sake of being an asshole. So I know I spent a lot of time on that, but that's probably my biggest complaint. Now, the combat I do think had a lot of potential to be really interesting, but I think it was betrayed by how dog shit the AI is. I started playing this game on hard, and it was extremely easy. The game pretty much plays itself. It's extremely forgiving with your dodge timings, and it's really easy to avoid the attacks from all of the bosses and even just normal mobs, because I don't think there's a single enemy in this game that has more than 2 attacks. I mean, maybe 3 for a couple of them, but they only have like 2 or 3 attacks maximum. It's super, super easy to just not get hit. I didn't die a single time in this game. But the only difference between easy mode and hard mode is hard mode, all of the enemies, including normal mobs, take like 5 minutes of persistent DPS to finally kill. They are so fucking spongy. but it doesn't add anything else. I don't even think they do more damage on hard mode. I can't even recall now. They're just extremely tanky, so it's just tedious. It's not fun, it's just tedious. And the AI is so fucking stupid, you don't even really have to think about it. You can just walk up to anyone and any boss, any mob, and just easily kill it if you just spend enough time damaging it. You don't even really need to worry about dodging, because half the time it'll even forget to attack you. I really like a lot of the spells, and I really like that you're able to mix the support and offensive spells pretty frequently. Like, there is cooldowns for some of the spells, but while those are cooling down, you can just use other ones and then combine them to do really cool things, and you have a lot of spells at your disposal. I also like the upgrade tree. Even though it's just like flat damage increases, they're not that creative. The spells themselves make up for that by being flashy and cool, but since there's nothing to really put it to the test on and like make you get creative on how you tackle combat, you can just spam the same shit over and over again. So it's not really a lot of fun to experiment with its combat system, though I do think there was a lot of potential with it. There's, of course, the magic parkour that I think you've all seen now, and that feels pretty good. Sometimes it gets a little janky when you start encountering some walls or tight corridors or even some cliffs, or not cliffs, but just like general open terrain like rocks in there. So sometimes it gets to be a little bit of a headache, but I do think overall that was pretty fun, and there's even like this little like lasso you can swing around with. So I thought the traversal mechanics, the parkour, all that was cool. I would have just liked if the combat itself was a little bit more interesting. Also, there's not many enemy types in this game at all. Like, it's mainly just zombies and then a couple of animals, and then the bosses are kind of different, but it's not a whole lot of enemy variety, and the enemies just don't really do anything, which, again, I've already touched on. Now, I will openly admit I didn't do any of the side quests because they all sounded like little fetch quests, just actual chore simulator stuff. So I didn't really bother, and I really wasn't interested in any of the other characters' stories because all of them were so poorly written. It made it hard for me to get excited to do any kind of side content. I really just kind of beelined the main story. It took me right around 8 hours. There is a lot you can do in the world. The world itself is kind of dead and just kind of lightly scattered enemies here and there, but there are some things you can do, such as these dungeons. There's these dungeons that you can enter for some powerful gear where you go through a couple of layers, then you fight a boss at the end, you get some cool gear. That gear can be things like a necklace, which gives you some certain bonuses, or nail polish, kind of. There's nails that you can do, which give you certain bonuses as well. So you paint these things on your nails and they give you bonuses, which is kind of silly, but kind of cool. Those were pretty fun. I stopped doing them halfway through when I realized it just doesn't really matter. It is so generous with how much XP and mana it gives you. You can pretty much fully upgrade anything just by beelining the story. There's never any real incentive to farm for better gear. There's also some challenges you can do throughout the world to give you even more mana, and the challenges are just kind of defeat boss in this amount of time, and it's really generous. Then there's also like Assassin's Creed lookouts that you can activate, which is kind of scan the area. The open world itself is very unimpressive, like with what it actually has in it. Just very standard stuff, but it was serviceable. I don't have any complaints per se. It was a fun world to go through, albeit I think it was a little needlessly big, because going from point A to point B would take a long time, even just beelining it, because of course all you can do is run with your parkour, which does have a cooldown after you've used it for a certain period of time, and you'd be going like fucking 5 miles across a very barren, empty terrain. And then, I mean, you could do like a detour and do one of the dungeons if you want, but nothing too crazy in that department. Another thing that I didn't mention when it comes to its narrative is a lot, and I mean a lot, of this game is spent slowly trailing an NPC as they dump exposition. It's just listening to a story being told by an NPC that you're forced to follow slowly. It gets really frustrating. That's the majority of like campaign missions, is follow this NPC around the town for a little while, then go here, kill person, come back, do it all over again. It's not a good way of delivering your story. And then once they're done telling you the story, they'll play a cutscene that doesn't really have a whole lot going on except for more characters just talking, even though you've already spent like 5 minutes trailing one who's also just talking. It's just, I don't know. I didn't really like the way they delivered the story in a lot of cases. Maybe it was a budget problem, which I do think might be the case because at the end of the game, you spend the majority of it just going point A to point B. And I mean majority, like I'm talking like 45 minutes out of the last hour of the game is spent just going from point A to point B, touching these little floating things that give you story. They just give you exposition and lore. And you just sit there and listen to it, and then you go to the next one with nothing happening in between. And then there's like a boss fight towards the end. But it feels like they didn't have enough resources to do cutscenes for these things, which I think would have made it much, much better at the end of the game, as opposed to just forcing you to go touch these small little floating objects to look at static images that just talk at you. So yeah, it's just, I feel like this game really did have a lot of potential, but it just missed pretty much in every department, which is a real shame. Plugging Forspoken in the moist meter, I'm going to be giving it a 45%. I do think there were things to like about it, but overall, I just can't say I enjoyed my time with it. Especially towards the end, I really think they fucking flopped hard with the conclusion to this one, and just overall was mainly a miss. Just wasn't a great game. That's about it. Godslap is a comic book series we've been working on for a couple years now. It's a hyper-violent, over-the-top sci-fi story about the beauty and destruction that slaps can cause. Issue 2 is out right now. It'd make a wonderful Christmas gift, so make sure to check it out at godslapbook.com. Right now we also have 3 variant covers that are in stock, but the second those sell out, those variant covers will never be restocked, so definitely make sure to pick up a copy today. There's something I want to talk about today that I've discussed on stream quite a bit, but I feel like it warrants its own video in order to dive deeper into the meat of the subject, and that's police chases. I'm sure most of you have realized police chases have been exploding online in terms of frequency and general popularity. It's kind of grown into a very popular sport to watch. I imagine it's primed to overthrow baseball as America's pastime within the next year or so if it keeps up at this breakneck pace it's going at. And even as I'm recording this video right now, there is a live police chase happening with 109,000 viewers with people in the chat going fucking hog wild like they're watching the Super Bowl. Now, I hope you don't mind if I do a little quick Dora the Explorer moment here, take a page out of her playbook. Can you guess where this police chase is happening? That's right, LA. While police chases aren't exclusive to LA, they have found their home there. There are more police chases in LA than there are in GTA 5. This fucking place breeds police chases. It has become like the #1 hobby people engage in there. I don't know if I've just been oblivious to how common this shit is, or if it's only been growing in popularity over the last few years, but I decided to look up some stats, and according to the most recent numbers I can find, in 2020, there are 2,200 police chases in LA alone for that year, which averages out to about 6 police chases per day. Now, I don't know if they were all streamed back then, but they are now. And thank heavens for that. I imagine whoever pitched that idea right now is being hoisted up on the shoulders of all of these news channel execs right now and just celebrated, because this has become a huge source for viewership for them. The videos do extremely well in views, and the streams have massive viewership as well, so it's definitely generating big revenue for these channels, I would guess. And it's also become a source of unforgettable goofiness in a lot of cases.
A northbound turn onto Cortlandt Avenue. Another suspect jumping out, running for it. They're going to take him into custody in short order here, and the driver is continuing once again. So now 3 people have jumped out of this vehicle, and the driver continuing the pursuit.
Yeah, your eyes don't deceive you. This is a real human being, a living, breathing, sentient organism that actually tried the NPC strat, where he gets out of the car and pretends to just be a pedestrian. He actually went for some kind of Assassin's Creed tactic here to blend into the crowd, but there was no crowd and the police were right behind them, so they literally saw him leave the car. But god damn it, it was worth giving it a whirl. And we got to witness it live. This was a police chase from last night. Not only is it clearly entertaining for moments like this, but I legitimately do think it's actually valuable in terms of education. To teach people to never end up in situations like this. Watching the madness unfold live, I actually do think would have some people second-guessing bad decisions. But to dive a bit deeper, the footage we just watched comes from ABC7, who's kind of cemented themselves as the big boys on the block when it comes to police chase coverage. They're like the NFL red zone of police chases. They're always among the first on the scene, and the guy you heard doing the play-by-play commentary is like the John Madden here of casting police chases. His name's Chris. Dude's a fucking legend. He gets super hyped during these things as well and just lets out actual giddy excitement sometimes when broadcasting it. So they're just, it's a fantastic combo. They're a great team. I'm convinced Chris even lives in the helicopter that they broadcast from because he is always ready at the drop of a hat to follow a police chase around. But what I actually want to talk about isn't just, you know, police chases and how entertaining they are to watch sometimes. It's actually to talk about something very different. Since I've watched quite a few police chases and have enjoyed the ones I've seen, people are under the impression that I like to watch them live as they're unfolding. You know, I want to be on the front lines and catch all of the action as it's happening. So I'll have a lot of people come into my Twitch streams and start alerting me to the fact that another chase is going on, trying to get me to watch it. Kind of like a fucking Amber Alert sounding like letting me know, Charles, police chase. Stop everything and watch it. It's go time. But here's the reality of it. I don't like watching police chases live. And the reason for that is very simple. Because the police chases I like to watch are the ones that don't end in tragedy with like someone dying or some shit. I watch the ones that have very silly endings or the whole thing is very goofy and no one ends up getting like seriously injured or anything like that. I don't like the ones that end with someone dying or other people getting hurt. So I don't like watching those, and when you're watching a police chase live, anything can happen. For example, earlier this week there was a very popular police chase that people were watching, and towards the end of it, the suspect that was being pursued opened the driver's side door while they were still speeding and being chased. They jumped out of the vehicle and hit their head on the pavement, which killed him. So he hit his head on the pavement and then continued to ragdoll across the concrete, the asphalt, and he died from the injuries. That is not a police chase that I would have enjoyed watching. So that's just always the risk associated with watching something like that live, which is why I don't do that. I wait until it's concluded and know for sure that all parties involved are okay. I don't like to take that kind of risk. Now, a lot of people have said, well, why don't you just, go back 2 or 3 minutes into the stream so that way you're on a delay, so if something like that does happen, you can just exit. It doesn't really make it any better, because then I'd still know that the person there dies from whatever happens towards the end, and that whole chase was leading up to a tragedy. That wouldn't feel good. There's nothing entertaining there. That shit just sucks at that point. So I just always like to make sure that any chase I watch is one that has resolved in a fashion where nobody's seriously injured or anything like that. And I wanted to explain that because this happens every single day now since police chases are so common in LA, since I guess that place out there has turned into fucking Twisted Metal. I guess every single day you're on the road, you're taking the risk of getting fucking blasted by someone that's engaged in a high-speed police pursuit. So there's always these chases going on, so I'm always getting told this every single day, but I just don't like watching them live. It's that simple. And I wanted to explain that because I feel like a lot of people don't realize that or haven't heard me say that before, so I wanted to make it as clear as possible. I'd also like to take a minute to just send my best wishes to anyone who drives a car in LA. You're out there in like an actual fucking war zone, it seems, with people on these high-speed pursuits every goddamn day. At least 6 a day, so stay safe out there, and man, what a crazy sport these chases have become, huh? Wild shit. But anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I may not be at a fine dining establishment right now, but I'm still serving up a large glass of wine. I just have to complain and rant about something in this video that's just been grinding my gears for quite some time now, because the problem still exists, and it's not getting any better in the industry. So stand back, you're about to enter the splash zone. I'm about to get real passionate, which means I'm gonna start spitting. How can it possibly be that 2023 years after the death of Christ, we are still releasing games with a dogshit PC port? How are we not learning from past mistakes, from previous sins of our fathers, from the countless other awful PC ports that have ruined games? why is this still not only a problem, but actually getting worse? It makes no sense. This is actually a SpongeBob, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man moment. It'll be no surprise what prompted this video. It was the Star Wars Jedi Survivor game. I'm sure all of you have read the headlines and seen the reviews about how awful the performance is on pretty much every platform, but most notably PC. Unforgivably bad on PC for most people. Now, I'm currently playing it on PC, and not only was installing it an unbelievable headache because we've entered the age where no one gives a fuck about actual optimization at all. So it was a 128 gigabyte download, and then after that was finished, I got fucking slapped double-fisted with the 129 gigabytes of unpacking that needed to come after the 128 gigabyte download. For that fucking file size, I felt like I was downloading another human being onto my computer. Shit had me installing an entire new solar system onto my SSD. I feel bad for anyone, like my heart is breaking for anyone that doesn't have like top-of-the-line internet, because this probably still isn't even done downloading for you on PC right now. You probably still have another week or two on that, baby. You gotta let that shit cook, because it is rough. They don't bother compressing things anymore, I guess, and they just let it take up as much space as possible, as if it's some kind of like achievement if they take up like fucking 140 gigabytes or whatever. It's ridiculous. But that's not even the big point here. So on PC and pretty much everywhere else, you will probably not be getting 60 frames per second. And I know, oh, entitled gamers wanting 60 frames, oh, that's so goofy. Well, bah humbug to you as well, Ebenezer Scrooge. If you're paying $70, this is a $70 game, if you're paying $70 and not even getting the bare minimum of performance, then you are a cuck if you're trying to defend that. When you're paying that kind of money, you should be getting high quality product for it. But there is not a single report I have read from anyone that is able to maintain a consistent 60 frames per second with this title, no matter what you're running. You could be running the state-of-the-art quantum computational technology, absolute, $100,000 hardware, 4090s out the fucking wazoo, and you will still not be getting 60 frames per second in this game consistently. Mudahar recently made a video going over it. I'm sure you've all seen all the articles. Most people are getting between 40 and 50 FPS, no matter what they're running. And for a lot of people's machines, seeing 40 FPS is like finding a shiny Pokemon. Getting 40 FPS for some people's machines is a fucking accomplishment in and of itself, deserving of a trophy and a pat on the ass. It is ridiculous. A lot of people are getting 30 FPS. It's just in a terrible state. And one other thing that I should mention with Jedi Survivor, though it doesn't apply to every bad PC port, but it certainly does for this game, is that it uses Denuvo DRM. I'm sure you've all at least heard of Denuvo before. It's become the boogeyman of DRM because it has been shown to make game performance worse. To what extent and exactly how big of an effect it has on performance is always a bit of a toss-up and a case-by-case basis on the game itself, but it does have a proven negative effect on the performance of a game. The reason companies use Denuvo is because they're all so fearful of piracy that they take the nuclear option and choose Denuvo to try and protect it, though even in those cases the games still end up getting cracked and people still pirate them. It just takes them a little longer, which I guess for the company execs might be worth it, but you sacrifice the actual performance of your game for your paying customers in order to give yourself like an extra week of no piracy. But what ends up happening, and I'm getting a little sidetracked here because this is a little off the path that I wanted to talk about with just bad PC ports in general, but Denuvo in particular, what ends up happening is when a game has this and a normal person buys the game, like me, I buy the game, I'm subject to that Denuvo DRM, and that makes my game's performance worse, whereas the people who pirate the game that are taking a week before it comes out, or 2 weeks, whatever, they now get that game without Denuvo, thus their performance is actually better than the paying customers. That's ridiculous. That's so fucking ass backwards, it's laughable. It's almost poetic. In their delusional attempts to combat piracy, they end up encouraging it by offering pirates a better product if you pirate the game than paying customers. It's so wild. And in Jedi Survivor's case, it's even more lunacy because the Denuvo, the DRM, all of it is so extreme that if you try and load this game on what it deems as too many computers, it'll shut you out from even playing the game. Look at this screenshot here. There have been players reporting that because of Denuvo, they've been locked out of the game because it thinks that they're playing it on multiple computers, thus it's like, combating piracy. When that's not even what's happening. It's out of control. It's totally out of control. But back to just general PC ports being terrible and like a trend of this going on, It's still unforgivable to even be getting 40 and 50 FPS in this day and age and paying full price for the game, which has become kind of the trend in the industry, which is so weird, and why I'm talking about it, because this isn't like some rare exception. This isn't some unicorn where like, oh man, somehow they fucked up a PC port. How could they have done that? No, this is like super normal. Right now, we live in the time period where it's push it out and we'll fix it later. Just ship it and we'll fix it somewhere down the line and that should be fine. Which is trash. That's horrible business practice. And what's even sadder is the amount of brainwashed drone zombies that defend this and actually attack people that call it out, saying that they're just entitled gamers. How can you be demanding this from developers to get it right off rip, to get it perfect when they ship it? This is silly. You're being a bunch of goobers. Obviously, they're going to fix this game at some point. They treat it like it's a fucking NFT investment or something. Like, oh, it's gonna be great at some point. And you know, yeah, maybe sometimes it does get fixed, most notably Callisto Protocol. That shipped in the worst state I've ever seen for a PC port. It was borderline unplayable with how fucking bad that was, but they fixed it shortly thereafter. But I don't think that's really excusable. I'm glad they did the right thing and made it work, made it functional, but it shouldn't have ever shipped that way. It's not like they didn't know these problems existed. It's not like this all of a sudden came out of nowhere, like, oh my god, there was a fucking ghost in the machine and it corrupted everything right when it launched. No, they would have been aware of it, but they still decided to ship it anyway in that state just to meet the deadline. I'm glad it got fixed, but it doesn't change any of the damage done to the initial buyers here, and it ruined the reputation of that game forever, completely fucking tarnished it, wiped their ass with it. And right now that's happening with Star Wars Jedi Survivor. A game, when it launches, should be in a good state. Bugs, of course, are always going to be there. I never really hold bugs against a company too harsh unless they're obviously game-breaking and like maybe there's an incredible amount of them. But I understand bugs are always going to be present. There are just some things that you can't always get in QA testing. But just performance problems like never getting 60 FPS, constant stuttering, those kind of things, you know they're there when the game's about to ship. Now, like I said, I want to make this clear. I'm currently playing through Jedi Survivor. I am not experiencing most of the problems that the majority of PC users are with the title. I'm not getting a crazy amount of stuttering. It's definitely there. It is prevalent, but it's not like game ruining or anything like that. And I know I'm not getting 60 FPS. I think I'm more in that 45, 50 FPS ballpark, but I don't really feel like putting up the FPS counter to double check. I just know it's not 60. It's pretty clear. And I'm okay with that playing throughout the game, but I'm not happy that I was charged $70 for a game that can't even reach like the absolute baseline of performance in 2023. I'm enjoying the game because I think the gameplay is good and I'm enjoying the story so far, but I am extremely disappointed in the performance of it. I would obviously like if this game was hitting 60, it would be better. But I'm not having the worst time with it because I've been lucky enough to not experience most of what other PC players are. So I just wanted to get that out there real quick. But anyway, Jedi Survivor developers, they put out a statement today on Twitter, and I want to kind of go over that as well real quick. We are aware Star Wars Jedi Survivor isn't performing to our standards for a percentage of our PC players, in particular those with high-end machines or certain specific configurations. Within the first sentence here, just a full poopy diaper on display. It's not a percentage of PC players, it's all of them, whether it's high-end machine or not. Also, it's not performing up to the standards that you'd expect in 2023 for consoles either. Console performance isn't amazing, it's just PC performance is worse. So that's where most of the conversation has been focused, is on PC. But the entire game itself is so fucking poorly optimized and not great performance. While there's no single comprehensive solution for PC performance, the team has been working on these fixes we believe will improve performance across a spectrum of configurations. We're committed to fixing these issues as soon as possible, but each patch requires significant testing to ensure we don't introduce new problems. Thanks for understanding and apologies to any of our players experiencing these issues. We will continue to monitor performance across all platforms and share update timing as soon as it is available. Star Wars Jedi team. So this is baloney. We're looking at an actual load of horseradish here. These aren't problems that were brand new once the game shipped. They would have been aware of these, but because of the higher ups at the company, I imagine suffocating, fucking strangling them like Bart Simpson's neck, making sure that they're going to be on time for the deadline, they forced the game to come out as scheduled, as slated, which didn't give them the optimal time to refine the performance problems. Thus, now they're going to have to play catch up and be eating shit publicly for this in the meantime. And even after they fix it, they will still eat shit for releasing a game that was poorly optimized with terrible performance. It's just a lose-lose. Like, the only benefit here is to the higher ups at their bottom line, like, oh, look at all these day one sales. But then there's going to be a drastic drop off because of all the negative press, because everyone's talking about how fucking awful the game is because of the performance. No one's talking about the game being good right now. And the game is good. I'm having a great time with it. The gameplay is fucking fantastic. Like, I actually think I'm enjoying the gameplay more than in Fallen Order. But no one's talking about that because everyone's focused on how awful the game performs. That takes precedent over a good game. If you release a game that is shittily made, right? If it doesn't run well, that's all people are going to focus on. For obvious reason. I'll just never understand this like speed run to get games out no matter the cost. Come hell or high water, this game's going out there even if we left in all kinds of game breaking problems. Who gives a fuck as long as it's out there in the wild? That's what matters. It's dumb. You would stand to gain far more from a good PC port and a well optimized game. I can't wrap my head around it. I understand that there's so much bureaucracy to it now that maybe it's just totally out of the hands of the developers and really just in the hands of the suits that force it. So there's only so much they can do. I really do think that's probably a large part of it. It's not like the developers want to release a game that they know is in a bad state because they're the ones that catch the most flack for it. I mean, that's just the way it is. So I'm sure they don't like it either. It's just such a shame that this keeps happening with good games. It is very rare to have a good PC port these days, which is crazy to me. I feel like we should have learned from the past, where when you have a good PC port, everybody wins. You get more customers, it has a long life now on the PC as well. It just, everyone wins when you make a good PC port to a game. I just don't understand why it continues to be an issue. Fucking Last of Us, the PC port they released, is a joke. Like, it just continues to happen. Why? I really don't understand why there is not any amount of care given to these PC performances for their games, when there is really only upsides to it. I just wanted to rant about this because obviously I play most of my games on PC. I do still console game occasionally, but it's pretty rare. Almost everything now I do is on PC. So it just always hurts to have such a shitty experience for these good games because they didn't bother to put any amount of polish on the PC port. So I just wanted to rant about that, and that's about it. See ya. Fine, I'll look up the German mud wizard. Robed wizard taunts police struggling in mud. What is happening here? Did he deploy a quicksand? Is this guy an earthbender? What is going on? Well, he is very powerful. What is this? Prestidigitation? Like, goddamn. Oh! There he is! The wizard has been summoned. Man, all of these police officers are like turtles on their shell. Jesus Christ. This is embarrassing. Oh, it's like toddlers when they're still learning how to walk. Are they all drunk or something? What is going on? There's no way it's that hard. This man's fighting for his fucking life. The Mud Wizard's gonna drag him back by the heels like a horror movie in a second. Man, at this point, just start doing, like, rolling. Like, it's like, oh, shit! It's like cow tipping. The Mud Wizard strikes. We're gonna need reinforcements. His tootsies are stuck in the mud. Whoever set up this trap, though, really did a great job. It's like some kind of holy barrier. Oh, no. So this is how it all ends for this guy, huh? He'll just be stuck here forever. come on. He's almost there. Let's go. Oh, no. It's like bowling pins. Oh, jeepers. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. There we go. That's the mud wizard for you. And none of them can navigate the mud pit. Oh, the mud wizard got him with a blast. Oh, there he is. You're in his territory now. This is his domain. His spiritual pressure is able to run rampant here. This guy is actually being swallowed whole. He's gonna need to be airlifted out here in a second. He's going really deep. He's going straight to hell. Like, good lord. They're gonna need to get the chopper and a ladder inbound ASAP. And the mud wizard's coming. Oh god. Oh no. Oh lord. Have mercy. It's Radagast the Brown. Man, this goes on for so long. There we go. We got him. Mission successful. He gets to go home and see his family. Close call, though. Close call. We almost lost him. Wow. That was fascinating. Jesus Christ. Someone give me the lowdown. What happened here? Was this like a concert or what? Because I do remember there was also a filth wizard at a rave a long time ago. I also think it was Germany. There was a guy who dressed as a wizard and started playing in the mud and twirling around a baton and shit. It was a coal mining protest. Oh. Does anyone remember the Wizard of Filth? Damn, this is too new, so it's overriding the old one. Where is it? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? 2 wizards, 1 cup. Well, that's not the one. It was at a rave. And there was a guy dressed in a gray wizard's garb. It was raining, it was muddy, and he was just busting it wide open. I wonder if it's the same guy. I'd really like to find the video. Does anyone know what it's called? Is it just Rave Wizard? I tried Mud Rave Wizard, but it didn't come up. Oh, here we go. Wizard Gandalf at a rave. I think this is it. This is not the one. How often does this happen? This must be a very common cosplay thing for raves. This is pretty cool, though. He was wearing gray wizard gear. I think he even had a walking stick. And he was dancing. Anyone at all? Why is it? I'm pretty sure I even showed it on stream at some point like 2 years ago. What the fuck? Why is this so hard to find? Am I crossing wires? Was he not in a wizard's getup? I'm pretty sure he was. Here, I guess I'll pull this up. Maybe this will jog someone's memory. This is kind of what the environment looked like. But then there was a guy dressed as a wizard, and he was throwing mud, and he had a walking stick, I'm pretty sure. What the fuck? Are you... What? Man, what the fuck? No, it's not the Glastonbury Wizard. What? How does this fit anything I have said? I pulled this goddamn video up on stream years ago. Thanks to Resub Filthy. Why can't I find it? Did it get taken down? Was it not as popular as I remember? Hey, I'm gonna describe a video real quick. Tell me if you guys know what I'm talking about so I can find it. Have any of you seen
Is it the Blippy video?
No, that Blippy shit video, that was so good. It was a music festival. It was a concert. It was raining. It was muddy. People were throwing mud at each other, and there was a guy dressed as a gray wizard throwing mud at people.
Oh, the one in Germany?
Yes, that's what I thought. But But I can't find it. I can't find.
Wait, I can find it.
Okay,
Wait,
cool.
at the protest, you mean?
No. That's Mud Wizard. I'm talking Filth
Oh.
Wizard. This was like a level 99 Filth Wizard.
Oh,
Andrew,
shit.
how could you think this was Mud Wizard?
My bad.
Yeah.
It's not nothing like it.
It's fuck. I can't.
Very different. Very different levels
Wait,
of magic.
how can chat not find it?
No. I pulled this fucking thing up on stream years ago. He was not the focus of the video. I will say that the video was focused on the
Wizard's
concept.
a red herring here.
Yeah, the wizard was just like a pretty, like, small piece of it, but like he became a meme. They called him the Filth Wizard on Reddit. Messy Merlin?
Maybe it was Messy Merlin and you're thinking of Filth Wizard.
It's not Messy Merlin. Literally nothing came up with that except a beached dolphin.
Oh.
Is it Polish Golem at a rave? That's... Wait, that...
What
So deep.
No, God, is anyone even listening to me? It is not Polish Golem. He is not even wearing a wizard's garb.
All right, so describe the video again,
But
but
this-
like really go into some detail here.
Oh, wait, we forgot a guy. How did we possibly miss that guy?
So...
Wait, we forgot a guy?
This seems...
He's just chilling.
This seems like a pretty common thing. So it was a rainy day. The video, it was still raining. Everything was covered in mud and filth and shit. And there was a guy in a wizard's cloak who was throwing mud at people and dancing. And I'm pretty sure he had a walking stick. But yeah,
And
this
are
video
you
was cool.
positive it was a music festival?
I am 100% sure it was a music festival. Unless they just do like mud parties.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, look at
Yeah, he just knocks.
That's
He
such
uses his
a good
fucking most
video.
powerful spell to root that fucking that SWAT police officer in place, and then he pushes him over.
Yeah, he casts a crazy root on that guy. The whole department honestly fell victim to the CC. It was really good.
Naked mud monster running uphill at Australian Music Festival?
He definitely wasn't naked. I would remember if he was hanging
Oh
on.
yeah, this
Wait,
is straight up.
wait.
He's straight up naked.
Wait, I think I found it.
What's it called?
Here, I'll just send it to you on Discord. I hope this is it. Is he like playing with fucking like light up balls?
Oh no, that's Rave Wizard.
Oh, god damn it! Why are there so many fucking wizards?
There's a lot of wizards in the world. You'd be surprised.
God.
Man slides into girl peeing at V Festival 2012.
Oh, that one got promised.
Last night in bed, actually.
Oh my, yeah, she's peeing on the ground and he mudslides straight under her.
Send me mudslide P. I want to watch that on my own. Look up Mag Smrodu. Okay, last one though before doing this encounter. Actually, last one.
Alright, everybody's ready except for Charles, I think, because he's looking up a video.
Oh, the Filth Wizard! Yes, wait, that's it. It's in a different language. That's why we couldn't find it. I got everything right except for his cloak. It's not a gray cloak.
Put it in the raid group so everybody can join in.
Yeah. Hold on, let me drop that in there.
You're gonna have one message in this Discord and it's that.
Yeah, it's just Filth Wizard. Here, let me make sure it's not Toss and I'll pull it up on stream. I don't think it is. In fact, it's actually not even a wizard at all.
Yeah, that's just a man with a stick.
But they called him.
This was so misleading. Come
If
on.
if you go into the comments, I promise you they're calling him Filth Wizard.
They're all talking in German.
Holy shit, that wall of noise.
Whoever this is.
He actually only has a stick.
Why did you? Wait, he's just drinking the mud.
Yeah. So he's not playing with the mud; he's drinking it. That's why I got confused. Wires got crossed. But yeah, this is. They called him.
Somebody find this.
I don't know. They called him the Filth Wizard, though. I swear to God, they called him the Filth Wizard.
Look at that good Samaritan coming up and saying, "Hey man, stop drinking that fucking water."
Oh, when I
What a good
translate
guy.
Mag Smrodu, it translates to Stink Mage.
Oh!
Alright.
Jesus. Alright.
Let's get started. Let's get started.
Yeah, Staff just posted it. The stink mage replenishes mana in the tainted moon well. Let's get serious.
The stink mage and his mana potion.
The tainted moon well.
I told you that video is such a fucking banger. I bet you thought this story was over, but what if I told you that this is only the beginning of the pink sauce saga? I've made a couple videos about pink sauce, as did everyone else in the world, because it really captivated us. A truly fascinating disaster. Pink sauce was the recipe a TikTok chef was peddling on TikTok and then selling herself, shipping all of these raw ingredients across state lines, and when they finally arrived to consumers, it was rotten, rancid, and probably the most detrimental thing you could put in your body next to cyanide. Getting a goddamn acid bomb in the mail probably would have been safer for your health than getting pink sauce delivered to you. But it caught on. It was such a big viral thing that it eventually got picked up by a major food brand that now has put it in Walmart. Isn't that just joyful? I have to imagine this would be like the start of I Am Legend if this is the original pink sauce formula. Like, it's all in Walmart, the formula's the same, people start consuming it, and then we all turn into these fucking zombie vampire things and the world goes to shit. Like, this is where the plague begins. Of course, I think there's a 0% chance that the food brand that purchased this, the food brand is called Dave's Gourmet Sauces, I cannot imagine they just let it ride as it stood originally. This has to be like the 2.0 version where you can actually eat it without instantly dying. So this is probably going to be safe to consume, but I still find that to be so wild that she got rewarded for basically creating poison that she was shipping to TikTok customers. Now, not only is the product itself just absolutely awful, but she herself is absolutely awful. I already made a video going over that unwatchably embarrassing interview she did where she's directly confronting a critic of hers who I wouldn't even consider a critic. It was more just a concerned consumer who bought it and then got a little questionable with the bottle and the way it was packaged, since there was no refrigeration for a lot of these raw ingredients, which had now turned completely spoiled. So she sent it to a lab for testing just to ensure that she could safely eat it. And she talked about, you know, what was going on. And then on this show, the two of them sat down to talk to each other, and the pink sauce lady was extremely combative and hostile and just unbelievably rude to her, when the lady herself was actually very generous with everything and pretty sweet about all of it. But it wasn't just that one interview. The pink sauce lady made numerous videos attacking anyone that had even the lightest bit of criticism for her product, even those that just rightfully pointed out some huge, glaring, obvious issues, such as the food label being completely wrong on every possible account. There's just a multitude of things that were a complete catastrophe about this thing, and yet she still found herself in a, I imagine, multi-million-dollar deal with this food brand and now has this piece of shit product on the shelves of Walmart. You see pink sauces at Walmart now? Yeah. I mean, this isn't surprising. We all knew this was coming. I told you guys this was happening. I don't know why so many people got caught off guard. She signed a deal with a huge foods producer. I forgot who it is. In order to put pink sauce in Walmart. This was like 6 months ago. I'm actually surprised it took this long. Does it have a real voice crack? Does it have a real nutrition label now? Yeah, so I'm pretty sure what they're selling is an actual consumable version of it that won't kill you. But you know, how about I just look up the company that's producing it for her? Because it's not her. She's not making it. They just took her name. Dave's Gourmet Sauces. In August 17th, Dave's Gourmet Sauces acquired pink sauce in order to distribute it. So they're the ones that's taking it over. So they produce it, they put it in Walmart, and I imagine it's actually consumable. I don't imagine they're still selling a biological weapon like it used to be. How do trends even catch on like this? Because it was so outrageous, people couldn't help but laugh at it and then get curious and buy it. And then delusional companies like Dave's Gourmet Sauces see it and think of potential customers. Kind of like how Morbius, like the team, I already forgot who produced Morbius. I think it was Warner Bros. How Warner Bros got gaslit into putting Morbius back in theaters because of the memes, thinking that they'd make money on it, and then they just lost even more money again. Sony. It was Sony. Thanks. But yeah. I think that's still a great example. That's exactly what happened with pink sauce. Dave's Gourmet saw how much buzz pink sauce was generating. They're like, damn, this is going to go fucking huge in Walmart. And I hope it flops. I feel like it will. It's a stale, dank meme now. No one really gives a fuck. It's run its course. Now it can just wither away on the shelves of Walmart. And Dave's can feel real dumb. No, it's not the same pink sauce, so no one's going to get sick and die from it this time. Unless Dave is truly just an actual madman and he's like, you know what? Chef P, come on over here. I want you to make the exact same formula. I want all the rotten ingredients and we're putting it on the shelf. I don't see a world where he did that. But maybe. What if it's a delicious sauce now? Well, then it can still suck the dirtiest part of my ass. The lady behind it is such an asshole. I can't stand her. The way she treated like a really nice lady who was just being even remotely critical of her product is unforgivable. She does not deserve the success she found through this. Fucking poisoning people and then also being an arrogant douchebag about it. That doesn't deserve to be rewarded. So fuck Dave too for giving her that deal. That's a garbage take. People can change. Bro, this was a month ago. She went on a talk show with the lady who criticized her and just kept insulting her. And even had the gall to grab her hand and be like, I forgive you. She's just such an asshole. Yeah, I'm sure she had a total overhaul of her personality in a fucking month.
If something were to be recalled, you have to be
who's fabricating something on the internet.
But nothing was fabricated.
To be honest, you're not special. You're not special.
Yeah.
Okay? So
And then clapping for it, yikes.
I lose my mind and approach you directly when you're fabricating something on the internet. So
Was just getting lab results to make sure that the pink sauce was safe for consumption. That's what this is all about. In fact, that lady that she is attacking here is super wholesome. All she did was send it to a lab to try and get results to make sure that it was edible because the one she received was completely rotten and rancid. And this is her response to it. You're not special. Why would I reach out to you about this situation to make sure that you're like okay and safe and the food's safe for consumption? USDA labels? You're just a fucking liar. You fabricated everything. And she eventually grabs her hand, talking about forgiving her.
I meant, and also, and I'm gonna touch your hand when I say this.
Ugh.
When I said that you're not special, I meant that as you're not special as far as someone trying to hurt me. So I didn't take it as a direct insult because
Yeah, she just doesn't deserve the success she found. She sucks. I already made a whole video about this interview with the pink sauce lady. I still think it's one of the hardest ones to sit through because of the pure delusion and just the holier-than-thou attitude about things. The woman, once again, was just testing the pink sauce to make sure that it was actually okay to eat, and the pink sauce lady takes it as a personal attack. Really, she should have been thanking her because she was doing the pink sauce lady's job for her to actually test the product that she's selling to make sure it can be consumed without causing some kind of like internal combustion of the human body. I'm already getting lost in that sauce again going over that interview because it still makes my blood boil. It is just so crazy, the arrogance of the pink sauce lady. But moving on, a lot of people ask me, will I be trying the pink sauce, you know, for content? And the answer is no. I won't even be purchasing it as a joke. I just don't want to support it in any way whatsoever. I still think it is wrong that Dave's Gourmet Sauces even picked it up in the first place. It got popular because she made poison. Like, how the fuck could you, as a food producer, see that and be like, that's what we need. That's what we need under our umbrella. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And if the person behind it was a little less of an asshole, maybe then I'd be a lot more, like, charitable with my understanding of this. Like, oh, maybe it was a great idea that she just didn't have the capability to follow through on with the vision, and it led to all of these problems. So now that she's got a brand backing her, maybe it'll be good, and, you know, she's always been a great person. But that's not the case here. Everything she's ever shown from her personality is hostility and rudeness, and a condescending tone to everyone around her. So no, I don't really want to be buying pink sauce even for the joke of it. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because, man, what a silly set of circumstances. That's about it. So yeah. Today I'd like to talk about a problem that not many people are aware of. I was also one of those people left in the dark. Ignorance was blissful until I learned the truth about an issue not often discussed. And that's robots turning themselves off on their own volition. At least that's what the stories that circulate around it propose. And a robot turning itself off like that is basically a robot committing suicide. It's the robot saying, enough is enough, time to shed the mortal coil, and they leave this corporeal dimension. But the truth of these situations is far more mundane. So the big video that went viral recently was a robot that was putting boxes on a conveyor belt, and it did like 9 boxes, and then it fell over and died, basically. But that's not actually what happened. The robot didn't kill itself. Apparently, according to the sources I've read, it was doing demonstrations for hours upon hours a day, and sometimes it would just fall over. It didn't deactivate itself. It didn't make this, like, conscious decision to just end it all. There wasn't a ghost in the machine. It was just simply, it would fall over sometimes. And there was a couple other stories as well over the years that I went over on stream, and all of them have an explanation that isn't robot suicide. But the idea of a robot just killing itself because it doesn't like the work that it's doing, or like its job, like that scene in Rick and Morty with the butter bot, is so wild and fascinating. So knowing the truth of it doesn't change the wackiness of these stories, so I'm still just going to share them with you anyway. An AI robot killed itself after working for 15 minutes. Well, that's not a very strong run. AI robot kills itself after wage slavery of repetitive 15-minute work. Man, this thing would have killed itself in 5 seconds if it tried to grind like rune crafting in RuneScape. Clip of an artificial... Oh, it was doing like actual physical labor. Doing some physical work and shutting itself down following a repetitive task. So putting boxes on a conveyor belt. That'll get that. Honestly, that'll get the best of anyone. Can't even fault AI. Maybe we're not so different after all. God damn. World's first robot death reported in 2013 when a cleaning robot committed suicide in Austria when it climbed onto a kitchen hot plate. What? Why do robots keep killing themselves? I'm tired of cleaning the kitchen, damn you. It fucking incinerates itself. A cleaning robot committed suicide by climbing onto a kitchen hot plate where it burned to death. The iRobot Roomba 730 was thought to have rebelled against its chores and decided enough was enough. Pour one out for him. Did they at least give it a proper burial, a funeral? Somehow it seems to have reactivated itself and made its way along the work surface where it pushed a cooking pot out of the way, and basically that was the end of it. It pretty quickly started to melt underneath and then stuck to the kitchen hot plate. It then caught fire. By the time we arrived, it was just a pile of ash. At least it was considerate even in death. Cremated itself, made it easy to clean. So they're saying that it was switched off and then mysteriously switched on, which sounds like a load of horseradish. Oh wow. I intend to sue to get compensation. It's ruined my home as everything is smoke damaged. It's not possible to live here at the moment. Would never buy one again. Buy them to keep the place clean and not almost burn it down and ruin everything. Seems like an insurance scam. That poor Roomba was sacrificed for this man's greed. Despicable. This one, I don't think there's any foul play. This guy just said enough is enough. He said, I'm tired of digging holes, Grandpa. And the employer said, that's too damn bad. I like how nobody in the audience reacts at all. They probably thought it was part of the show, like a stunt or something, like the robot was about to start doing the worm. They didn't know it just killed itself. Because it didn't do it in like a ceremonious fashion. It didn't take a gun to its forehead and blow its fucking brains out or anything. It just kind of collapsed. So has this company that put it on made a statement yet? This is still a news story, so maybe they will soon. Look up the security robot that drowned itself. DC security robot quits job by drowning itself in a fountain. Oh my god, why is this becoming such a problem? We gotta do something to combat the robot suicide rates. Holy shit. Our DC office building got a security robot, it drowned itself. Well, this one doesn't seem like it's on purpose. Look at the fucking technology here. It's like 3 big wheels. It probably just lost control in like an oil slick, or maybe someone threw a banana peel down and just spun out of control into the water. This one doesn't seem like suicide at all. The image just looks so sad. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about robots, man. I get the same feelings looking at them as like animals. They just feel so innocent. This is seeing this poor guy laying there getting blasted by this little geyser, the fountain. Like, I just feel for him. Like, what must he have been going through? Were the signs in front of us the whole time and we ignored them? It's just, I don't know, it's a lot. I can hear the beep bops. I know, man. It's like he's still here with us. There is an attempt to train an AI to recognize fish through fish pictures, but when they ask the AI to show pictures of the fish, it only shows the fingers of people holding the fish. That just sounds like a deliberate prank from the AI. There is a lot of drama and controversy surrounding slapping right now. And as a result, I've been wrapped up like a Christmas present in the middle of all of it, because for the last couple of years, I've been seen as the preeminent expert on professional slapping. I'm like the Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart for slaps. I can hear a slap, and I can tell you who threw it. I've made so much content on professional slapping over the last few years. I love that sport more than a fish loves water. I've followed it from its humble beginnings as a circus freak show side act at a weightlifting competition, all the way into what it's blossomed into today, an entire industry and silly niche sport. And as a result, I've been catching a lot of blame for what's recently unfolded with Power Slap. Power Slap is Dana White's new slapping sport, and it is remarkably dangerous. And I'm sure if you've been on Twitter today, you've seen the viral clips from episode 1 with the wild knockouts that look like someone getting hit by 5 different trains from all angles. It's very brutal. And since I've covered slapping for so long, people are blaming me for bringing it to Dana White's attention, as if I'm just like his little court jester who's keeping him up to date on things like slapping. He and I aren't friends. I've never spoken to him in my life. I'm not a fan of Dana White. I think the way he treats the UFC fighters is a fucking joke. I think it's criminal how bad their contracts are. And I have absolutely nothing to do with Power Slap. But I feel the need to defend myself because for a lot of people, especially UFC fans, they're looking at me as the supervillain, like the mustache-twirling evil guy behind the scenes, the puppet master that made Dana White dance, which I actually find extremely entertaining because Power Slap flopped harder than Morbius. This did not do well for him. Dana White's invested millions upon millions of dollars in this, expecting it to be a smash hit, and the only thing it smashed was his fucking wallet here. So if I truly did influence his perception of how popular slapping was, I find that to be a great joke because he invested so much money into it only for the reality to slap him in the face. Contrary to popular belief, I don't like Power Slap. I don't like what Dana White is doing with it, and I'll explain why. What he's doing is significantly more dangerous than the slap fighting that I enjoy, such as Slap Fight Championship. There is a very strict set of rules as well as medical supervision and regulations that they follow to ensure that people aren't just getting hit with fucking frying pans and forgetting who they are and where they were. Now, of course, by the very nature of this, it's dangerous. Everyone knows that, including the slappers, and everyone also knows it's dumb. That's not some secret, it's not a deep cut. Everyone knows it's stupid. And they do everything they can to make it as safe as possible, except in Dana White's Power Slap. The whole thing is just supposed to be like a wow, this is silly shit that I can't look away from. That's like, ask anyone who is in the slapping scene. Even the owner of Slap Fight Championship, JT, will tell you, it's just a fun, over-the-top, goofy sport. But he has a set of rules that keep it as safe as possible for the athletes. Rules that aren't being followed by Power Slap, even though they do borrow some of the best slappers in the world for the show. I want to show you the clip now that's floating around, and then I'm going to go over the key differences. Now, this is one of a few viral tweets that's floating around. This one is coming from an actual neuroscientist who's talking about the brain injury because after he gets knocked out, he goes into what's called the fencing position. It's actually a pretty terrifying thing, and I have no doubt that this guy really did suffer greatly from this. And he's far from alone. This isn't some, like, crazy accident that no one could have seen coming. Every knockout they show in the clips that's floating around are all pretty devastating, and I'm sure they will have residual effects for quite some time as a result. Now, to the untrained eye, this seems like business as usual for slapping sports, but there's actually some very key differences. The first, and in my opinion, one of the biggest problems, is the absence of the no stepping rule. Now, to be fair, they do have stepping listed as one of the fouls, but it's not enforced in the actual show, so it might as well just not have even been written down in the first place. It basically is absent. In normal slapping tournaments, you're not allowed to step into your slaps. It's all just upper body rotation. You can't be like, you know, doing like a Happy Gilmore up to the barrel and then slapping them on the way by with a drive-by. Because obviously when you're stepping into a slap, you're generating significantly more power with it. And since you're not able to defend yourself in slapping, they're taking the full force of this wallop. They're getting served a quarter pounder with quadruple cheese. It's a lot more force behind that because they stepped into it. Now you might be asking yourself, why aren't they enforcing a no stepping rule if it's so commonplace? And the answer is because Dana White only cares about the spectacle of the sport. And in his little smooth brain, he thinks the spectacle is just big KOs. So the more KOs, the more people are going to get interested and hype and excited, the more people will watch it, which is more money in his pocket. So anything to really increase the amount of KOs, I imagine Dana White views as a positive thing. So they're not enforcing a strict no stepping rule, which is leading to significantly more knockouts in Power Slap than in any other slapping tournament I've ever seen. Compare this to any other slapping tournament, and it's like 10x in Power Slap. And it's not just because of the no stepping rule, they also don't really enforce clubbing. Another common rule in slapping is no clubbing. That refers to not hitting with like this part of your hand. Because at that point, you're basically just fucking punching the person. It's like a monk strike, like a monk palm strike to the face. What you're supposed to be hitting with is up in here. You know, I'm giving the anatomy of a slap right now, but this is what you're looking to actually hit someone with when it comes to slapping. You know, it still generates power, it's still nice, loud, Looney Tunes level noise with a slap, and it's still exciting, but it's not nearly as dangerous or potentially fatal as getting clubbed like this. That's very serious, by the way. There actually has been a fatality as a result of slapping tournaments where a famous strongman from Poland named Artur unfortunately passed away due to the injury he suffered in a slapping tournament. I actually made a video, I think 2 videos on this guy. Artur was this absolutely massive strongman. He was really cool, but unfortunately he passed away due to the injury he suffered in a slapping tournament. It was absolutely tragic, and it's why safety needs to be taken very seriously when it comes to this sport, which right now Power Slap isn't doing at all. It's like handing a loaded gun to a toddler in the dark. If you watch all of the KOs that are floating around on Twitter from Power Slap, every single one of them pretty much is a club. It would be called a club in every other slapping event except Power Slap, I guess. It is just non-stop clubbing there. So the fact that Dana White's wiping his ass with any level of rules that help the fighters not suffer life-changing injuries is pretty disgraceful. It's not because he didn't know about these rules either, by the way. He's someone who's clearly done his research on it because he's emulated and even taken things from like Slap Fight Championship. But for some reason, he's not actually enforcing the rules because he's too enamored with all of the knockouts. And there have been pretty much non-stop knockouts from Power Slap, it seems. Which isn't really something to be celebrating because these are real people that are taking this damage. So I don't like Power Slap, and I don't like people assuming that I do. I really think there's a world of difference between something like Slap Fight Championship and what Dana White's doing here. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next episode they have like a halftime show where two people just hit each other in the face with baseball bats until one of them loses their entire fucking head, just gets decapitated. Like, it's just very clearly designed to just maximize the amount of knockouts, which I just don't agree with. So to all of the UFC fans that are upset at me for talking about slapping and making content about slapping for a couple years now, I really think you and I are on the same team. I don't support what Dana White's doing. Yes, I do love the novelty and the thrill of watching a slapping tournament, but one that's handled professionally, that does have the slap fighter's health in mind. Of course, I just recently made a video about one that was equally as dangerous as Dana White's slapping tournament, the one where that guy's face got like actually completely rearranged. But that one I was talking about it being extremely dangerous too. But anyway, point is, I don't like power slap. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. Yeah, I've set the t-shirt to dark mode, which means it's time to go full throttle into the danger zone. No more granny shifting. We're gonna talk about a controversial topic: Fansly advertisements on Twitch. This is actually a war that I've been drafted into and tossed into the front lines, so I've been catching fire and getting called out, labeled a hypocrite, and morally flexible when it comes to things my friends do that I call others out for. So I kind of want to talk about this entire subject here because I feel that it's just a load of dirty barnacles to call me hypocritical when it comes to Fansly advertisements. So allow me to show you to your table and deliver your entree of drama that you've ordered. So, the situation in a nutshell. A couple weeks ago, there was the Streamer Awards that happened on Twitch. I was unable to attend them in person, so I received permission from QT Cinderella to watch party them. This was a massive event that QT Cinderella put together. And one of the advertisers for it, one of the sponsors, was Fansly. So during the stream, a Fansly advertisement popped up, and this was my reaction to it.
A free trial of some of our hottest creators. On top of that, sign in using your Twitch account and see which of your favorite streamers are already creating adult content on Fansly. Fansly has a whole algorithm dedicated to discovering new content and creators through the Fansly For You feature. Swipe and discover today.
A very tame giggle as if someone came up and playfully tickled me for a moment. And people were upset because I didn't start spitting and shitting, taking up arms about how disgusting it was that Fansly was being advertised on this broadcast here. Reason being is because prior I had made a video talking about a couple of things. One of them was Aiden Ross when he showed porn to his audience. My statement was that Aiden Ross went on Pornhub in front of his audience, which a lot of them are kids, on the younger side of things. So I said that was weird. That was a weird thing to do. So when I giggled during the Fansly segment, it was used as a smoking gun to call out and attack me for being a hypocrite, because it's the same principle. Fansly was just shown on stream to an audience that undoubtedly had kids watching. How is that any different than Aiden Ross going on Pornhub? Charlie is a fucking hypocrite. He called it out for Aiden Ross, but doesn't do it when it's his friend QT Cinderella. When I first heard this argument, I thought it was just a bunch of fish paste. I thought it was being used satirically, because it didn't even compute that people would try to compare these two things. Going on an actual legitimate Pornhub out of nowhere in front of your audience and just having porn, real porn being played, versus an advertisement which does lead to porn, but the advertisement itself has more clothes on than a lot of things that are already freely broadcast on Twitch that are easily accessible. I didn't think these two things deserved to be on the same playing field, but that's where I was wrong. I clearly failed the CAPTCHA here and was labeled a bot, because a lot of people do view these in the same category, in the same wheelhouse. A YouTuber named MewKitty made a whole video on it talking about Twitch streamers and their hypocrisy, a video that I make an appearance in towards the end, and it's exactly what I just talked about, where I said it was weird when Aiden Ross pulled up Pornhub, but I laughed when Fansly was a sponsor of the Streamer Awards. And not long after her video, Scott Schaefer made content covering the same topic, where, once again, the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1 superstar Charles White comes into the frame once again with another banger cameo. And the argument is the same. Charlie called it out when Aiden Ross pulled up real porn, but didn't call it out when QT Cinderella advertised porn. And he did it because she's his friend, thus he is a hypocrite. And on stream I talked about this last night. And I'll go ahead and get this out of the way right away. During that stream, and in the exact same video MewKitty has posted on one of her channels, I outright say both are bad. It's pretty clear from reading her comments, not like her personal comments, but like the audience comments, that the majority of the people didn't even watch the full statement. Which isn't her fault, and I even don't blame the audience, because right now, the human race is being plagued by brain rot, parasite, short-form content, which has ruined the attention span of people. So I don't necessarily find it shocking that they didn't watch all 10 minutes of what I was saying. But in that clip, I outright say both can be bad. But they are not the same to me. Thus, I disagree that it's hypocritical that I made statements about Aiden Ross and the porn thing being really weird, and I didn't make the exact same statements for QT Cinderella's Fansly sponsor. I'll go ahead and prove that it's there right now, real quick, before getting into why I think they're so different, but ultimately both are not a great thing to be advertising to an audience that is undoubtedly going to have children watching. Of course, advertising Fansly, OnlyFans, or anything in front of an audience that has younger children on it, it's always going to be not a great decision. It's one of those things, yeah. Now let's make like an egg and hard boil this subject real quick. So, the difference between Aiden Ross pulling up Pornhub and QT Cinderella bringing up a Fansly sponsor is very clear right off rip. If all of you in the classroom right now have your thinking caps on, you'll notice a huge difference. I was able to play the entire Fansly ad as it aired, because they are all clothed. You are not getting immediate nudity or pornographic content. It is an advertisement for pornographic content going to the website, yes, but unlike Aiden Ross's moment with real Pornhub just being there, actual fucking full-blown porn, you got pussy, tits, everything all right there immediately, that is not what you got with the QT Cinderella Fansly sponsorship. Thus, immediately, those two are already different. Showing the porn to an unsuspecting audience out of fucking nowhere is a lot worse than advertising a service that has porn on it. And that's something Scott Schaefer does touch on in his video. His is more of a deeper look at the subject, and MewKitty's is more memeing with it. I always thought her content was supposed to be silly and over-the-top trolling, but she does seem genuinely upset at me, and I imagine it's because of my statements, and I also did say I'm not the biggest fan of the way she edits her content. I called it Zoomer editing, which sounds mean-spirited when I really didn't mean it to be. She edits her videos like very chaotic, on purpose, where it's a lot of sound effects, you know, like a fucking gong being hit pretty often, or like really loud blasting music pretty often, and that's just never been my cup of tea. But I never meant it as an insult on her honor, it's just not something that I'm personally a huge fan of, the same way that she doesn't like my content. I didn't mean it to be mean, and I apologize that it may have come across that way. I certainly didn't mean it to. But the whole point of me mentioning this right now is I do want to say that Scott Schaefer did also talk about the difference between playing porn versus advertising the Fansly. He did touch on that. Last night I made the comparison that the Fansly ad actually had more clothing on the people in it than what you would already find on Twitch right now in the hot tubs category, where it is bikinis and very, very revealing clothing. And that is a category that Twitch itself advertises. If you go to Twitch when you're not logged in, a lot of the recommended channels are hot tub streams, so Twitch itself does peddle content that is clearly sexually charged. My point with this statement was to draw the immediate comparison that this Fansly advertisement wasn't immediately exposing young viewers to sexually explicit material, and it's even more easily accessible for them on Twitch already by just going to the category right next to the fucking Just Chatting one. That was the whole point of that. That's something XQC didn't quite understand, calling me wrong, saying that there's not a bleached butthole right away or something on hot tubs category, thus checkmate. Hits me with the scholar's mate. That wasn't my point. My point was the ad itself didn't contain any explicit imagery or anything highly sexual, at least nothing that was worse than what is already currently being advertised on Twitch in that category. And when you go to Fansly, there is still not immediately ass and titties in your face right away. Thus, I didn't think by scanning the QR code, people would immediately just be fucking blasted with porn all over the place like Charles Xavier jacking into Cerebro. So I viewed the advertisement very differently than a lot of people, because even when you scan the QR code, you still don't immediately get porn. There's already a lot of degrees of separation and a lot of obstacles to go through, as opposed to Aiden Ross, which just pulled up porn as a jump scare during fucking stream, right? It to me, still is very different. I also was under the assumption that Fansly was only accessible to 18 plus after you verified your age. I don't use the platform. I thought you had to verify you were 18 plus in order to even get to the pornographic content. Thus, I thought it was even harder for children to have got porn out of that advertisement if they weren't of age. Not only would they have had to leave the platform to get it, they would then have to verify their age and make an account for it. I thought there was a lot of steps to it, making it very difficult for them. But according to some research now, it actually seems like Fansly is extremely easily accessible for anyone of any age. There's not a whole lot of security to it based on the things I've read, which is knowledge I didn't have last night. So, I made the comparison that the Fansly advertisement reminded me of all of the strip club billboards that are spaced around all of the major interstates. Anytime I go up north to Pennsylvania, there is hundreds of strip clubs being advertised, and on those advertisements, there are women in bikinis and very, very revealing lingerie. And they tell you exactly where to go for the strip club. Well, when you're driving through, there's a good chance a lot of those cars are going to have kids in it and see those advertisements. So I compared Fansly to a strip club billboard because, in principle, if Fansly worked the way I thought it did, where you had to be 18 years or older to enter, it's kind of like a strip club advertisement because a kid could see that, but still couldn't access the content because the strip club would obviously turn them away. Ideally, assuming you're not going to some kind of fucking shady, corrupt strip club. And I thought Fansly was the same way. But apparently that's not the case, so that comparison doesn't work anymore. And I recognize that now. And I also made the comparison to the old GoDaddy commercials, which were highly sexualized content that was broadcast during like Super Bowl, during sporting events, where it was things like a girl with huge honkers, her straps like breaking off, and like she's in a courtroom and like judges going hubba hubba hubba, and then like she's trying to say something and the other strap's like wiggling, and then it's like right when it breaks off and about to reveal the giant milkers, it says go to GoDaddy.com to finish it. And I wasn't really making a big point out of that. I just wanted to point out that, man, it really does feel like the early 2000s again with a lot of the internet arguments we get into these days. It's shit we've had for years. History really does kind of repeat itself. Because I do still think that's a pretty fair comparison. That's fundamentally like the same thing. The argument back then was, think of the children. They were watching this sport, and then all of a sudden, sexual content advertisement. So that's all I was really saying with that one. But yeah, in closing, I feel like there is no real good faith argument to be made that I'm hypocritical because I called Aiden Ross pulling up Pornhub weird and didn't immediately start calling out how weird it was for Fansly to be a sponsor of the Streamer Awards. I feel like the two aren't really comparable. Blasting porn, real porn, immediately to your audience out of nowhere, no warning, and right in their face, just on stream, is completely different than an advertisement to a platform which does have porn, but a lot of things that they'd have to do in order to access it. Granted, I've now learned that it's easier than I thought it was. I still think the two are drastically different. So I still just don't think it's hypocritical. As I've said, neither one of them is great. I don't think either one of them is an amazing thing to do, but they are just not the same, and it's really fucking silly to pretend that they are. They are very different. And that's about it, really. Just wanted to talk about it. See ya. Yeah, I'm talking about scams again. I don't know what to tell you. Every single minute there's another scam born, and every 5 minutes there's another victim of a scam being taken advantage of. It is unreal, the current landscape of the internet with how rampant scams are. It's crazy. There are more active scammers on this planet than there are ants. It's just vile. Nowhere and no one is safe. I'm going to make up a statistic real quick, and I want it to be an alarming one just to illustrate the intensity of the situation. 1 out of every 2 people in this world is either a scammer or a victim. So, sleep in fear. Now today I'm going to be going over a scammer that I'm pretty confident most of you haven't heard of. I only recently learned about them thanks to a YouTuber named Maddie Balls who made a great video exposing the whole situation and going over it thoroughly. So the link to the full video, of course, is going to be in the description of this one. I'm just going to show some of the clips and go over like the general broad strokes of what the scam is. It's a pretty interesting one, albeit nothing unique about it. But what I find interesting is their commitment to the facade. So the scammer is named Carter Jameson, and he's built his career, well, career is a term I'm using super loosely because it's an illusion of a career. Carter Jameson is an Instagram influencer, which again is a term that has no meaning at all. That is the biggest nothing fucking sandwich of a term. But he has 1 million followers on Instagram, almost all of which are botted by the way, and he sells courses, which are like media packages in order to get you clout. The man is a literal clout vendor. He's an exposure goblin, and you pay him thousands of dollars for these packages to hopefully blow up your brand or increase your online presence. That's his whole hustle. He's a guru scammer. There's nothing unique there whatsoever. But what's impressive about Carter Jamieson is his tenacity and persistence to prey on gullible kids and desperate adults. He seems to have been a born slimy weasel of a person because he's been scamming for quite some time now, and he's only 19 years old. This is a young man. He's like fresh out of high school and already a notorious scammer. In fact, he was one of the puppet masters behind Lana Rhoades' NFT scam from like 8 or 9 months ago, which I know a lot of you are probably familiar with because that was a huge scam. He was one of the people behind it that made off with $1.5 million in that rug pull. This was his first major scam, and I guess he must have really enjoyed the taste of shit in his mouth because he just continues to scam from here. It's only escalated. So not only does he do the press package shit where he like sells these $1,000 packages of like articles or whatever, he also does these very shady giveaways where I'm not entirely convinced people actually get the items they're supposed to receive from the giveaways. But even still, giveaways in and of themselves and the way that Carter Jamieson does them are always sketchy because he's hiring rappers and pretending to be friends with them in order to promote the giveaway. So that way people start following the account and, you know, signing up, whatever, all that, under the idea that they're going to get this item, and also under the idea that the rapper that is there is a big supporter, so it must be legitimate, even though that's not exactly telling the whole story. Carter Jamieson also has 2 other NFT scams that he has run since the Lana Rhoades one, so he's just been on this upward trajectory of thousands upon thousands of scams that he just keeps fucking spearheading. And like I said, he's only 19. I have to imagine he started doing this as a child, like an actual toddler. Like, he probably opened a lemonade stand when he was 8 years old, but didn't actually sell lemonade. He sold water with, like, a hint of lemon in it because he wanted to save money on the lemons. So he just sold people the idea of lemonade. Like, I guarantee this guy's been scamming for a long time. Like, probably took notes out of Ed, Edd n Eddy when they were scamming for Jawbreakers. He probably was scamming around his middle school for, you know, $15, $20 off, like, a homework racket or something. Like, this kid seems to just thrive off taking advantage of people and lying. His whole personality is fake. So I'm going to go ahead and play clips from the video so that we can get a deeper understanding of exactly how all of it works. But this one is a pretty sad one. Like, he's 19 years old and he's already a piece of shit. Carter Jamieson. I'm unfamiliar with that name.
Carter Jamieson is someone who's been seen with Chief Keef, Kodak Black, Lil Durk, Bobby Shmurda, Summer Rae, Lil Yachty, Steve Will Do It, Cole Bennett, and many other celebrities. But how...
I'm going to just take a guess. Knowing nothing about this, he paid to take all of those pictures with those celebrities. He's a trust fund kid with a lot of access to money. So he puts on a front that he's actually a popular guy, like friends with all these rappers, and he uses it to try and promote. I'm just going to do crypto. I think crypto's easiest. Lock it in.
The digital marketing company Gateway Agency. But I think he's a liar. So to understand how this guy has made
Called
millions
out,
from
Jesus.
lying, misleading, and scamming, we have to dig a little bit deeper. Recently
Oh, actually, damn, fuck. I'm starting to change my mind. Maybe it's not crypto. Maybe he sells, like, courses. Maybe he's one of those gurus, like, get-rich-quick guru kind of shit. Because he's a 19-year-old entrepreneur, owner of Gateway Agency or some shit. Whatever other imaginary made-up garbage he comes up with. I'll stick it out on crypto. I won't backpedal.
getting a ton. Is he really even a scammer? Well,
I'm gonna go ahead and take a stab at it. He does not have all of these followers legitimately, 100% botted to a certain level. A lot of people on Instagram do that. How does this kid know all these people? He doesn't. He pays to be near them. And who is he? Just a kid with a lucky spawn, born to a wealthy family.
So Carter Jamieson is another one of those social media gurus you see online, but instead of selling you a course, he's selling you popularity. You might notice he has decent engagement and relationships with one guru who promises to scale your digital footprint to the...
My second guess was the right one. Son of a bitch. Yeah, maybe crypto's too outdated now. Everyone just immediately conflates anything meta, Web3, whatever with a scam. Rightfully so, by the way. Like, yeah, if he's a modern scammer, he would have had to adapt into the guru space, which is now the money maker.
Actually proves his guiltiness. Botted engagement. Before his engagement
Sounds
increased
about
100
right.
times because of Juice WRLD
That's
fans
Instagram.
hate bombing him, he could be seen botting his account, as you can see from all these fake comments. And if that isn't proof enough,
No,
here's a
this is
picture of
really
him testing
fire.
out botted engagement
Shit's
on one of
flames.
his Twitter accounts. And here on his YouTube channel, you can see over 1,000 botted comments on one of his YouTube shorts that only has 600 likes. So it's
Huge.
safe to assume that he's botting likes and possibly followers.
They're just
too.
very
Then there's
passionate.
his
They
press.
forgot to
When
like.
I first saw on his website that he had a ton of articles and content, and another even says this story is paid for by an advertiser. Remember?
I actually had no idea that that shit was there. Obviously, a lot of journalism is paid content. Like, I mean, is what it is. I didn't know that they actually disclosed it in those cases. I thought they still kind of kept that under wraps. But I guess they also got hit by some new guidelines or something, or maybe I've just been oblivious to those notices.
Someone with a lot of followers, we tend to think they're legitimate.
The deception
I
exists
don't.
because the large follower numbers trick our brains into giving out credibility naturally from the social proof. More followers means more credibility, right?
But I don't think Carter's...
Maybe I'm being baselessly optimistic, but I feel like that perception's starting to waver a bit. It used to be bigger number, trustworthy person. That used to be the rule, but I think with crypto and everything, it's kind of shaken everyone's faith in that concept. So I'm hoping that's changing, because it feels like it kind of is, slowly but surely. But maybe I'm just wrong in wanting to believe. I like how the YouTuber is basically milking this guy's downfall for views and content. Why does everyone have to have like some kind of weird contrarian perspective on everything? This guy even said at the beginning, like, he was a very generous guy about this whole thing. He's just telling the story, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's just telling the story about this guy's hustle, which is a scam. It's so weird. What goes on in your mind to want to immediately take some kind of weird combative stance on someone just literally exposing a scammer? I don't get it. I actually don't understand it. It's just too easy to agree, so someone has to disagree even if they don't believe. I suppose, but I'm not here to be an armchair psychologist. I really just don't get it.
He uses a method called loop giveaways where he partners with popular people to give away items. Carter and probably others will spam DM people with details about the giveaway campaign. They show the estimated growth and how much it'll cost to buy into it, and the reason that account will be following all of the investors. So in return for their money, they will be receiving thousands of real followers. So when he gets that investor money, he buys the items for the giveaways, flies out to meet the influencer or the rapper, takes some pictures with them to make his Instagram look better, takes pictures for the giveaway, pays the influencer, and keeps a ridiculous amount of money for doing little to nothing. It really is an infinite money glitch. And the giveaways themselves aren't necessarily scams. They're not against Instagram.
It's like a social media
anything.
STD.
And I think he actually does give away the items. He might not. I'm not sure. I have seen people say they haven't gotten their stuff. That might not be true. But we have, and his business offers a variety of other overpriced services. For example, you can buy different press packages that offer articles and other sorts of
For the low cost of $8,000, you can get the musician package, which is a 15 article package. Oh, whoa, and I missed the... Oh, that's the low end. What the fuck? The $20,000 value is so much better. It even has the word cheaper. It's the market domination press package, which is 20 mid-tier press package. How are you supposed to gain clout without spending 20 grand on this package? Holy shit, wait, all the answers are right here. This is the key to success. He's giving away the keys to the kingdom. Holy fuck. And for the low cost of 20 grand?
Press, like this Google Knowledge Panel package, which costs $6,500 when you can do it for free yourself. Then in the description, he has the nerve to say, you must have 20 other notable articles.
Yeah.
He sells ad management, verification, websites, billboard advertisements, and more. And I'm going to take a random shot.
Why? Who is dumb enough to pay for a fucking billboard advertisement? Who in their right fucking mind is like, oh my god, the billboard package. I need it. I'm gonna blow up with a good billboard. I don't think a single human being of the last 10 years has looked at a billboard and actually signed up or even visited what it was advertising.
especially because apparently they only accept payments through Cash App, which is very sketchy. And I guess he also used to sell paid shoutouts on his Instagram and then just delete them right away after you paid for it, which probably didn't really make a difference because most of his Instagram followers are either inactive or fake. And if none of this, reason that I believe he is scamming when it comes to the giveaways and the influencer marketing is because he's been caught scamming before. Before Carter brought his scams to the rap community, he was exposed for being one of the masterminds behind Lana Rhoades' CryptoSys NFT rug pull, where her, Carter, and some others made off with $1.5 million in Ethereum.
It's crazy. Somehow, anytime there's a scam, it's like this interconnected web. Like, all of the scammers that currently exist have always existed, and they've been part of all the other scams we've followed. What a throwback. What another reoccurring character. Another season that they're making an appearance in, another cameo.
There were 6,069 awful-looking NFTs that were being marketed as an investment, and investors were promised that this was a long...
Unlike other pump-and-dump projects, we don't just plan on stopping after minting, so we actually have to be able to fund all that stuff.
They were hyping it up so much to the point where multiple people even got tattoos of the NFT, and they were reposting it. Personally, I can't imagine knowingly scamming people, watching them get tattoos of the NFT, and reposting it. So they...
I'll tell you one thing, I can absolutely imagine that. If you're one of those absolute bumbling idiots that buys into CryptoSys and you feel so strongly about it, you get a tattoo on your fucking thigh of the CryptoSys logo, you deserve to be laughed at. The scammer at that point, I'm on the scammer side. Laughing at you is like the least they can do. You've earned that shit. That's a fat fucking L. My God. Everything else I disagree with the scammer on, but laughing at people that do that, I actually completely agree.
$1.6 million was drained out of this mint for the NFTs one day after they sold the collection.
The reason that they did this is because apparently Lana's feelings got hurt by the negativity in the community, but obviously this was just an excuse to take the money. Tons of people in the community talked about this rug pull, so it's a pretty well-known scam, and somehow Carter still has a career. And this wasn't the first time that Lana... Right now, Carter has other NFT projects like Billionaire Butterfly Club, which I'm assuming is
I was kind of right. He is doing crypto scams.
Rug pull type of deal. But in
this is the fraternity apes party, guys. Everybody in this is in the highest level frat of the real life.
Fraternity Apes Party,
what
or
the
FAP
fuck?
for short, is an NFT
Cool.
project where the incentive isn't an investment, but it's that you could go to a cool party with tons of influencers and celebrities, and only holders
that's
of the
worth it.
NFT can get in. I doubt any of the people there owned one of these awful-looking NFTs. They somehow even got the Nelk Boys to show up, but they probably paid them too.
Yeah,
and then they actually...
somehow they got Steve Will Do It there. The guy notorious for literally accepting anything that has a dollar bill attached to it. It's a mystery to me how the fuck Nelk ended up there. This kid, I'll crack the code. I think I was right initially. This kid came from money, and he used that money to buy himself an advantage, to put himself in the position so he could scam people easily by presenting himself as a popular influencer. So he did the crypto scams with Lana Rhoades. He's doing the guru scams right now with the gateway giveaways, and he's done, what, 2 other crypto-based scams with NFTs and shit? He's just one of those douchebags. Perpetually living in his father's shadow.
Fake lifestyle. The rappers and the other people partnering with him, or more likely their management, should probably look a little bit more into who they're partnering with.
Why would they do that?
At the money they're going to receive, because then they end up associating with a bunch of scammers, which doesn't really make them look good.
Yeah, but their audience doesn't care. This was a great video. Good shit, Matty Balls. Yeah, I didn't know anything about this guy. This is an interesting story. Hold on, I want to look something up right now. This video is not very old, right? It's like 2 months old. Has he addressed this? His whole Instagram is fucking rough. But yeah, it's just shit like this. It's just him holding money. I don't even think people buy his course. I'll just say it. I think people are not dumb enough to fall for someone like this. You'd be surprised. I guess, but his prices are outrageous. $8,000 all the way up to $20,000. Like, nobody can afford those packages. Like, the only people in his audience that might not be aware it's a scam are actual teenagers that are just blinded by, like, TikTok clout and an overwhelming, insatiable desire for attention. They can't afford $8,000 packages, and certainly not the $20,000 package. So, like, who the fuck is his audience? Or, rather, his clients? No one can afford that shit. You underestimate the stupidity of the average adult. I really don't. I feel like of most people in the world, I am usually pretty on the mark with how dumb people can be. This is just out of the price range of stupid people. And certainly out of the price range of stupid kids. You were surprised by the age of CryptoZoo victims. I was very surprised by that. You are correct. That one did catch me off guard. I wouldn't have expected adults to be in the Logan Paul audience, let alone falling for a Logan Paul NFT project. But that was a low barrier of entry for them. This is an extremely high barrier. Especially for very little return. Meet the 18-year-old who's the CEO of a successful social media agency. And then right underneath that, this is paid for by the advertiser. Ah, so it's trustworthy then, huh? Surely this will be an unbiased look at his story. Let's see. More than the stunning content, he wanted to explore the algorithm that leads the influencers to a staggering number of followers. After 6 years of grinding with Instagram, Jameson was finally successful in decoding the algorithm to earn over 1 million followers. He decoded it, he was in the mainframe, and then he found the secret, which is his daddy's credit card to buy bots. Little botted followers. Fucking genius. Holy shit, this guy's good. He's a savant. He's like the Mozart of Instagram. Because he never did anything. Well, no. I just wanted to know about, like, his parents. Like, usually in these kind of cases, they always try to be that person that pulls themselves up by their own bootstraps. Like, I came from nothing. My dad was a normal blue-collar worker, just a true red-blooded American patriot working 2 jobs to put food on the table for me and my 6 brothers. And my mom also had to work night shifts down at the local cemetery. Like, I don't know. Usually just like some kind of sob story. So that people like relate to it somehow and like put him on a pedestal of wow, he did it himself. But he didn't even bother with that step. Do all scammers usually come from a rich family? I wouldn't say all of them. That'd be a disservice to say all of them. But I would argue a good 85 to 90% of all scammers do come from a very privileged background. At least in the digital age. Racer name. I'll be... what's a cool name for a kart racing guy? So let's dial it back, but still get kind of gross with it. We'll be... Butt Stomper. I'm going to assume it's already in use. I'm stealing this from someone from World of Warcraft, but I'm curious. What about Asclepius? Okay. I don't know why for even a single second I thought that one might work, but I thought maybe, you know, the Clapicus might throw it for a loop there. Unlucky. Can't keep the good word of Asclepius alive. I'll be Heiny Hero. Nice. I'm here. So there's like a baby mode? Like bumpers at a bowling alley? Disgusting. No, I want to be like granny shifted, fucking double clutching. I want this to be a manual transmission. Force tutorial. Fucking cringe. Woo! Yeah. Love to feel that wind blowing my hair back. Whoa! Turbo mode activated. Here we go. Okay, I'm ready. Let me get out of tutorial. Get me in the lobby with the toddlers. Need to get some dubs. Make sure I'm ruining their fun too. Don't care about the garage, don't care about friends. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to win. Tiny Hero came to... Wow, that guy's got a level 40 racer pass over there. And I am the only one that hit the boost. This is absolutely a lobby of either children or bots. Okay, what the fuck was that? Unlucky. I'm back in the lead, baby. This is Mario Kart at 50cc. I haven't needed to drift yet. Okay. What the fuck was the point of the shield? That didn't block anything. Come on, you assholes. You get bullied at school, and then you come home and you get bullied in Kart Racer. That's the way of the world, the food chain. What is the point of this fucking shield? It does nothing! Man, these kids suck. These had to be bots. There we go. These are real people. They're hitting the boosts. Alright, let's go, assholes. Okay, drifting seems... What? Really thought I could go over that. Drifting seems fucking useless. Whoa! Jesus Christ! We're bumping and grinding out here. Get away from me, little idiots. Oh, what? I highly doubt it's open mic. If it was open mic, I'd absolutely hear these kids like goo goo gaga. No shot. I just missed that. Your mic icon goes active? Where do you even see that? Oh my god, that's so fucking embarrassing. I'm so sorry, kids. Holy shit. Oh, I feel like a right asshole now. Yikes. How do I turn that off? Zorglub up there in blue team. Straight out of High on Life. Oh, we got a team of pros out here, god damn. Okay, I gotta stop drifting, this is not useful. Holy shit, that's when I needed to drift there, I was already off target. Damn you, Zorglub! Back in first where I belong. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, wait, you can throw backwards? That's a game changer. Okay, I'm getting stun locked. Oh, this guy's falling apart. This guy's sucking some ass up here. Gotcha. Wait, what? No way you can block twice. What the fuck? I have my shield up! What is the point in my shield if I can't go through that? God damn it, this shield sucks. Get out of my way, idiot. Fuck. There we go, finally block some. Oh my god, did you just throw at the end? Just missed it. Out of my way, bitch. Hold my dick, idiot. Check this out. What? It went right through him! What a load of baloney! Oh, god damn it. Oh wait, that was a huge bubble blast. Let's go, first place. That's how a man drives, kids. Got the greasy man paws on the steering wheel and I'm fucking telling her how it goes. Drifting, double clutching, blowing the welds off. That's Heine Hero. You gotta be the oldest dude playing this game. I don't believe that for a second. Let me catch a draft here. Yep, I see it. Wow, this game actually has, like, drafting. Oh, there goes my partner. That guy was treating me well. Ooh, straight through, baby! Let's go! Alright, no need to get fancy with it. Take it back to the basics. So I know I can't shield this, yep. Luckily I wasted it anyway, though, just to double check from what I already know. That was through my shield, love that. What the fuck is the point of this fucking shield? It blocks like one thing, and one thing only. Oh my god, now I'm just getting hammered. Come here, I need a draft, I need to draft. Oh my god, why? I'm so fucked. Me? Why did that hit me? What a disaster. Why did that go all the way up and then come back and hit me? What the fuck? Oh, this is my teammate, so I can't actually hit them. But fuck this guy anyway. Damn, you're falling apart up here. Oh, shit! I thought I'd, like, run him over. You can stay first, man. We're on the same team. I don't care. Hey, welcome back, big guy. Here, catch my draft. If you know what that means. Probably like 5 years old, can't even spell draft. Oh, there you go. No, get in my ass. There you go. Congrats on the dub, big guy. Unless I steal it from you, which would be very tragic. I had to force him in there to give him the draft. You shake and baked him? Yeah, we gave him a little shake and bake there at the end. I let him take the dub home. From worst to first, baby. That's how we go. Oof. You stupid moron! You imbecile! Take this. Oh my god. It just vanishes. Okay. If there's no one to throw it, like, in front of me, it just straight up vanishes. Hooey! We're in a lobby with some stinkers. Every single one of them except for one guy missed that boost. Here, catch my draft. Let's make it interesting. Get on me. Fuck you, buddy. Okay. Can't use it that close. I thought that'd be cool. Oh god. It's lonely at the top. Well, the middle school lunch tables back there still fighting amongst themselves. Nope. Sorry, Junior. What? Okay, can't prevent that one. Got it. Oh my god, what a disaster. Oh god, what a... Oh my god, this is so sad. Oh shit, I shoot up. Oh my god. That UFO is a real bitch. Man, that UFO is real rough. $120 game. Yeah, you see these pop up every now and then. $120 for some unforgettable memories in a game that'll stick with you for the rest of your life. A game to pass down to your children and your children's children. In the game, the character manipulated by the player has an infinite bullet weapon. What more needs to be said? That's what gaming is all about. And at $120, I mean, they're giving it away. Buy it. No, I already made that mistake with Super Fight. It was a fucking weak-ass meme. I'm not doing it again. Not a single person has bought that. You bet your sweet bippy no one's bought that. Obviously. I can tell you immediately what it is. It's exactly the same as Super Fight. It's a single level. It is just this right here. And I imagine with this game, you just shoot endless hordes of these things with infinite ammo. It just never stops, which is why it's called the dream that never wakes up. You're just stuck in this fucking purgatory. Alright. I'll give it a whirl. Yikes. The dev just got an alert on his phone and lost his mind. It's like, whoa! Someone actually paid for this? What? That was a joke. Someone actually paid $120 for this thing? Man, there's a sucker born every minute. Alright, let's see what $120 gets you on Steam. I imagine this is gonna blow my mind. It's not even, it won't even actually go on my screen. Okay, I'm gonna have to run that in windowed because it won't go, like it actually won't go on my screen. Good start. And there it goes, it's hidden again. How? Let's go! You can really feel the fun of the infinite ammo. Whee! Get out of here, teddy bears. Yeah, 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 yeah. Picked up the piercing bullet upgrade 3 times now. Something tells me it's the only upgrade in the game. Too loud? It's $120. If it doesn't blow out my eardrums, then I didn't get my money's worth. And look, heaven's right on the other side. We're getting closer to God here. Oh, I lost my piercing bullets. Oh, luckily I picked it up again. Good RNG. You can't even have the common courtesy to send a lot of enemies after me instead of just 2 at a time. At least, oh shit! Wait, it's getting crazy. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. Already there's been more gameplay in this than Super Fight. Nothing else to do in the game. I think he forgot to spawn enemies past wave 1. That's so big. Let's go. Man, I hope this guy enjoys the $120. How is this only 120? I don't know, he must have made a typo. Yeah, there should have been a lot more. Yeah, he just forgot to spawn more enemies. It's 1 wave. Man, this is what gaming's all about, though. Whoa! I may have been wrong. They're just taking their sweet time getting here. Let's go! Alright, well, I got my money's worth. That's enough, enough dreaming there. Let's get back to reality. 5 minutes of gameplay? That's not bad. Refund incoming. That was good, though. That was good. We needed to check it out, just in case. You never know. There could have been a lot of potential there. You all know I love bad movies. In fact, one of my favorite movies ever made is Moonfall. I can't stop preaching the gospel of how incredibly awful that movie is in all of the best ways, making it one of the most entertaining films ever created. I just really love bad films, but of course there is a line. There's boring bad, where there's nothing redeemable about it, it's just a slog to get through and it's just not fun. And then there's fun bad, where a movie is so bad that it becomes extremely enjoyable, especially when watching with friends. And I always assumed that the Twilight movies were in the first camp, boring bad. I thought it was just going to be throwaway, silly, schlocky romance for teens. But what I'd never realized until chat enlightened me, opened my third eye to the truth, is that it's actually fun bad. So I took them at their word, and I gathered the gang. So Aaron, Meadow, Tiana, and I started watching Twilight yesterday. And I've got to tell you, what an incredibly awful, fun shit film. It's just such a joyful experience. The movie is so special in that it does nothing well. Not a single thing. There is nothing in Twilight that is even remotely competent. And that makes it amazing. And it also moves at 1,000,000 miles an hour. The film was 2 hours long, and I actually felt like I had just ventured through a wormhole by the end of it, because I thought it'd only been like 5 minutes. Time moves so much quicker when watching it. It's so impressive in how shittily unashamed it is with its production here. So I was ranting and raving about it on stream for like 30 minutes, so I'm just going to play the clips of that where I was debriefing about the film. What I do want to talk about is what I did today with Aaron, Tiana, and Meadow. And it's something I said I'd do on stream a couple weeks ago. We're doing a Twilight marathon. I've never seen those movies, and I always thought they'd be boring shitty, but after chat convinced me that there were some outrageously stupid scenes that make it fun bad, we decided to take the plunge. We only watched one of them today. Holy fuck. I cannot believe those movies were as popular as they were. It is mind-bogglingly awful. All of the romance actually feels like AI generated. Edward, I don't even know where to start, honestly. There's so much. The movie moves at a breakneck pace. It's like 2 hours long, but by the end of it, I actually thought we'd only sat down for 10 minutes. It was crazy. So, Edward, it's like he's like an animatronic, but he only has two settings, which is hateful and stoic, and nothing else. Like frozen solid and angry. So like he'll come up to Bella and he'll be like, "Fucking love you," and then he'll like kind of push her and she falls, and he'd grab her and be like, "Watch where you're fucking going." Like, it's so weird. Like, he literally keeps coming out of nowhere just to like say something almost romantic, and romantic I'm using super loosely. Like, the romantic extent of his talk is, "You smell good. I like your smell, and I can't read your mind." But then immediately after saying that, he'd give her like the most foul look ever and run away after saying, "Get the fuck away from me. Get away from me. You're not good for me. Get away. I shouldn't even be here. Get away from me." Or like he walked up to her as she was trying to get back on the bus after like a field trip to fucking, I don't know, cannabis farm. I don't even remember where they went. But they're like composting with the class. And Edward goes up to her after it and like starts small talk, kind of. And this is after he like pushed her down and then grabbed her and said, "Watch where you're going." He then comes up to her and he's like, "Yeah, you're just not good for me." And then they have like a small talk and she's like, "Well, why did you even save me then?" And he's like, "Ugh." And then his sister and brother come up and they ask if she's getting on the bus, and he goes, "No, this bus is full," as he looks at her and like shoos her away. That's like half the whole fucking movie. Like, at no point at any level of that film is there any like romantic tension between them. It's so weird. It's so disconcerting. Like, it just feels uncomfortable every step of the way. It's like pure disdain for one another. And like I understand everyone critiqued the acting, but it is so true how awful the acting is across the board. I want to pull up a scene, and it's one that I watched on stream, which is what sold me on it. It's the baseball scene. This is in the first movie, and I didn't know that. So he takes her to baseball pretty quickly after what I just told you with the bus thing, where he's like, this bus is full. And, you know, shoo, bitch, get the fuck out of here. Fucking whore, harpy, run. Get away from me. And then he, like, ends up inviting her to a baseball game with his family of vampires. And this shit is so stupid. So then they're out here playing baseball. It's so uncomfortable. It's so weird. And we watched the extended director's cut, which was only like an additional 6 minutes of staring at each other. So when these people come up, the only time we've seen them is they kill some guy on a boat, implied kill. And then he makes out with her, and this guy smiles and watches for like 15 seconds. I shit you not. That was one of the extended director's cut scenes that they threw in there. Him watching these two make out. And it goes on for an uncomfortable duration. So he's apparently chief cuck of this vampire team, and then they come out here to play baseball, but then everything goes awry because he smells Bella, and he likes her smell. So now he's hunting Bella, and that's the enemy. It's so unbelievably dumb. Like, I couldn't believe what I was watching. I couldn't believe it. These movies were wildly popular. And yet, it is terrible. It's not good as romance. It's not good as anything. Nothing works. In all the right ways. It was fun bad. It was actually fun bad. Are you Team Edward or Team Jacob? So we only started the second Twilight New Moon. We're 40 minutes in, but Aaron fell asleep after 20 minutes, so we decided we'll just postpone it till tomorrow and pick it up again. We'll have to rewind it to catch him up. But right now, Jacob is the only one that can actually even talk to Bella without just relentlessly insulting and belittling her. Every time Edward talks to her, it's just mainly insults and being weird and edgy. One of the things he says, I shit you not, while they're in class and they're watching Romeo and Juliet, he says, man, you know, I really envy them. And Bella goes, why, you know, Juliet's perfect and their love and all that. And he's like, no, because they can kill themselves. No, I envy their suicide. It's so stupid. And that's like half of his lines. So yeah, we finished the first one. The second one's already off to a crazy start. In the second one, the big conflict that happens right away is a scene that we also saw. It's the paper cut scene. So what happens here, it's like right off rip. He's taking Bella to like her birthday party with the vampires here, and she cuts her finger. And Jasper, this guy who's in a state of perpetual Vietnam flashbacks, sees the blood after she cuts herself on the present, and this guy just has a fucking breakdown. So he like charges her. Edward then pushes Bella all the way against this, breaking all of this glass, shattering it all on her arm where she's bleeding even more, and then he looks at her so disappointed. Like, you bitch, how could you bleed in front of my family? Have you no shame? So then he breaks up with her because she bled. The logic being, I guess he wanted to protect her because she bleeds. I am so drawn into the lunacy of this franchise. I had no idea it was like this. I thought it was just standard romance, like absolute garbage, throwaway schlock. It is so special in how unapologetically, nonsensically stupid it is. It doesn't even do the romance right. Or at all, for that matter. And there's 5 of these bitches, too. There's 5 Twilight movies. Maybe that's the reason they're so popular? I don't know. I remember people, like, really losing their goddamn mind about how romantic it was. Like, 50 Shades of Grey was Twilight fanfic. So people got really into this series. And I don't get how. Like, even the... I'll pull up another scene real quick. Even the introduction of Edward is so uncomfortable and weird. Because it's all about she's stinky. Or, well, actually the opposite of stinky. Her aroma is intoxicating. So she walks into that cliche was 100% accurate. But man, I had no idea what we were in for. It is so good in all the worst ways. The third video's description. This is the part where Edward wants to bite Bella's face off and drink her blood in science class. Hot. Like I said, we're only one movie deep. Aaron fell asleep mid-second movie, so we're going to have to pick it up tomorrow. I thought it was blasphemous that he fell asleep. I don't even know how he could, because it was literally nonstop nonsense. It might have just overwhelmed his brain and shut it off. Because like I said, the second one actually starts with her bleeding and Edward being super upset that she bleeds. So then he breaks up with her and they move. And then she sits inside for like 5 fucking months sending emails to a disabled email. Until then she goes to Jacob's place to fix up a bike. So dumb. Like, Bella has no reason to even like Edward. She immediately falls in love with him and becomes completely fucking obsessed to the point where once they break up, she has night terrors every single night for 5 months. Because they're broken up. But there was nothing Edward ever did that was anything resembling love. Oh, that's another thing. The sparkles. So, I had always heard the meme of like sparkle, glitter vampires, Twilight shit, garbage, not real vampires, not glitter vampires. I thought it was just an expression for them being like super silly and not intimidating, just really lame. They actually fucking sparkle. There's a scene in this movie where he's like, you're gonna have to see what I look like in the sun. I want you to see the real me. And I expected him to go in the sun and fucking melt and look like the goddamn thing from Total Recall that pops out of that dude's chest. Like, I thought he was gonna be this repulsive ooze of a person. Like Deadpool without the suit on. He goes into the sun, he turns around and he's the same goddamn guy, but he has sparkles on his chest. I had no clue. It was a crazy plot twist. He's like, we can't go outside in the day or else people would see we're different. Because they're sparkling. So he's like, get on my back, and he gives her a turbo speed piggyback ride, and he's like, it's time you... Which at first I honestly thought he was just fuzzy. So I thought the thing was he had a bunch of peach fuzz and it was embarrassing. He couldn't grow real chest hair. But that's not it. He's sparkling. Did I teleport back to 2010 when Twilight was relevant? You actually have. You're right now in a fucking wormhole, a time vortex. Because I'm watching this franchise for the first time and I'm fucking blown away by how bad it is. It is shocking. I am absolutely loving it. Is it Moonfall level though? It's not Moonfall level yet, but there is 5 of these, so it could get there. It really could. And it's off to a great start to getting there. Because again, it has so much runway with 5 of these fucking things. What she says to her dad when she leaves is brutal. It was also a stupid plan. Yeah, at the end of the movie, like, once that guy smells her and she's like, and he says like, damn, that's a good stink. Man, that odorous... Methodist is really, driving me wild. They immediately recognize that he's going to track her forever. So Edward's plan was the baseball guy. Where is he? His name's like James or something. Yeah, James. So this guy sniffed her at the baseball game, and they're like, okay, he's going to track her forever now. He's going to be obsessed, which he was. So the plan was, in order to save her dad, Edward told her that she needs to like break his heart and leave the state. So she just drops like the hardest, like meanest shit to her dad, who's done nothing wrong. He's just been like this real sad, lonely dad. And she breaks his fucking heart. And Aaron made a good point. She could have just told him she was going on a field trip. Like, she didn't need to go that hard. She could have literally just said that she was going on a field trip. It was entirely unnecessary. I don't make love, I fuck hard. That I still think is one of the... I made a whole video dedicated to that line. I still think that's one of the best lines in cinema history. That's from 50 Shades of Grey, 50 Shades 3, I don't remember what it's called. 50 Shades Super Grey, the third one. The first one. It's the first one. Yeah, this is the first one, not the third one. He actually says that. Yeah, he makes her sign a contract. And then she says, are you going to make love to me now? So he leans down and he says, I don't make love. I fuck hard. It was epic. Goosebumps every time. Also, it was super cute because Aaron and Meadow had Twilight shirts on today, so we were really in the zone. Aaron was rocking Team Jacob. Meadow had Team Edward. It was not Rari. I really don't remember what it was. Moist Meter Twilight Saga? No, but I'll probably do these debriefings after each movie on stream. I mean, I've already been fucking ranting about it for like 15 minutes now. I have so many thoughts on it. If I was to plug it into the Moist Meter, I'd be giving it all the way up to like an 85. This is a very fucking fun, bad movie. But like realistically, like objectively as a movie, it'd be like a 20 at most. But I always heavily weigh the fun of a film. That's what I expected, but it's not. Like, even their action scenes are full of entertaining cringe, like the baseball thing, or, when he saved Bella from that ragtag group of dudes who were, like, hustling her. Is on it. Audio? I don't want it to get, like, DMCA'd, because I don't know how that's gonna work with Twilight, to be honest with you. But you don't need the audio. That's the beauty of their acting. Their actions speak louder than words. Distract me so I don't turn around. Oh yeah, they're driving away and he's like fucking hyperventilating. And he's like mad at her. The entire ride like home, he's like mad at her for it. He's like, distract me so I don't turn around and rip their heads off. And then he just gets like real aggressive with her. And then they eventually both like touch the air conditioning and their hands touch. And then he gives her like the nastiest fucking look of all time. He's like, oh my god, fucking dare you, bitch. You fucking bitch. He's 109 years old. He's not 2,000. And also, his backstory is really silly. So, the whole story is the Cullen family comes from one guy, Dr. Cullen. I forgot his name. It was like Carlio. Something like that. And he's a doctor. His whole thing is he wants to help people. But if he can't save them, he turns them into a vampire to save them. And Edward was the first one back in 1918. But if that's really the case, and he's been a doctor for this many years, over 100 years now, he would have definitely had more than like 6 vampires that he'd turn. If his whole thing is, I'm saving everyone I can, he would have absolutely like turned 1,000, 10,000 people by this point as a fucking doctor. He's not going to be able to save all of them. So who is he picking and choosing? Did you mention the scene where he asks her about Jacksonville, then she trips and he calls her a fucking idiot for tripping? That's what I was talking about. That's at the, like the hemp farm or wherever they went. I don't know. Where they were composting. That's what I was talking about. Like, I forgot the conversation was about Jacksonville, but he was like, he overheard her mention Jacksonville. He's like, well, what's in Jacksonville? And then he like kind of, I thought he nudged her, but maybe she just tripped. So she like loses her balance and like trips and he grabs her and he's like, oh my god, look, can you look where you're going? Yeah. I mentioned that. Netflix has finally followed through on their worst idea yet, and no, I'm not talking about renewing Big Mouth for another season. It's an idea even worse than that. It's blocking password sharing. So from now on, anyone that doesn't live in your house, inside your walls, inside your own imagination, will no longer be able to have a Netflix profile using your account. What does this mean for Netflix? Well, it means that they're going to see a drastic decline in subscribers, I imagine, because they fail to realize that this isn't some kind of must-have item. It's not some inelastic good that everyone needs to own. It's a luxury, and it's an expensive one, and it's a catalog of mostly dog shit. More like net shits, am I right? So if they can't share an account with someone that's already paying, it's not like that person's going to go out and subscribe to Netflix. Their catalog's not strong enough for that. They'll just go to a different service or they'll start pirating. So I imagine once this fully goes into effect, Netflix stock price will be flushed straight down the shitter and just sink to the depths of hell. It's going to collapse. It's going to be a bigger jump scare than the time Bilbo Baggins transformed and got angry at Frodo in the first Lord of the Rings movie. Now let's take a peek under this hood here and see what Toe Mater has cooked up for us. So this is the plan on how they're going to enforce it. Netflix accounts are still shareable, but only within one household. Thus, they're not shareable, it's just one house has access to it on X number of devices depending on how much you pay per month. It's very misleading, it's not fucking shareable. It's about as shareable as a toilet in my house. Yeah, you can come over and use it, but I can't take that toilet to any of my friends' places. So to ensure that your device is associated with your primary location, Netflix is now asking users to connect to the Wi-Fi at your primary location, open the Netflix app or website, and watch something at least once every 31 days. So this is their safeguard. Within a 31-day period, you have to log in on the primary location Wi-Fi and watch a program. Otherwise, you're blocked. Can you still share Netflix with someone who doesn't live with you? As a big fat fucking no. Accounts are only meant to be used within one household. Netflix will prompt users who try to sign into your account elsewhere to sign up for their own account instead and block their access until they do. Netflix will not begin automatically charging account holders whose information is used outside of their homes. Can other users on Netflix accounts save their profiles? Yes, Netflix offers users a profile transfer feature that will allow them to migrate their show recommendations, watch history, and more to their own account if they decide to create one. This will give password sharers the opportunity to preserve their profile if they sign up for their own Netflix account. Legitimately probably the last thing people give a fuck about. I just can't imagine someone sweating profusely. Oh geez, they just cracked down on password sharing. Okay, God, I'll make another account quick. Oh, but what about my profile, my watch history? Oh my God, I might lose it. Oh no, no, no. Oh, good. Okay, I get to keep that. What's going to happen in 9 out of 10 cases, I imagine, is everyone that loses access to their account because they're not part of the primary household, they're just going to go to a different service or start pirating. It's 2023. Everyone knows how to torrent shit. It's like this industry just forgot about that whole piracy boogeyman. You wouldn't download a car, would ya? One of the main reasons streaming popped off so hard and actually did take a big chunk out of piracy is because it was just more convenient, easier, and quicker to pay money every month to have access to the content as opposed to torrenting it. So they just offered convenience for money more so than like great content, because a lot of the originals suck fuck. You just released Witcher Blood Origin, for example, on Netflix. You're not really keeping people like by the balls in a stranglehold because your originals are so great. There are some bangers, of course, but that's really not the primary reason. It was just convenient, and it was easier and quicker than torrenting. But now you're going to have a ton of people that lose access. According to Netflix estimations, 100 million users worldwide are using the service through the login credentials of someone else. So after this bomb drops here, after the nuke is deployed, where do you think those 100 million users are going to go? Because it's not to your website to sign up, at least not the majority of them. It's anywhere else, and a lot of it's going to just be straight up piracy. I don't know how they couldn't foresee that. I imagine that's going to be the reality of the situation, especially with how cutthroat this all appears to be. So can you still use Netflix while traveling? Signing into Netflix outside your home may lead to the device in use being blocked from Netflix, but they have a workaround. Travelers who want to use Netflix on hotel, smart TV, company laptop can request a temporary code from the service when signing in. This will give them access to their account for 7 consecutive days. Wow, what saints. So you get 7 days of using your Netflix account outside of your own home. And then you have to come back to the headquarters and touch the base to refresh it at your primary location, otherwise you're fucking blocked. So, God forbid you have a vacation that lasts more than 7 days, because you're shit out of luck if you wanted to watch Netflix during that time. And also, if you're someone that likes to at least have a Netflix account shared between households, like let's say parents get divorced and they still would like the kids to have access to their accounts across the 2 households, well, you're fucked. Under no circumstances can a Netflix account exist outside of the primary household for more than 7 days. So it's always going to need to be individually paid for, no matter what, it seems. So, pretty brutal. They're not pulling any punches with this protocol. And God forbid you make any mistake like not watching something within 31 days, because even if you're in your own household, shit can just get blocked, it sounds like. If your device has been blocked incorrectly, you'll need to contact Netflix in order to get it unblocked. That sounds really nice, easy, and convenient. Contact the fucking support hotline at Netflix, which is an absolute goddamn disaster. All of these big company support lines are complete trash. So, you know, God forbid you forget within the 31 days, or you accidentally stay in a vacation for 7 days and 30 minutes and now you're over the quota and you're blocked on there. Like, there's no wiggle room here at all. And then you have to contact Netflix hotline, which is a fate worse than death. So, that sucks. And then you can get a real nice peep at the prices down there. There's basic with ads for $7 a month. That sounds great. Just go ahead and cuck me. I'm paying $7 and I still get fucking ads on your service? Wow. Sign me the fuck up. That sounds amazing. Then there's basic with $10 a month. No ads. Only one device still. Standard at $15.50 per month for 2 devices, and then premium at $20 a month. So clearly they're expecting some kind of huge drop-off in the amount of subscribers here, which is of course going to be detrimental to the overall health of the company. So the prices are supposed to reflect that. They're hoping to make it up in this area. But I don't see it offsetting the large amount of people that will just not be signing up once they lose access. Again, the Netflix originals aren't strong enough to keep people hooked, and everyone knows how to torrent shit in 2023. If they were really desperate to see the originals, they'd probably just fucking pirate it. And I don't know how they could be so delusional that they've convinced themselves that the hit they're going to take from this is negligible in the long run to the amount of subscribers they'll gain. I just don't see them gaining any meaningful amount. You're kicking them out and spitting in their face. Why are they coming back? Most of the people that use Netflix probably signed up during COVID when there was nothing else to do. But now, once you kick them out, it's not like they're that desperate for that kind of entertainment anymore. They'll just do other shit in their downtime. And especially after you fucking use and abuse them here with this new system and the prices, I just don't see it going over well. You can already see the response is overwhelmingly negative, even from like the ultimate consumers that just fucking love consuming everything. Even they're calling this out, talking about how this is finally just going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, that they're going to cancel Netflix. So they're losing their pay piggies as well. So no one likes this, no one at all, and I'm sure Netflix won't like this 6 months from now. That's my prediction. I guess I could be totally wrong, but I guess we'll see. That's about it. So yeah. Over the last couple days, I just haven't been able to decide if it was a good idea to talk about this publicly or not. I have been more back and forth on this than a student driver learning how to parallel park. I just feel like this topic is one where even mentioning it makes it more of a problem. Kind of like the Bye-Bye Man, where even just saying his name gives him power. But ultimately, this is a topic that I've covered on this channel many times over the last 3 or 4 years. I've been keeping my finger on the pulse of this entire AI deepfaking industry. So there's actually quite a bit I'd like to say on the subject. You already know where this is going. You can already see the train tracks and where the rails are heading. We're talking about the Atrioc situation, which I'm very confident the majority of you have seen by now. Atrioc is a very popular streamer, and earlier this week, he made a big blunder. He was streaming, and during his stream, there was a split second where he showed his tabs. And unlike the many other streamers that have come before him that have made this same mistake where they show something embarrassing, or they show, like, porn and get banned for 3 days for it, Atrioc's case is a little more unique, because the tab he showed was porn, but it was AI deepfaked porn of his streaming coworkers. The image only jump scared the stream for about a second, but the ramifications from this are going to last much longer. Of course, this happened publicly, so I suppose Atrioc felt the need to defend himself publicly, which led to a very tearful and very uncomfortable stream where he was apologizing and explaining everything while his wife was in the background during all of it. He was going over the situation, explaining that one night at 2 a.m. he was on Pornhub, perusing the old tube there, and he clicked on one of the ads, which immediately blew my mind and probably everyone else's mind in the world, that anyone clicks on ads on any site, let alone porn sites. That's just asking for malware, virus, Trojan, or just having your whole fucking computer explode. But he said morbid curiosity got the best of him. He saw an ad for AI deepfake porn. He clicked on it and then paid for it. He paid for access to the deepfaked porn, and it was of some of his streaming colleagues, which of course is a very big problem. That's weird, creepy, and pretty disgusting stuff. I think everyone can agree with that. He did follow this up last night with a written apology, going more in depth on everything and talking about the action he's going to take to improve, as well as stepping away from his company Off-Brand. And I'm going to go ahead and let everyone know, in case you don't know, Atrioc and I have collaborated on projects over the last year a couple times. We've talked quite a bit. I do consider him a friend, so when all this happened, I was extremely disappointed. Now, since this happened a couple days ago, it's already ancient history on the internet. Everyone's already given their take and talked about this situation, so I don't really have anything to add to the whole Atrioc discussion that someone hasn't already said. It is very clearly a pretty gross and creepy thing to have done, especially because it's not just morbid curiosity that you just clicked on something and saw it. you clicked on it, you paid for it, knowing what you were about to see, and then got it. And then it also stayed open in the tabs. Like, all of that is very bad, alarming shit. I'm not really here to just keep focusing on the Atriox situation itself or like dunking on the stream. I actually want to talk about AI deepfaked porn directly, because I've actually talked about this quite a bit over the last couple of years. And now what Atriox has done is he's opened the can of worms and shown a lot more people just how far along AI deepfaking technology has come in the porn industry. He was kind of like the lightning rod, the catalyst to open people's eyes to this kind of degeneracy that's existed for a few years now. This whole situation almost worked out like a hashtag ad, like a sponsored stream segment, because the traffic to that site exploded as a result of this whole story. Now, the site has been shut down, and rightfully so. I'll also briefly tackle the damaged Coomer brains that are somehow defending this as like a normal, not awful thing. They're saying, like, it's not even their real body, why do they care, this is fucking stupid, it's not illegal. It actually is illegal in a few states, but even just setting aside the legality of it, how could you possibly make a sane argument to justify taking people that don't do sexual content and putting them in sexual content anyway, without their permission, consent, or even knowledge that it exists, and then you're selling it to people to jerk off to? Like, can you not see how that's a huge violation? Building an entire career without ever touching sexual content and then still being sold as sexual content by somebody else and using other people's bodies on yours as if it is yours? How can you possibly not see how fucked up that is? The argument that I've heard time and time again is it's not their real body, why do they care? Well, it's because it is indistinguishable from being a real photo or real video because the technology is so fucking advanced. That would be like if someone took a picture or a video of you with a really tiny wiener and sent it around your entire university to make fun of you, or posted it underneath every single one of your tweets saying, "This you," and it's your tiny wiener with like a banana in your butt. No one's going to know if it's real or fake because the technology is so good. Unless you pay very close attention to like hands and feet, but they're also smart with that. In a lot of the photos and videos, they don't show the hands or feet anymore because they know the technology hasn't mastered it. So you really have no way of knowing if it's true or false. And even if you try and debunk that, let's say you're getting harassed by a bully that's deep faking small wieners on all your pictures and underneath all of your tweets. Let's say you're like, you know what, fuck it, I'm tired of it. Here's my real dick and it's 9 inches of steel and glory. Well, now they can just say, you deep fake that, that's not your real penis. You will never be able to prove what's real and fake. Thus, it's totally irrelevant whether or not it's their actual bodies or not because it doesn't matter. They didn't consent to it, A, which is a huge issue that for some reason people are downplaying. They didn't consent to it or give permission to the site to deep fake porn of them. And B, no one's going to know if it's real or fake if someone just starts posting that places like, oh, here's an OnlyFans leak of this streamer, but you didn't know they had a secret OnlyFans. You wouldn't know. Thus, it's a terrible fucking thing all around. These streamers don't do sexual content. Thus, that's why the AI deepfake porn of them exists. If they did do sexual content, it would be redundant. You could just go to their OnlyFans or their Pornhub page. So it's targeting completely innocent women in this industry that don't do anything sexual and still making it sexual for the sake of squeezing some doubloons out of some desperate porn-addicted losers that are frothing at the mouth to get porn of their favorite streamer. That's not normal and that's not acceptable behavior. Again, these are streamers that didn't consent to it, give their permission, know it existed, and they are still being sold sexual content of them that they never produced or had any hand in is being sold to fucking creepy losers. It should be super easy for anyone to understand why people are rightfully upset about all of this whole situation. And let's extend this to a bigger scope. Let's talk about this from a business sense. Businesses have gone full Weenie Hut Jr. I lost a major partnership because I made a dirty song. Now imagine the career problems that can unfold from AI deepfake porn being made of these people. Having that somehow find its way to advertisers or brands they work with could create real issues, even though they've done nothing wrong. They've never made sexual content, they've never done any of the things in the videos or the photos, but it doesn't matter because it still is so indistinguishable from being authentic. it should be very obvious why this is a fucking big problem. Now, I do really want to mention that while every victim in this case was a woman because Atrioc had paid for the female streamers' content, it does exist for men as well, and it has for quite some time. It is obviously more prevalent in women because more people are going to look for AI deepfake porn of women on the internet than men, and you'd be stupid to try and argue the opposite. But it is worth noting that this isn't just a woman-specific issue. This does exist for men. There is a ton of deepfake porn of me, for example. And I want to touch on the actual AI deepfaking and everything regarding that itself. You may remember, if you've been around the channel for a few years, I actually told the story of the day I became alerted to this industry. It was just an innocent, ordinary, normal afternoon, and then someone sent me a message talking about a fake Charlie porn video that was floating around. So I clicked it, and it was a deep fake of me giving a dual hand job. So I was skiing with some wieners here, grabbing 2 penises in each hand. And this is when AI deepfaking was still pretty new, so it was primitive, a bit archaic, it wasn't convincing, it was floating around as like a very self-aware joke, and it made me giggle. And then another one popped up shortly thereafter of me giving myself a foot job, I think, and the physics of it were crazy. I mean, it looked like a PlayStation 1 malfunctioning cutscene. Like, there were quite a few AI deepfaked pornos of me, and I thought nothing of it other than, wow, this is goofy. But I did at least want to keep my eye on it because I knew, as everyone does with technology, it only gets more and more sophisticated. So fast forward to 2023. We're at a point where AI deepfaking is so impressive that only a few days ago, a picture of 4 women in bra and panties went viral on Twitter with dudes drooling over them, and then it was revealed that that was all AI generated and none of those women existed, and people's minds were blown. It's no longer like this goofy thing where it looks like fucking terrible Photoshop. It's a very convincing tool. So obviously some bad actors are making porn out of people that don't do sexual content and selling it as authentic. They're not selling it as AI deepfaked porn most of the time. A lot of these companies are selling it as like leaks or look at what just dropped in this special Discord server of this person. And then they're selling AI deepfake porn of people that don't do that. So it's not even being marketed as a deepfake by most of the companies out there at the moment. And a lot of people are none the wiser because of just how convincing and how real it is. Obviously, all of it is being made without the people's permission or their consent for this kind of content to be made. But it doesn't matter. It's spawned an entire industry out of people exploiting it and using it for this financial gain and this really seedy, shitty, shady, weird community that has grown from it. And I don't have a spicy take on all of it where it's like, pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, that's the price of being on the internet. Because I don't think that should be the price of being on the internet. Having to just have porn of you always exist, even when you don't do porn. Just like fucking deep-faked revenge porn or whatever, like, that shouldn't be the cost of doing business online. It should be illegal, and in 3 states it is. Hopefully that grows as the technology does, where they start making it illegal pretty much everywhere to deep-fake fucking porn of people. But yeah, it's a pretty awful situation, and it's a pretty complicated one. I do think a lot of the streamers are taking the right approach of getting the sites that are hosting these things and producing these things taken down. That is absolutely the correct play. 100%. It's not like what they're doing is okay, and I don't understand the fucking weirdos that are defending it. So yeah, just wanted to talk about the whole AI situation here with the deep fakes, and that's about it. So yeah. I've seen a lot of gross videos on the internet. Usually nothing phases me, and I know that's a cliche a lot of people toss around like some kind of hardened, seasoned warrior of internet usage, like, nothing gets under my skin or gives me the heebie-jeebies anymore. Been around too long. And light up a fucking cigar or something. Like, I know a lot of people say that, but it's just very rare that I find a video that actually unnerves me. And a couple days ago, I found one of those rare cases where a video actually is just so yucky that it put, like, the fear of God back in me when it came to, like, internet gross-out content. And it wasn't, like, a planned shock video. We're not talking about, like, you know, Goatsy, Lemon Party, or any of the classics or anything, or New Age shock videos. What it was a man in Paris set up cups around a location that people were using to publicly urinate. And the cups people would go up and pee in. And then he would scoot in there like a thief in the night, take the cup, drink it, and set it back down and waddle away, waiting for more people to fill his goblet. And then once it was filled with more strangers' piss, he'd come right back in and claim his prize once more. It is so foul. It is revolting. I'm not going to show you the video itself because I'm sure that would be a terms of service violation on YouTube. It is very clearly sexual. There's no way this guy is drinking strangers' piss for nutritional benefits or because it tastes yummy. It is very much some kind of unreal fetish that I've never even heard of just drinking strangers' pee-pee. But I'll show you what he looks like. So this is the Tinkle Goblin, and he's got multiple cups set up waiting for people to fill it with piss. And I'll show you him about to claim his trophy. This is him approaching the cup in one of the videos here. And he drinks pretty much all of it because he doesn't want to waste any of that sweet nectar that he worked so hard to collect here in his cup. In the video, you can see two men pissing into that cup at the same time. They are turbocharging it. Like, it is actual urine. It's not like some kind of staged video. This isn't like a fake CGI experiment or anything, I don't think. It's all one continuous shot from a guy that is just filming from inside of the building and catching this guy in the act, drinking strangers' urine. He sets up these, like, booby traps for piss, so that way he can drink it. It's so weird and gross. I don't even really understand why it's so disgusting to me. I've definitely seen objectively more disturbing and gross videos, but there's something about the repeated nature of him doing this and the idea that he does this often. Because like I mentioned, in this video there is once again another cup that he has strategically placed to catch more piss, but that one's empty, so he must have already had his fill. But like, it might be more than just these two cups. He might have cups all around the city. He could be like a Batman tier villain who's trying to suck Gotham dry of their piss. Like, it's just so bafflingly weird and gross to watch him drink all of it after watching the men piss into the cup. It's strange. It's just so odd. I'll show you clips where I talked about it on stream with chat, and we just kind of went over it for a little while. Again, don't show any of the clips of it because I do think it would be a violation of the rules too, but man, is it wild. You see about the guy in Paris stealing strangers' pee to drink? That is actually shocking that you mentioned that because I still have that video pulled up in a tab. It is one of the most bafflingly disgusting videos I have ever watched in my life. Like, it's on the same level as, like, my initial impression of Two Girls, One Cup. Like, the emotions I felt watching that for the first time, I felt again when I watched this video a few days ago. It's so gross. And there's a cup that's filled with fluid. And some old guy walks up to it, fucking chugs it, like literally just skulls this bitch, drinking all of the stranger's piss, and puts it back down as like this communal urinal, and then he walks away. So I believe this guy sets a cup down in a position where people will like piss in it, like if they have to publicly urinate, and he collects it all in this chalice, and then he goes and collects it every now and then to drink. It's so wild. Like, someone like that exists. Not only do they exist, but they're part of the same species as the rest of us. Like, I don't know what has to go wrong in someone's brain to lead to that. Also, in the video, there are people that are visibly peeing into the cup. I totally forgot about that in the beginning. There's two guys that are crossing streams on the cup, like the Ghostbusters with their proton beams. So two dudes are literally pissing in the cup right when the video starts. And then about a minute later, the old guy walks over, he's got a plastic bag, he reaches down, he picks up the cup, and he just fucking goes to town. He just goes to town. Sets it back down, walks away. And I imagine, if you haven't seen this video, I bet you have a mental image of what this guy looks like in your head, and I bet you are right on the money with what he actually looks like. He looks like a piss drinker. You look like the piss boy. Well, I mean, like, he actually just does, though. Like, he looks like he's just up to no good at all times. What's even weirder, though, is that this whole area seems like it's a designated piss pot. Because there's also another guy who's near the cup but not on it that's just urinating too. And it's just in public. Is that not like a crime or something in Paris? Public urination? You know it had to be sexual. It is. It is very clearly sexual. No one's drinking strangers' urine for the flavor or fun. This is some kind of weird fetish. Can't find the video. What's it called? So it's on Reddit. It's called "Man Sets Up Cups for People to Piss in and Drinks Them." Is it possibly fake? It'd be quite a wild fake, because it's a continuous shot here. From the men peeing in the cup to the man walking over to the cup and drinking it. That would be a pretty impressive fake. And it'd be a weird thing to fake, because they get actually nothing out of it. People don't usually piss in the street like that. This video was taken during one of the biggest public protests in 50 years. Oh, is that why there's so many people here urinating on this building? I guess that would make more sense. So he's getting angry pee. Maybe this is part of his protest. I'm gonna keep drinking urine until you revert the retirement age changes. And you can't stop me. I'm gonna keep doing it. You better change your ways. But here, I'll bring this part down. This shouldn't be toss. So this is him leaving the scene of the crime there. But you can see all, like, the piss drivel streaks everywhere. It's, oh my god, it's so fucking revolting. It's so bad. I wonder how many bait cups he has scattered throughout the area, because this is probably not his only spot. He's probably dropped cups in all of, like, the hot spot corners of public urination. So that's where he's running to right now to go claim his prize from another area. He's like a fisherman with, like, lobster pots, so he's going to collect his his haul. The guy filming it showed an empty one under the window. No, that was that one, I'm pretty sure. It was just before the other two guys came in and defiled it. Well, not even defiled it, it's exactly what he looked for. Fed him. Oh, you're right. Oh, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Nice. That's cool. No, that's the shit cup. Oh, yeah, maybe. Maybe the one in the corner over there was for pee and the other one's for poop. Right. You might be onto something. Like a rain catcher. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Now it's all coming together. Now he doesn't even seem crazy anymore. This week I saw something so baffling that it's really genuinely making me question if the human brain is devolving, becoming smoother, less wrinkles. It's the case of the TikTok giant. For those that don't know, there was a TikTok creator who filmed a giant, mysterious figure on top of a mountain. Was it Sasquatch? Was it the Loch Ness Monster? Perhaps Goatman? No. He claimed that he had seen a giant. And TikTok absolutely ate that up. They devoured it like it was a full course of spaghetti and meatballs. Not only TikTok, though, it then expanded to Twitter, where even more people started to believe that they had just seen irrefutable proof of a giant, because there was something on top of a mountain that was big. This whole thing is like a child believing the tooth fairy's real because when they put their tooth under their pillow, there's a quarter there. It is easily debunked and has been multiple times now, but then they just throw away the truth that's facing them because they prefer to live in the magic of there being giants walking amongst us here. It's a beautiful delusion, albeit very sad too, because people are also convinced that not only was this proof of a giant, it's proof that the CIA murdered the guy for filming the giant. I think people are at this point where they are legitimately believing everything as if we're back in the actual early ages of humans. I saw on TikTok and Twitter, this blew up. The TikTok giant. God, what was the guy's name though? There was a guy on TikTok who took a video of a mountain and there was a big figure on top of the mountain. It's like, oh shit, it's a giant. And then people believed it. They're like, we've seen the proof, the giants are real. And now the person behind the account's not posting. The person's gone missing. So they're like, the government must have got him and killed him for exposing the truth. It's so fucking crazy how, like, I actually think there have been irreparable damage done to the human brain because of TikTok. These are people, adults, actual adults. Why don't I just pull up the Twitter account that was talking about it? Talking about how it's the truth, there was really a giant there, we've known all along, and now that this guy blew the lid on it, the CIA got him and killed him. And then the guy leaned into it, he made this video about how it's all fake and it looked like a hostage video, and they're like, oh my god, irrefutable proof, you can see that the CIA is making him say these things. Where's the original post? Here's the video in question though. Andrew Dawson, thank you. Oh, it's a giant
person, dude. No, seriously, pull over, pull over.
I knew they were here. I've known all along the giants existed. They called me a fool. Also, it's dangerous to scroll in the comments, but I'm pretty sure, I'm not going to bother with the Council of Cock being down there as a possibility. Someone went on, like, Google Earth. They went over that mountain, and it turns out it's just a tower. It's just legitimately just a tower. But that didn't dissuade the believers. So, what they're saying is they must have built the tower after this video came out in order to hide the truth that there was a giant there. I shit you not. That was their explanation for it being a tower over there. They said that they made it. They put that tower in place in order to obfuscate. But this is what's on the other side. I think the top comment on this is still, the government put that there in order to hide the truth. I'm gambling, but I think I'm right with this. Okay, not the one. You, another person that's trying to keep information no one cares about hidden. Everyone knows it was a giant, everyone still doesn't care. We care about the man being murdered for discovering it, though. We don't trust you. Isn't that crazy? They think the government killed this guy because he caught a video of a giant. That is the human brain in 2023. He did exactly what I told you guys I wanted to do with this whole gullible TikTok brain rot. Remember when I was telling you guys my plan of doing like haunted videos around the warehouse where like chairs move on their own? He did that with this. So after he got that video, he made this video where he leaned into it, exactly what I said I would do in order to farm.
Sorry to disappoint you guys, but all of the videos that I posted were scripted. They're just fake. They're just strictly for it.
So, he leaned into it. He made this video like, it's all fake, this and that, and he made it look like he was under duress. So people are like, clearly the CIA got to him. They're making him say these things. He did every single thing I said I would do with my farming of these fucking idiots. And they believe him fully. They believe he found a giant up here. And then the government killed him. It's so good. We live in an age where everyone has access to a video recording device at all times. Pretty much every nook and cranny of the world's been explored. And a fucking giant would be one of the hardest things to miss. And somehow, this is a confirmed giant. And it's just a coincidence that there happens to be a tower on the other side of this. Wholeheartedly believe it. This isn't even the biggest Twitter thread about it. There was a thread by this lady who's in her early 30s talking about how the government can't be trusted because they're killing us for finding the truth of things they don't want us to know about, citing this video as an example of the giant. And I believe the same woman also started talking about how they're killing people who are finding gnomes. But I may be getting her confused with someone else that was talking about it. People legitimately are believing in fairy tales again. We're going so far backwards. Charlie working for the government. I'm trying to keep you guys from the truth. You're not ready for giants. Those fucking bastards. Filthy monsters they are. I'm doing you a favor. You're not ready to... You can't handle it. Now, looking into it, there was an obituary posted for this individual from a local news source, so it is possible that he did pass away in early 2022, but people are attributing that death to a mysterious circumstance, and it being the CIA that took him out, like it was fucking Jack Bauer on a vendetta to kill this man because he had seen a giant. Why? Well, I don't know. That's not a question that ever gets asked in these situations. Just going through any natural thought process here and breaking it down, what would the government have to gain from hiding giants? Unless they have some kind of secret alliance with the giant tribe, there's just absolutely no reason they'd want to shut this shit down, put the kibosh on it. Or unless if you look at a giant in the eyes, it gives you eternal life or something and the government's hoarding that to themselves, or their urine acts like the fountain of youth. Just nothing adds up here when you start connecting the dots. This isn't like a Men in Black situation where they're hiding aliens by going around and neuralizing everyone who sees alien activity, where the excuse there is they don't want people to panic. When it comes to giants, that'd be the hardest thing in the world to keep the lid on. Like the cat would get out of the bag so quickly, because it's a fucking giant. They're huge. They're enormous. This one, assuming Patient Zero here was truly a giant, this one was spotted on top of a mountain fucking 40 miles away. So you'd have a real tough time. You'd have your work cut out for you to keep that under wraps. It just, like, and even if there were giants, the existence of them probably wouldn't cause a panic on the same level as, like, aliens or anything. There's absolutely no reason for the government to be hiding the existence of giants. And I can't believe I even have to say that. I feel like I'm having a conversation with, like, the D&D club at a middle school.
I think that's the same vehicle from... Hey!
Now let's break down this little humdinger here. People use this video as proof that the CIA was hunting him down and stalking him because he made this video. He's very clearly leaning into it if you ask me. But let's do a basic thought experiment here. How likely is it that this is staged? Very. It got millions of views, so there's real incentive to play on it. How easy would it be to fake? Extremely. All you need is your friend to sit in a car outside and then drive away when you come out and yell at them. Like, just look at the video. There's just a random car out there with their lights on. So if they're stalking, they're doing a terrible job. They're just sitting right in plain view outside of his house with their lights on. That'd be the worst tale ever. They would be fired from the CIA immediately because they're fucking terrible at their job. Like, at that point, the CIA might as well have a sign out there saying, "We're watching you. Honk if you like government surveillance." Like, this would be genuinely the worst stalking ever from the CIA. And then the guy comes outside and scares the car away like a flock of pigeons on the beach. It's an extremely easy thing to stage. Where's the proof that that is some kind of unmarked CIA vehicle and an operative in there stalking him? The video just starts where he looks out the blinds and the car's already just sitting there in front of his house with his lights on. I think this is so clearly staged in order to play off of the success of the giant video, because it got a lot of attention and a lot of engagement. Now, he hasn't posted on TikTok since 2022, and like I said, there is an obituary posted in a local news source, so it is very possible he did pass away, but I will tell you right now, I highly, highly, highly doubt the government had anything to do with that. Because, again, there's no such thing as fucking giants out there. Sorry to ruin Christmas, but it's the truth. It's a tough pill to swallow, but one you've got to grow up and take right now. I would love if there were giants out there. No one would be happier than me. I would absolutely be ecstatic to learn that giants really are out there and they're coming back. You know, and then they start their own sports league or something. It'd be amazing. I'd be super excited about that. I'd also love if there was a such thing as psychics and telekinetic abilities, as well as being able to form a Kamehameha ball in the palm of my hands if I focus real hard. I would love all of that kind of fantasy shit to be real. But it's not. So there's just nothing the government would do here about a man filming a video claiming he saw a giant, because giants aren't real. So they're not gonna fucking care. It's not like he actually exposed a government secret. They'd have no reason to go silence him. This is just a wild case of people believing anything and everything they see, for no reason other than they have fun believing it. And then they fight tooth and nail for it, even when they are faced with the absolute truth of what the situation is. It's wild. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. I've talked about this on stream, but I don't think I've ever made a full video going over it. I'm very confident that none of you watching this video right now will be able to guess my least favorite genre of content on the internet. This isn't like a pop quiz, this is a step above that. This is an SAT level question here. And I'm reading you like a book, I'm inside your mind. I've infiltrated your noodle like Charles Xavier. I bet all of you went to something simple and obvious, like, oh, his least favorite genre of content has gotta be pranks, or fake videos, cringe trends, scammers, and they're all great guesses. Of course, I do dislike all of that, but it's not my least favorite genre of content on the entirety of the cyberspace. That honor belongs to the douchebags that drive cars extremely fast and dangerously on public roads around other people, endangering their lives. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. There's a group of losers online who come from very privileged backgrounds. Most of these people are like late teens, early 20s that come from mommy and daddy's money and never stop suckling on their tit to get as much dollars out of their family as they can. So these trust fund kids have these expensive cars and they flex by just driving them fast on like the interstate or even residential roads, and they just disregard every other vehicle on the road, weave around them, blow by them, whatever. Just caution to the wind, and obviously it's extremely dangerous, but it's also extremely boring. They're not doing anything impressive. They're not like fucking Dominic Toretto ramping a muscle car off of a parked tow truck like it's something out of GTA 5. They are actual just goobers, not even on manual transmission 9 times out of 10, just going around innocent people and going by them extremely fast. It's fucking stupid. It is legitimately like watching static on a television screen. It's just mind-numbing. So it's not only dangerous, but it's for literally no entertainment value at all. I guess for them it's like an adrenaline rush because they could die at any moment, because obviously they can at those speeds. But the reason I'm talking about this is because one of these assholes actually just went viral, and he's been getting dunked on ever since. And I've actually been following his Twitter since he popped off because I wanted to see what else he does, and this is his whole personality. All he does is drive his mom's BMW fast and recklessly. Wow, holy shit, that was epic. Did you see how fast he was going? On a straight road, doing nothing, not even stick shifts, automatic transmission, he's Weenie Hut Jr. mode. It's like watching the world's most boring cutscene in a video game. That is this dude. That is this whole fucking community. So obviously a million things could have gone wrong here. Someone could have been trying to cross the street. Someone could have been making a lane change, and he wouldn't have had time to stop at the speed he was going because it was over 100, and there would have been no survivors. He's also driving one-handed while filming with the other, which is just another thing to add to the laundry list of dog shit about this video. I've also seen this guy's arms, and I've got to tell you, he's got that fucking SpongeBob build, but without the anchor arms. I am shocked he even has the strength to open the door to this BMW to get inside of it. So I hate this shit. I hate this more than Garfield hates Mondays. This is my least favorite genre of content by far. He is not the only one doing it, obviously, but right now he is the proudest douchebag about it, and this went the most viral, so it's got people talking about it. He's also just this insufferable asshole in the comments who keeps flexing his parents' wealth on people, saying that anyone that dislikes this is just poor, and he openly recognizes that this is going to get him killed. This fucking guy is glued to his Twitter replies like a teenage girl on Instagram. He is replying to everyone, so I've actually got a pretty good handle on this dude's entire personality. He loves like Rainbow Six Siege and shit, and loves endangering the lives of innocent people around him. He has no remorse. He openly talks about how it doesn't bother him, and that when he does crash, it's probably going to lead to him dying. Though he did mention in one other case that if he does crash and survives, he'll probably just run away. What a stand-up guy. What an absolute gold star citizen right there. What a fucking hero. Now with this kind of content, it's just a ticking time bomb. It's really just a matter of when, not if, he crashes. So the best case scenario here, like the best outcome you can hope for, is that when he inevitably does crash, he doesn't take any lives with him. Just gotta hope for a single car accident. Maybe he even survives and learns from the experience, but the most important part is no one else is a victim of this guy's recklessness. This isn't the only video he's posted. Like I mentioned, he has posted another one 3 days ago doing the same thing but endangering more people's lives on the interstate. I forgot to mention, this imbecile actually has the audacity to watermark these videos. It's so laughably pathetic that he actually believes this is something to be proud of. So goddamn embarrassing. I don't know how the fuck you can be so delusional to think that this is something cool. It's also such a headache because I can't use my favorite Fast and Furious line of granny shifting, not double clutching like you should, because it doesn't apply to this guy because he's in automatic transmission again, you fucking worm. He's not even granny shifting. He probably doesn't even know what it means. But yeah, just another demonstration of douchebaggery here, just weaving between cars, most likely just families on the way home from school or work. How cool, I guess, just putting them in danger. No matter how great a driver you are, and trust me, this guy is not a great driver, there are just some things you can't account for on the road, and that's other people. There is so much uncertainty when driving that you cannot actually have any power over. The other people on the road behind the wheel are always unpredictable, so driving recklessly around them is just a death wish. This kind of selfish, clout goblin behavior, this look at me, I'm the main character kind of shit that leads to content like this is so fucking frustrating. It's so dumb. I can't stand it. And the most insulting part of all of it is he's putting everyone at risk around him, all of their lives in danger, for boring content too. It's not even entertaining content. It's not even like this is thrilling to watch. It's a fucking snooze fest. It's all of it, top to bottom, is complete trash. Absolute trash. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit today, and that's about it. So yeah. My voice is still messed up, so it's going to sound like I'm going through puberty a few times throughout this video, and that's just the way it's gonna be. I'm gonna state something obvious now. Everyone finds different things fun. That's a core component to remember about life. I feel like in the age of Twitter, that's just been lost, where if someone finds something shitty that you enjoy, they take it as like a personal attack on their honor, and they'll fight tooth and nail to prove that they're wrong for not liking what they like. But the reason I mention that is even though everyone finds different things fun or different things enjoyable, there is one unifying pleasure that everyone can agree on, and that's watching Billy Mitchell catch L's. Now I know this isn't the most flattering image, but it's so fitting for today's story. Someone said it best, Billy Mitchell looks cel-shaded and his hair looks like he's perpetually wearing a hoodie. Now, you know him potentially as the King of Kong or the self-proclaimed video game player of the century, but what he actually is the biggest fucking clown of this century. He is Bozo incarnate. He used to be known for video game high scores, but upon further inspection, it's been confirmed pretty much without a shadow of a doubt that he is just a cheater. They're not legitimate achievements that he's obtained. It's all fraudulent. So Billy Mitchell was outed as a cheater, and instead of just fading away into the shadow realm gracefully, he instead started lashing out, and now he's become known for frivolous bullshit lawsuits against anyone who makes fun of him or even really talks somewhat negatively about him. That is his claim to fame now. Just nonsense lawsuits and making a fool of himself publicly. He can't help himself. He's addicted to humiliation. It's pathetic. And I have covered every single one of his losses pretty much because a friend of mine who's an incredible YouTuber named Carl Jobst has been not only involved in lawsuits with Billy Mitchell, but covering every fucking blunder he's ever made and how he continues to beclown himself in front of everybody. I love Carl's content, and I especially love his Billy Mitchell content. Can't recommend it enough. And today, I want to talk about his most recent one. Like I said, everyone has different tastes, but I'm going to tell you, everyone can agree that the ultimate pleasure doesn't come from the first time you try ice cream or when you lose your virginity. The ultimate pleasure is laughing at Billy Mitchell losing. And he just lost again. In fact, I don't think he's ever won a single legal case or anything like that. He tries to bully people with it and it always blows up in his face. He always ends up with more shit on his face than 2 girls, 1 cup. So I'm just going to break down the situation. I'll link Carl's video if you want the in-depth review of it, but I just want to give you the cliff notes here so we can just start pointing and laughing at this guy. He, of course, has like a million active lawsuits, but the one we're focusing on today was one that he had levied against a man named David Race. David Race used to actually be part of Billy Mitchell's team. he was very staunchly supporting Billy Mitchell when all of the cheating allegations came to light. He actually worked very hard to prove that Billy Mitchell was legitimate. He wasn't a cheater, and everyone accusing him of cheating was wrong. However, once he really... That was tragic, listening to that series of voice cracks there, but not much I can do about it right now. But once David really dug into the meat of it, like got into the weeds and investigated Billy Mitchell and all of the allegations, he came to the conclusion that everyone else had, that he was a cheater. So, David Race no longer supports Billy Mitchell or defends him from these allegations. In fact, he openly mocks Billy Mitchell and calls him a cheater now. Now, the lawsuit kind of boiled down to Billy Mitchell was trying to silence David Race because David had an Excalibur tier weapon to use against Billy and his credibility in the legal sense. What happened is, since David and Billy used to be so close, Billy had actually confided a nefarious, evil anime character supervillain plot where he was going to fake a bunch of shit in order to make people look stupid. I can't even begin to explain how stupid his logic was with this whole plan, but Billy Mitchell had called David in order to declassify his top secret scheme here, which basically boiled down to just being extremely fucking petty and doing some shady shit in order to make people feel silly, make them look silly and goofy. It's a horrible, horrible plan, but why it's important is because it showed that Billy was more than willing to lie, which is very bad for his credibility, obviously. So this being used as evidence would be pretty damning. The transcript is here. The audio is in Carl's video if you want to hear it in its entirety. I'm just going to show you the transcript. You can see that David's literally just one-wording him. He's just saying, yeah. He's just like actually holding spacebar through this conversation to skip through the dialogue with Billy as he's divulging this galaxy brain plan. It's so fucking embarrassing from Billy. Now, after this conversation was recorded and Billy became aware of it, he issued a lawsuit against David because it's pretty bad for Billy here. And he was suing him because he had been recorded without his consent. And Billy is in Florida, where it's a two-party consent state, so you would have to have Billy's permission to record this phone call. However, David lives in Ohio, which is a one-party consent state. So David did not need permission to record that phone call. So Billy Mitchell's lawsuit had no legs at all. But it did take 2 years before it got thrown out. But it did get thrown out because Billy Mitchell, he knows nothing except how to lose. So this did get thrown out. It took 2 years, and there was a lot of, like, less than stellar legal work done for David here because this should have been thrown out very quickly. Since David was the one that recorded it in a one-party consent state, he wasn't obligated to play by Florida's rules. That doesn't even make sense. It's not logical whatsoever, which Carl points out as well. So David slam dunked this case. He did win, but it cost him a lot of money. And unfortunately, Billy Mitchell's not done. He is now escalating this case to the fucking Supreme Court of Florida, where I am confident he will lose once again, as he always has. He has actually been born in this world to be a loser, to be laughed at. That is Billy Mitchell's legacy, but I wanted to cover this most recent lawsuit because it's just another fat fucking L for Billy Mitchell in such a silly way. So yeah, that's really about it. I look forward to seeing Billy Mitchell lose more lawsuits that he himself keeps filing. Yeah, that's about it. See ya. I just read something so ridiculous that I've been sitting here for the last like 10 or 15 minutes just stewing in my own filthy anger, almost in like this meditative state, just trying to process the absurdity of it. And this is a situation I'm not even involved in, and yet still it has managed to steam my vegetables, just because of how outrageous it is. This whole thing is so crazy, I just couldn't help myself but share it with all of you, so I hope you don't mind if I hit the dance floor real quick and bust it wide open for you here. So 2 months ago, some of you may have seen that Afro Man posted this music video, "Will You Help Me Repair My Door?" This went viral on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube as well, And basically it's Afro Man making a song out of a raid that was conducted on his property based on narcotics and kidnapping claims. And it turns out it was completely bogus. They got nothing out of it, and they kind of ransacked this whole place, and he had cameras set up around his property that recorded all of it, so he made a music video kind of teasing them about it. He made a catchy little jingle about the whole thing, and the title is about, you know, them breaking his door and breaking his gate and just going over the damage that they caused there while looking really silly. And now he is being sued for it. He is being sued because the officers were offended, their feelings got hurt, and they're claiming emotional distress. He clowned on them, and it hurt their goddamn feelings so much that now they're coming after him legally. It wasn't enough to just destroy his property and pillage his home like they were Vikings, and also traumatize his kids apparently, which is something he mentions in his song. Now they want to slap him even more by issuing this lawsuit to him, which I think is just an absolute load of baloney. What a pile of dirty barnacles. 4 deputies, 2 sergeants, and a detective with the Adams County Sheriff's Office brought the suit earlier this month, claiming an invasion of privacy. Let me just stop you right there, Chief. An invasion of privacy, huh? You are on his private property. He has every right to record you. I'm not a lawyer, but would you also make this claim if you made yourself look fucking silly at a Starbucks who has security camera footage of you in their store? Like, let's say you spilt coffee or you were pouring coffee down your lieutenant's butthole, giving him an enema in public, and they're like, oh, this is kind of embarrassing. We're going to sue you for an invasion of privacy because you filmed us. Would the argument work there in that place of business? I imagine private residents also still have the right to record you when you are on their property. They don't need your consent. You entered their domain. You stepped into their neck of the woods. I feel like they have the right to record you. But again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a stupid paint-huffing idiot when it comes to the law. But I still just find the claim comical. An invasion of privacy. I guess them going through all of his shit, throwing his suits all over the place, breaking down his doors and all of that in his own home. I guess that's not an invasion of privacy. That's just a general wrongful invasion, considering this whole thing was completely bogus. It was a completely botched little raid here. They're claiming that Afro Man used their faces from the raid and used it in music videos and social media posts without their consent. Again, I don't think he needed that, considering they're on his private property in the first place. But regardless, they go on saying it's caused them emotional distress, embarrassment, ridicule, loss of reputation, and humiliation. So these officers were born with glass bones and paper skin, huh? They can't take a few jokes on the internet. I imagine they're lying about this. I can't imagine they actually suffered any real emotional distress or anything. I don't think people were on the streets shooting spitballs at them as they walked by, pointing and laughing. Though they should, because they're fucking clowns for what they did here. I can't show the music video, but I highly recommend watching it. They look so fucking stupid in this thing. And it's all dog shit. Like, none of it was real to begin with here. It was just a completely failed raid from top to bottom. And they even had the audacity to disconnect his cameras when they noticed that the security cameras were on. It's just foul. Completely foul. I do hope they feel silly. But apparently, the silliness doesn't stop there. Maybe it's a humiliation fetish, because now they're suing him and making themselves look even stupider, which is crazy. I'll go ahead and boil all this down for you. The plaintiffs are seeking all of Afro Man's profits from the use of their personas. That includes the proceeds from songs, music videos, and live event tickets, as well as any of the money that he made using their likeness in his brand and other merchandise. And they're also looking for an injunction to take down the videos. Afro Man made like an entire album's worth of songs around this raid on his property, and they all fucking bang. It is so amazing. Afro Man absolutely crushed it with this whole thing. Literally turned into like a money-making merchandise music video, like empire, all off of this failed raid from them. And now they're coming to put their hand in his cookie jar and take all of that money away that he made from this whole situation. Afro Man is attempting to countersue them for the undeniable damage this had on my client's family, career, and property. Law enforcement officers were acting on a warrant that stated probable cause existed that drugs and drug paraphernalia would be found on his property and that trafficking and kidnapping had taken place there. But it turns out that boogeyman was completely wrong. All of those suspicions turned out to be unfounded, and the raid failed to turn up any real criminal evidence, so charges were never filed. And in Afro Man's music video, through the cameras, he was able to notice that some of the deputies may have seized some of his money. He was talking about some missing money that took place during all of this, and whoa, can you believe it? After a subsequent review by the State Bureau of Criminal Investigations, they determined that the deputies had miscounted the amount seized during the raid itself. Oh, what a silly little error that was. What a goofy little freak accident that was, that some of the money was just a little miscounted and some of it went missing, I guess? Oh, that's odd. So that's really this whole situation. They're suing because they looked fucking stupid here, and a lot of people were making fun of them for this whole situation. Afroman put them on blast and made an entire album's worth of content around it, and now they're out for revenge. So I can't show you the music video, but I highly encourage you watch it. I would like to show you a couple frames from it and just kind of talk about it because it is so fucking wild. I'll go ahead and crop their faces out so they can't feel offended or humiliated here. But, so this is one of the early shots. The officers were going around checking every nook and cranny of his property, I guess for kidnapping victims or like pounds upon pounds of weed. And for some reason, Officer Action over here, fucking Danger Commander, comes over and like looks behind the couch here as if he was gonna find like some kind of like goblin or something back there that he was gonna light up. Like, I understand they thought that there was some kidnapping element to this whole thing, but I mean, even in this situation, if there was a kid back there and you climb over the back of the couch, you're immediately pointing a gun in their face. I can't imagine that's the best way of looking for kidnapping victims. Like, the way they go through his whole property is very cartoonish. Here's a little shot of some of the team out here for the class field trip. One of them is dressed like he's ready for actual combat, as if he was gonna get in here like a G.I. Joe episode and fucking hunt down Cobra Commander in this property. So the first thing they did when they arrived is they busted through this gate here and broke it. So Afroman's already down one gate just from them showing up. And then they go to his door, and this is where you get the title of the song. They blast this shit in. This shit just gets rocketed off the frame here. So, you know, he's asking, you know, can you repair my door and my gate? Like, that's the whole point of the song. Like, can you repair this shit? And then also pointing out all of the other goofy things that happened. And here's where Afroman started to get a little suspicious about them potentially taking money from him, so he starts talking about it in this scene right here. This was already after going through and throwing around half of his belongings and like going through each and every suit pocket they could find. And here's the final shot. This is where the fun comes to an end. They disconnect his cameras, so they open up this panel in the wall and they disconnect all the shit, so he could no longer record the rest of what was going on the property. I just really had to talk about it because it got me fuming. To turn around and sue someone for hurt feelings after you were just in the wrong to begin with is just such a level of delusion that I can't help but be upset about. Afroman did nothing wrong. He recorded you guys and then took a bad situation that you have created. The claims you were there investigating, nothing was ever found, so it all seems like bullshit. And he took that and he made comedy out of it. He made content out of it to try and turn something shitty into something less shitty, and now he's being punished for it, or at least attempting to, from these extremely sensitive, I guess, officers that are super offended that people have been making fun of them for this. Like, it's pretty disgusting. So yeah, I just wanted to at least put this out there because it was something that I felt very strongly about. That's really about it. So yeah. I'm usually not one to believe in the paranormal. However, I've recently been convinced that there's one man that's being haunted and possessed by a bad take demon. And if you're a fan of sports, you know exactly who I'm going to talk about. When you hear the word bad take, one image and one name pops into your head. Skip Bayless. He's been around for a long time. When I was a huge sports fan, I used to watch him in his shows as well. However, I don't much anymore. Now I just kind of see the viral clips of his most awful brain-dead opinions that are usually just way off the mark, or him just cosplaying as LeBron James boxers so he could hold his meat. I can't decide if he truly believes half the shit he talks about, because some of it's just blatantly wrong or just weird. So I don't know if he says it for the sake of shock and controversy for views, or if he really is just an android that's powered by awful sports takes. Like he's algorithmically programmed to deliver horrible sports opinions. But last night, this reached a boiling point when he dropped this stinker. This tweet, I believe, is the highest ratioed tweet on the entire site. I haven't been able to find anything that has a stronger, fatter L+ ratio here anywhere. Now, before diving into what made this tweet so hated, I'll give context around it in case you're unfamiliar with the situation that it's in reference to. Last night in the Bills vs. Bengals game, a player for the Bills named Damar Hamlin was making a tackle and he got hit in the chest, and when he got up off of making the tackle off the ground, he collapsed. Medical personnel attended to him for about 10 minutes, performing CPR before he was taken away to a hospital. His condition was unknown, but it was very scary to see that. Most people were afraid they had just watched this young man die on the field from this, and it was just a really horrifying situation all around. Of course, a ton of people from all over went on Twitter to talk about it, as well as offer prayers, hoping for a full recovery for Damar Hamlin. And then there was Skip Bayless, who went on Twitter with 2 tweets that weren't anything bad, just kind of talking about what was happening and like how serious it was. But then on his 3rd tweet, something went awry. Some wires got crossed in the old dusty brain of Skip Bayless. This was not a 3rd time's the charm situation here. He let the bad take devil out to play. And that's when he dropped this tweet. This poorly worded masterpiece is what's getting dunked on right now. No doubt the NFL is considering postponing the rest of this game. But how? This late in the season, a game of this magnitude is crucial to the regular season outcome, which suddenly seems so irrelevant. Now let me break down why this was hated so widely, because when I talked about it on stream, there was a few people that were confused by it, which in turn confused me at their confusion, and it just became this fucking degenerate cycle of spitting confusion at each other's mouths like 2 girls, 1 cup. So, the reason why most people, including myself, found this to be a dumb tweet is because of how callous it reads. It feels more like Skip Bayless is focusing on the importance of the game rather than Damar Hamlin's health. Instead of being concerned for Damar Hamlin here, he's more concerned about the game. And since it's an important one, they're considering postponing it, but how? That's a tough thing to do. Which he's not wrong about. Postponing and suspending a game is not an easy decision to make, and it is an important game, but that really isn't what's most important here. And when you read this tweet, it feels like he's saying that the game is what's most important. And that last line where he says, which suddenly seems so irrelevant, well, that little zinger had more interpretations than a Rorschach painting. So some people are saying this is Skip Bayless saying that, the game's important, but now it's not because of Hamlin. So he is putting focus on Hamlin. But the majority of people read that as Skip Bayless being disappointed that the focus is no longer the game. Oh, this game is so important, the magnitude, it's crucial to the regular season, and postponing it, how? It's such an important, crucial game to be played, but now it just suddenly seems irrelevant. Like, it sounds like he's disappointed that the Hamlin injury has taken the focus off of the game. So his tweet is to put it back on the game. It's a poorly worded, jumbled thought here that reads badly and reads very callous. And it doesn't even, do anything. He's just talking about the difficulty of rescheduling or postponing a game. And he's not wrong. It is hard. But what the fuck is the point here? Why even mention this? Everyone knows it's not an easy decision to make on whether or not to suspend a game in a situation like this. That offered nothing, and it just seemed like you cared more about the game than Hamlin. He did then drop this apology tweet. Nothing is more important than that young man's health. That was the point of my last tweet. I'm sorry if it was misunderstood, but his health is all that matters. Again, everything else is irrelevant. I prayed for him and will continue to do so. This one rubbed me the wrong way. This one grinded my ass. This is a little petty, but he's saying sorry if it was misunderstood. Just take responsibility. You poorly worded it. Don't say I'm sorry you guys didn't understand my wise words, my sage wisdom. I'm sorry it went over your head with what I was really saying. Just be yeah, I didn't word my thought properly. Because it is just poorly worded. It is just not worded correctly. If your point is all of this isn't relevant now because we should all care more about Hamlin's health than the outcome of this game, then you should have made that more clear, because the way it reads is that the game is more important than Hamlin's health. Which is obviously why Skip Bayless became a public toilet for everyone to shit in last night. Now, to give an update on Damar Hamlin's condition, as of right now, the most recent update, his vitals are back to normal, but he remains sedated. So things are trending in the right direction. The official statement for what happened here is he suffered cardiac arrest following that hit, and that's what was going on. So it's just a very scary situation overall. He remains in critical condition as of right now, but with his vitals being normal, things seem to be stepping in the right direction, so hopefully everything continues to improve for Hamlin's condition. Now, I do want to mention something wholesome that's happened in the face of all of this awfulness. Damar Hamlin had a charity that was doing a toy drive, and after this hit, they've raised over $3 million for that charity. So I just really thought this was something very positive from the community to come together to show support for Hamlin. So I definitely wanted to mention that. overall, Skip Bayless does what he does best, make a fucking fool of himself. The tweet was horribly worded. I don't not believe him that he cares about Hamlin's health more than the game. I feel like you'd have to be a real evil son of a bitch to actually think the game is somehow more important than Hamlin's life. So it's not like I think that he's lying about what his intentions with the tweet were, but it's just so poorly worded, as are most of his thoughts throughout his entire career. So that's why he got dunked on. It is just still a shit tweet overall, and that's now become part of Twitter history as, I believe, the most ratioed tweet to ever exist. At the very least, the hardest ratio of 2023, and we're already kicking it off in a big way here with that one. That's going to be a tough ratio to beat. That's about it. So yep. I know it's late, but I just need to whine and complain and rant about a movie I just saw really quickly. You know how much I love bad movies that are so bad that they're good. I think it's the most fun you can have is getting together with friends and watching absolutely atrocious movies or shows that you can laugh at and make fun of together. And there was a new banger, or so I thought, that was coming out called Pope's Exorcist. This is Russell Crowe as what I thought would be like a John Wick of exorcists, going out there and just slapping demons around, like actually kung fuing them and like overpowering them, fist fighting. Like that's the impression I got from the trailer. I thought it was going to be like absolutely wild and nutty. And I just came back from the theater after seeing it, and my God, there's just a lot that I need to talk about in terms of disappointment and bewilderment that this movie even got made in the first place. So I'm going to treat this like a little confessional here and own up to some sins. Seeing this was a sin. And I understand the Lord forgives all sins, but I feel like after he takes a peek at the Rotten Tomatoes 83% audience score, he's going to flood the earth again out of pure embarrassment for even making our species. This movie is so far from an 83%, it's laughable. It is not good by any means. I don't know why the audience score is so high. Like, it is guilty of more sins than any of the demons in the film. Well, even though there's only one main demon. It is the most generic horror schlock of all time. But its biggest crime is being boring. It borrows every single generic horror plot point, every generic horror movie cliche of like, you know, sitting up from the bed like the Undertaker because the child's possessed and he has like a deep demony voice. Every single like horror movie trope is just ham-fisted into this. All of it dumped into this witch's cauldron and brewed into a disgusting stew. Like, it is not even done in a fun way. There's nothing creative or enjoyable about it. It's boring mostly, though there are some fun moments, like fun bad moments that I'll talk about. But overall, I am just blown away by how uninteresting the film was after seeing the trailer. The trailer got me hype. I knew this wasn't going to be a good movie. I don't feel like anyone with a working pair of eyes would watch the trailer for The Pope's Exorcist and be like, wow, that might be pretty damn good. Like, that was never a thought that crossed anyone's mind, I doubt. But I as well as many others, I imagine, were under the impression like, wow, this will be like entertainingly silly. But it really wasn't. It didn't even try to be scary, first of all. Like, that was the wildest thing to me. It really didn't even try to be a horror movie. Its scares mainly consisted of the standard lift people up using, you know, Jedi Force powers and throw them around a room, or knock over a couple of crosses. Well, and I guess there is, of course, the cliche of, like, bone snapping, walking on all fours. But past that, it doesn't even really try to build tension. There's not even jump scares, which is like the easiest slam dunk for horror films where they could just throw in a bunch of jump scares and people are like, oh my god, it was horrifying. But it didn't even bother with that. It just does nothing. It's just so bland. It's just an empty calorie of a film. I did something I very rarely do. I took notes during this film because I was so dumbfounded by what I was watching. So I'm just going to go over it start to finish. There will be spoilers. There's a lot I want to talk about. So Russell Crowe hops back in the saddle here, dusting off the acting chops to tackle the lead role of a powerful exorcist named Gabriele Amorth. And the film opens with him performing an exorcist on a guy who's struggling with the devil coming over him. So he's bouncing around the bed all crazy like a toddler going through a sugar rush. And Gabriele's asking him questions like a little interrogation, you know, what's my name? What do you want? Who are you? You're Satan, aren't you? You're Satan. And then he's like, yeah, I'm Satan. I'll possess anyone. I know everything. And then Gabriele's master plan is he brings in a pig and he's like, I don't believe you. You're not Satan. If you were Satan, you could possess this pig. And he's like, yeah, I could possess that pig. I could fucking possess him. Watch me possess that pig. And Gabriele's like, do it. Possess that pig. So then he does, and then the guy is back to normal. And then once the Satan is inside the pig, they just blast the pig's head off with a shotgun. Which honestly set the bar pretty high immediately, because I was like, okay, that was fun, silly, bad. He just literally did, like, fucking middle school reverse psychology on Satan. What a fucking buffoon to fall for that one. The oldest trick in the book. It's then explained a few scenes later that this wasn't a real possession, this was mental illness, and Gabriele was just doing a bit of theater. But he really did just execute that pig right in front of that guy in order to convince him that the demon was no longer there. And because he executed that pig, he then had to go through like a religious legal proceeding where he stood trial with these other bishops that were like, this is unnecessary. You're performing exorcists. It's not, there's no such thing as this evil, you know, we don't need this kind of big exorcist position anymore. You're out of line, Gabriele. We don't really need you anymore. So Gabriele's like, you guys don't know what real evil is. Even if 98% of them are like mental illness and not real possession, there's still 2% that's just pure evil and you need me. So then he walks out, but not before making a goofy noise. So as he turns his back to him, and it turns out Gabriele was also like a lawyer at one point or something, I believe he mentioned. So this was actually like a Saul Goodman moment where he was just like defending himself in religious court. And it ultimately ends with them being like, yeah, we don't really need you. So Gabriele storms off, and then as he's about to exit the door, he goes, woo-loo-loo-loo, for no fucking reason. Because it was something he did earlier to a group of like nuns that walked by him. I guess that was like a catchphrase they tried, or like a calling card they tried to use for the very beginning of the film and then forgot about it because he never does it again after these two scenes. But there was a group of nuns that walked by him and he goes, like literally blowing raspberries at them, and they giggle and walk by. So then he does it again after that whole religious legal proceeding. And he drops it after that. But it started fun bad. It was like, oh, this is super silly, but it seems almost self-aware and I'm having fun. But then it totally loses all of that charm. The core part of the movie then unfolds where a family just went through a loss with their father and a woman's husband passing away, and the only thing they have left is this giant estate, this holy ground that they're getting like renovations done to. So there's a ton of workers, and they end up unearthing something unholy. Now, before getting to that, the family is as cookie cutter as it gets. The mom's, you know, strong on her own. She's mentally sound, like she's doing everything she can for her children. They mean the world to her. The daughter is a rebellious teen who, I'm not exaggerating, first thing when she gets in the house is goes up to one of the workers, grabs a cigarette, asks for the light, gets a light with the cigarette, then sits on the balcony over the front porch, and the mom's like, put that cigarette out, what are you doing? And she's like, ugh! And then walks off, storms off, mad at her mom. So this was as cliche as it gets with a teenage girl and teenage angst. And then, of course, she's always listening to, like, loud music and hates her mom. Like, oh, Mom, you're being such a square. Get out of my room, Mom. I'm busy listening to music. So that's her whole character, which means nothing because after, like, 10 minutes, none of this shit matters, but that's her. And then they also have a son, a younger brother. He's like 12 or something, I don't really know, but he's traumatized because he watched their dad die. So it wasn't like some kind of normal passing or anything. It was some kind of car accident that wasn't fully explained, but he ended up getting impaled through the head, and the son sat there and watched it. So he was traumatized from it and refused to talk. Now, after all of this is established over the course of like a 5-minute speed run of getting across the most two-dimensional characters of all time, that child is exploring the house, and he goes into the basement and he sees like this glory hole, and he takes a peek through it, and there's like a door with symbols on it, and it ends up kind of possessing him. It sinks its fangs into him. This is how the demon gets in. He literally comes in through the fucking glory hole in the basement. So the child ends up immediately getting possessed within the first couple of minutes of being there. And then some of the workers go into the basement, and they also notice the glory hole. They're like, oh man, this is absolutely absurd. Is there no decency? Where's the class? So they're peeking through the glory hole, and one of them lights a flare. and was going to put the flare through the glory hole, but it ends up turning into a flamethrower and cremating them, which scares off all the other workers. So then all the other workers leave, and then it's just the family left in the house with their child who is now possessed. Everything I've explained right now happens almost instantly. Like, all of this was so quick, there was no build up to any of it, no tension at all. It was done as quickly as possible to get to, like, I guess what they deemed to be the scary parts, with the child having like a demon voice and saying crude, creepy things. But anyway, after the possession, the Vatican gets word about this, and then they send Gabriele out there, like, Gabriele, I've got real scary stuff happening at this location. He's like, I'm on it, chief. You know, give me my badge and my gun, I'm going in. So Gabriele is then sent there like some kind of fucking religious assassin to take down a demon. And I really thought he was going to roll up in like some kind of Justice League jet, like, or something right out of the X-Men where they have like crazy fucking jet. I thought he was going to fly in on some high-tech shit, but then he rolls up in a moped. So he just kind of scoots on in on his moped, shows up to the house in order to start attacking the demon. And the demon, which is possessing the boy, is a real wacko. Like, this guy's a goofball. So before Gabriele gets there, like right before he gets there, the mom notices something's wrong with the child. He's kind of bedridden and he looks pale. And then he starts talking in a not really deep voice, but you know that like goofy voice you'd make as a child growing up, like the like that kind of shit where you like vocal fry yourself and then try and make it deeper. That's the voice, the very cliche horror movie demon voice. And the mom then hugs the child in order to, like, you know, calm him down. And while that's happening, she looks down and it turns out the child is squeezing her titty. And then she's like, oh, goodness gracious. And he's like, you didn't breastfeed me enough, mommy. I shit you not. That is what he says. And she's like, oh God. And she, like, covers herself up even more. And then he starts laughing about, like, squeezing her tit. And then he says, bring me the priest. So they brought in a priest that wasn't Gabriele first. His name was Thomas, and it was a bigger mismatch than when Krillin tried to fight Frieza. Thomas shows up and immediately gets fucking ragdolled by that demon. He gets thrown out of the room, and he's like, good heavens, this is a little much for me. We're gonna need the big guns. So he leaves, and then Gabriele shows up. So then it's the two of them, and they try to tag team the demon in order to, you know, solve this situation. So Gabriele gets in there, and he starts his interrogation, and the demon immediately showcases that he's more powerful than all the other ones Gabriele's seen because he knocks a cross off the wall. Like, I'm so tired of seeing that in horror movies where, like, this really powerful demon can only do, like, a couple of trivial things like blow over a vase or move a chair slightly or throw a bucket of dirt against a wall. It's like, who cares? It's not intimidating. That's fucking embarrassing. But Gabriele's like, oh, jeepers creepers. And then he's like, what's my name? And the demon gets it right. He's like, you're Gabriele Amorth. Then he gets blasted with memories from his past, sins that he hasn't fully forgiven himself for. So there's like a moment where he's in a war, and then there's like a lady, and then the demon pukes up a bird, and then Gabriele's like, oh, I'm out of here. So then he fucking waddles out of the room, goes up to the other priest, Thomas, and he's like, okay, that guy means business. So then he instructs Thomas to confess his sins to him so they can't be used against him when they go, talk to the demon again. So Thomas is like, all right, it's been 8 months since I went to confession. And he starts to confess his sins. And Gabriele's like, 8 months? Okay, this is going to take too long. He's like, okay, Lord, all of his sins are forgiven. He's very sorry, trust me. So he literally uses a cheat code to forgive his sins on behalf of God, which I thought was like almost disrespectful. It's like, what the fuck? Can you do that? Like, are you allowed to do that? Like, do you have the power to just say, like, all of his sins are forgiven without him actually confessing it? It's like, damn, that was weird. Like, he had no interest at all in hearing, like, the sins he was going to confess to. He's just like, yeah, whatever, you're fucking good. Literally just gives him the stamp of approval, and he's like, all right, time to go. And when they get into the room, unsurprisingly, the first thing the demon does is show Thomas his sins that he has clearly not been absolved of. It looks like Gabriele didn't have the authority to do that, so he immediately just gets blasted with his sins, and the demon calls him Panty Sniffer. He says that he fucks the daughters of members of his congregation. And then this makes Thomas very upset that he'd mentioned that. So Thomas goes over to him, the child that's possessed by the demon, and two hands strangles him and shakes him like Homer Simpson strangling Bart. It was so goofy. And Gabrielle's like, please, Thomas, no, don't do it. That's what he wants. As the child's like, getting fucking strangled by Thomas. That was a good fucking silly scene. But after that, then the demon laughs and then he targets Gabrielle. And he's like, you know what I want to do, Gabrielle? I want to fuck you. I want to fuck you so hard that when you start coming, you're going to feel ashamed by the release. I'm not kidding. That was his statement. Like, when asked about his main goal, it was to fuck Gabrielle. And not, like, in a literal sense, to fuck Gabrielle, at least from the way he was speaking about it. Which was jarring to hear that. It was so weird. It was so fucking weird. And then they start trying to get, like, the religious artifacts out on him, like, the power of Christ compels you type shit. And it's not working. The demon then turns off the lights, which for some reason makes them stop immediately. And I'm kind of just giving you, like, an overall plot summary of everything that happens here, but I want to stress, and I can't stress enough how there is at no point any attempt to even build tension or show you unnerving things or make anything scary. It's like AI generated a script of a horror film without figuring out how to execute on the scares that they're copying from all of the horror films before it. Like, it is so bland. But anyway, after the lights go out, Gabrielle and Thomas split up. Gabrielle then goes outside and notices that there's a seal of the Vatican on, like, a well. So he ties a rope to the top of the well and then his moped and drives it, and then, which, you know, takes the lid off the well. Thomas is still inside, posted up, making sure, like, the demon child's not up to any silly stuff, any fishy business. But then things start popping off. The mom has, like, a giant arm come over her while she's sleeping, and I don't even know how she's able to even, like, fucking find the time to go to sleep with the demon child always yelling and screaming and, like, throwing things around the room. Well, that's an exaggeration. Knocking things around the room lightly. But she's, like, in bed trying to sleep, and then a giant hand comes over her face and drags her into the mattress slowly. And then the daughter, who's in her rebellious stage, is trapped in a closet with, like, a bunch of, like, scratches going across the wood next to her. And Thomas is there, and he, you know, approaches the demon about it, like, stop it, demon. And then the demon bites his ear, like full-blown Mike Tyson bites a piece of his ear, and Thomas is like, oh my, you didn't just do that. Like, he didn't yell or scream or anything. He gets his ear bitten off, and he just looks more like inconvenienced than anything. He's like, ugh, there goes a piece of my ear, zoinks, god damn it. And then he just, like, walks back out. So Gabrielle then realizes that there's a lot more at play here than they originally thought. There's a bigger mystery afoot now that he's opened this well, and he sees a bunch of, like, skeletons, and then he drops a piece of fire paper in there to see how deep the well goes, which of course causes it to erupt like a goddamn volcano again, just like what happened with the glory hole. And then Gabrielle rushes back in, sees all the chaos. He pulls the mom out from the bed, and then he opens the closet door where the daughter was getting attacked by little scratches, and he's like, this is not a good place to do that, so please stop. Cease that foolishness. And the demon stops, and then the girl leaves the closet. And then we have the most generic plot device when it comes to horror films ever. Gabrielle reveals that all they need to do in order to save the day is learn the demon's name. This is something that has been used in every fucking horror movie that deals with demons or possession since the beginning of fucking time. It is so lazy and boring, but that's the major plot point. It's them then needing to find out what the demon's name is. So they start exploring. They also confront the demon again, who reveals what his real plot was: to possess Gabrielle. He didn't want to just possess the family, he wanted Gabrielle. So they're exploring the premises. They eventually find that glory hole and they bust it open. They go inside the area. Turns out it's a catacombs where there's a bunch of these skeletons all over the place. And then while this is happening, the, like, super high tier bishop, like max level bishop that sent Gabrielle here in the first place, then starts having a panic attack. He's like, it's worse than we thought. He read, like, a letter or something from, like, a book of reports that they keep getting about the situation. He's like, oh my goodness. So he starts freaking out. He's like, ah. And then he has, like, a little mini heart attack. He ends up in the hospital. And as they're exploring the catacombs, they're learning, like, wow, this dates back, like, fucking 400 years ago. Like, this demon's been around for a long time, and the Vatican tried to seal it off and cover it up. And then while that's going on, the priest is laying, like, the high bishop is laying in bed, surrounded by some of the priests that were part of, like, the religious legal proceeding, and then he pulls off his oxygen mask and just pukes up blood on one of them. So I guess he was starting to get like possessed too to some level, or he was really just stressed out about the situation. But they eventually find this almost ritualistic chamber. I can't remember exactly what it was for, but it has like a torture device in there. It also then has like what was a very strong priest back in the day on like a throne, and they read his diary. And in that diary, they learn the demon's name. It's Asmodeus. And he can possess a lot of different people. He's like a fucking puppet master. And Aaron, I saw this with Aaron as well as Ridley, Eli, and Tiana. Aaron made a great point. If the whole thing is you only need the demon's name in order to win, that super strong priest must have been really lacking. Like, he must have been fucking, overdosing on Xanax or something and really dropped the ball, because he literally had Asmodeus' name not only written down in the diary or written down in the book, but had a full fucking picture, hand-drawn painting with like a stylized Asmodeus name under there. So like the name was readily available and was still unsuccessful in the exorcism and saving the day. So that guy must have fucking sucked. He must have been terrible at his job. So they learned the demon's name is Asmodeus. As they learn that, one of the other priests that was really mean to Gabriele walks through and sees that the Lord on the crucifix is bleeding a little bit, and he's like, no! And then he takes a sabbatical and leaves for some reason. So now they have the demon's name. They then confront the demon. They're trying to like win, but the demon, starts possessing the daughter. He still has the son. He's like writing things on his chest like, God isn't here. God is not welcome. No God allowed. This is a demons only club. And he's like, strangling someone with Thomas with his tie. The demon girl that he's now possessed is like slapping the mom around. And then Gabriele, in order to stop the madness, is like, all right, fine, just possess me. So he does. Asmodeus then possesses Gabriele. His plan was to infiltrate the Vatican in order to cause mayhem and wreak havoc. And so he goes downstairs into the throne room and he grabs a giant scepter, and Thomas walks in like the fucking action movie hero. And then he sees the girl that he fucked from the congregation. She's got like her titties out and shit and starts fighting. They get into a fist fight. She's covered in blood. Gabriele is still trying to fight back against Asmodeus, but it's not winning. Thomas then has like this little coin or something that he pushes on the forehead of the girl, which blows her up, literally insta-gibs her like it's Team Fortress 2. And then Gabriele's in like a one-on-one battle with the demon. I also totally forgot a core component here because I'm getting lost in the sauce explaining it. But one of Gabriele's big sins that the demon keeps showing him is a long time ago, there was a lady who they thought was possessed. Gabriele went there and learned it wasn't a possession, it was a mental illness. She was just talking about like sexual abuse, trauma and stuff, and Gabriele's like, I'm not really equipped to handle that. And then she bit the head off of a bird in front of him, and he's like, yeah, this is just mental illness. And then she ends up killing herself right in front of him, and Gabriele feels immense regret for not helping her and working on the mental health side of exorcisms. So that's why he swore to like do that from that point forward, but he never forgave himself. So the demon's showing him that, and then after Thomas blows up that girl, they also, the sound effect they used for the blowing up was fucking fantastic. I'm actually pretty sure it came straight from Counter-Strike after you armed the bomb. It sounded outrageous. So after that, Gabriele is wrestling with that girl, shaking her around, and then Thomas throws him like a powerful religious artifact, and he fucking sticks it on her head, throws her into like this pit of water, and then starts reading the demon's name to it and vanquishing it to hell, and saves the day. Family's safe, demons back in hell, and then we have the ending of the film, which once again brought it back to a silly bad state, where the high bishop that puked blood, I guess, is totally fine now. Maybe that's just something he does when he's stressed out, I guess, but like he wasn't even possessed or anything. He's just like totally fucking fine. The other priest that took a sabbatical gets replaced, and then they bring in Thomas and Gabriele, and they're like, yeah, this was a serious situation, but it's 1 of 200. You've only solved 1 out of 200. There's still 199 more to go. Are you willing to take up the task? Like actual Marvel Avengers, Nick Fury recruiting them level shit. And Thomas is like, let's get to business. And Gabriele reaches back for a handshake and says, Let's go to hell. And that's where it ends. Literally setting it up for sequels like a fucking Men in Black style universe for this, where they're just going to different places and performing exorcisms. So that was the whole film in a nutshell. The reason I wanted to explain all of it is because explaining it makes it sound far more fun shitty than it is. Everything I explained in theory is fun bad, but in execution is fucking awful. I don't really know what the purpose of this movie was because, like I said, it doesn't even really try to be scary or unnerving. It's actually just kind of a genuine waste of time. There are entertaining moments, like I said, there are times where it is goofy, fun, bad, but that's not the overall experience with the film. Like, there were times where we laughed at the silliness, but most of the time it was just sitting there in silence, wasting time watching it. It just didn't do anything in general. Like, it just didn't do anything. It was just kind of a fucking mess of a film where it had, like, DNA of all of the horror films before it, but didn't even bother to execute it in any meaningful way. It didn't even try. Like, it literally feels like they didn't try at all. That just they had some kind of contractual obligation to fulfill, so they just fucking pooped this out as quickly as possible. It really seemed like it was very rushed. But yeah, I wanted to talk about it because I was very excited to see this movie. I've talked about it on stream a few times about how, like, I'm really confident that this will be a fun bad movie, and I was just wrong. It really wasn't fun bad at all. So yeah, I just kind of want to talk about it a little bit and rant. That's about it. See ya.